Welcome back, everybody, to another exciting episode of the Iron Garden, the campaign that grows on you like mutated plants coiling up to take you under and feed on you forever. And on that bombshell, who can regale us what happened last session on the Iron Garden? You guys arrived at the city after doing some stuff, but before you arrived at the city, you did some stuff. That stuff was...
paid out their wages. Got some gear. Well, they did.
I went to my Thieves Guild.
True. You did meet with the Black Circle. What did they tell you?
Well, it pretty much was infected by the mushrooms.
Yes, indeed. And they told you that very distinctly.
Yeah.
Being infected by the mushrooms.
Yeah.
That were spreading all throughout what's known as the underwalks. Sorry, I don't think I ever covered that. You head down to the underwalks of the city. So if you imagine the city being, proper a city atop this mountain and then spread across platforms, and then you head down staircases or ladders along pillars to like the under of the city.
Where it's dark and warm.
Yeah, and covered in mushrooms.
Steamy.
Now. Yeah, very much so. Everything gets trapped against the mountain surface. And
Yeah, so all my connections are all infected as well. In this town, at least. The other town, Three Trees, which I wanted to go to originally, we are getting invaded, at least we think so.
By dragons. 3 dragons. We're own ammo dragons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we came back to get reinforcements.
And found that the epicenter of the problem was upon you.
Yeah, there's no reinforcements to be had.
The story thickens as you find yourselves arriving upon a city currently on the precipice of going up in flames or mushrooms, as the case might be.
Yeah.
What did you accomplish before that?
Found
Indeed. You had transferred to a battery, you traveled some distance, and during that travel, what happened?
Did we lose him?
No, you still have Sigma. So
Okay, he was super quiet, so...
There was an
there's not
encounter.
like a conduit to speak through.
I know.
Well, there was that.
He was just super quiet. I thought maybe we lost him due to Wi-Fi or something like that.
No. He hasn't spoken since you guys took him out of the canister, and so it can be assumed that the battery has no way of actually allowing him to speak. So they've got one of the. So Pachalo has passed away, as everyone knows, by as you saw once upon a time. But Sigma was done in apparently just about 2 months ago by a ragtag bunch who apparently sent him away somewhere, and nobody's been able to make contact with him since. Also, nobody's been able to find the ragtag bunch since, as they all disappeared. Even the most famous of them, Otemba, some bard. But in any event, the point being is that Sigma's long been gone, but everyone kind of expects his return because for whatever reason, he always comes back. That said, as things have been going in the Iron Garden for the last while, you have been watching as Tycho has been moving and shaking, and Pinocchio's been doing what he can to shore up the militant of the Iron Claw. Yourself, sorry.
Wait, wasn't it Pinocchio who died?
No, it was Pachalo who died because there was a...
Oh, sorry, I'm getting them mixed up. I keep thinking Pinocchio was the animal guy.
Oh,
Pinocchio's a real horse.
You got a pencil, yeah?
In my car.
No, you got I gave you a pencil?
Yeah.
Yeah, I gave you one. I gave you one. I gave you one. Okay. Just making sure I covered everybody.
That was the one you thought I'd take?
Did you take it?
The red one?
Didn't you take it?
Yeah, it's at home.
Okay, cool.
That's the one you thought I would take?
I know what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dropping the balls. Dropping the balls. Remember I have it right there.
I have long arms. As long as it's within arm's reach, we're good.
On Marketplace right now, they have the 3 original starter books for D&D.
Do you want to switch up chairs? I think it's noisy as fuck.
$600 for the 3.
Ever.
They're
That one hurts?
Yeah.
Oh, where's my...
the ones over here.
No, hang on. I mean that too.
They're worse.
sat in that one last time and I noticed it was noisy, so I not to.
Oh, Jesus. Fucking, okay, cool. Didn't reboot the machine.
Hey, who
I'm comfortable.
would
I can
win?
move to here.
Okay.
Who would
You always
win in a
got that
fight?
chair. Grab
No.
that chair instead.
No, no.
Who would win in a fight? Wayne Johnson or
I was
lesbian?
just perched with my legs crossed the way that way. That's what I meant. No, keep it,
Something,
keep it.
something, rock beats scissors.
That's right.
Took me a moment there.
If you
Just
want
had to think about it.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. I'm just being a cat.
This is where my power to make D&D puzzles comes from. That right there.
50 experience.
Thank you. Oh, should I gain a level? You won't die. I'd like to see anybody flip this table. The Rock could do it, though. I bet you. Nice. Okay, so I'll be sticking with the other one. Come here. Thank you. As we were. Sorry, I know I've got it in the chat. What's your character's name?
Vartox.
Vortox.
Vartox Mizrum
Thank you.
of House Mizrum.
Yeah, I was gonna generate a bunch of shit, but work's been intense at the moment. What I was gonna say is, what's your passive perception, passive insight, and passive investigation?
2019. Perception's 20, insight's 12, investigation's 19.
Cool. Just double check. Score's bad.
Not nearly as good as that. Jeepers. 11,
Sorry.
13, 11.
11, 15, 11. Very
That's what
nice.
this
11,
app
13,
tells me.
13.
anyways.
Yeah, it says it right there. It says it right there.
He is
And
highly
then
intelligent.
Melissa.
Perception, investigation, insight is 15,
So,
11,
that's
12.
probably glass cannon now.
Oh, for sure. He's
15, sorry, 11.
12.
not even a cannon at all.
Wasn't sure I was remembering that right.
Okay.
The last several weeks have been a slight blur,
HP.
27.
as over the course of these short days, you're finding that you don't have enough test subjects, unfortunately, as the Gen Sys doesn't seem to cause any issues, so to speak, and you can't seem to track down the problem. But you're aiming for a certain level of control of late that has been proving difficult. Sigma and Pashalo, they were experts at what they were doing, experts in their field, and this job being mostly chemistry to control various sorts of life forms is what you guys do. But what you do specifically is you do it through electrical lightning means. Basically through some sort of resonant harmonics and such and so forth, Sigma is able to transmit something or other that translates to instructions. He calls it the code, but in any event, that doesn't matter to you. What matters is the code, the codification of all of these various sorts of chemicals that are sitting in front of you. And it's been a long day as you look up towards the green massive muscle that Tycho wants to have, particularly speaking, put under the Ehrengarten spell, seeing as he is a bit resistant. I mean, all orcs tend to be, especially ones in a leadership position. As you look at him in his bannered and regal sort of stature, with his red bandana, sorry, not red bandana, but red cloths wrapped around his wrists and around his forehead, and various other parts of his body, signifying his clan's origin. These clans, they run around in the swamps, you think to yourself. And, sorry? As you look him up and down, the tattoos from all over the swamps that he's taken on and carried, you notice that there's one particularly large name across the chest. You can't quite make it out. It's a bit faded from all of the clear battle that he's done over the course of his career as leader of whatever that orc tribe's name was. You can't remember it. It's on the dossier. In any event, looking over his sort of makeup, you look at all the various test subjects in the corner. Like I said, it's been a long day. There's a couple of them just kind of lying about with a little bit of movement, unable to really function anymore. unfortunately, you've watched them go from perfectly cognizant to complete gelatinous form almost in about an hour, if not 6 hours. And at this point, all the bean juice in the kingdom couldn't really keep you interested in this. The adrenaline's gone out of it. It's like I say, and suddenly you hear something strange all around, thumping at first, giggling a moment later, and you're not quite sure where that could be coming from, but you think to yourself for a moment, is that the boss? Is that not Pashalo, the other one? He's dead, long dead. But you hear the incessant cackling, almost like the static coming off of the various Tesla charged machines situated around you, each of them setting off sparks into the air. And as each one does, it's almost like you hear laughter echoing off them. That of one Sigma Irrengarten, long since disappeared now. 2 months, 3 months gone, easily a year now even. Who's to say? Time flies. It's been a long day. Point being, as you hear all of this going on, it's only a moment after that you look up and you notice something, and you realize that that's not right. Immediately, you notice the spores floating down from the ceiling. And in this space, in this clean space, looking up at the orc in the capsule, he's your medic, he's fine. You look around and you see the emergency box with the masks and armors, typically necessary whenever there's an environmental problem, of course. You look around at your various staff in the laboratory. You see all sorts of spores floating down, and you recognize the variety of them, and wonder to yourself, how in the blazes, how in the nine hells, is there several forms of spores inside your clean space? This place isn't meant to have any sort of dust alone, and you see the first of the caps floating down after that. And a moment later, you hear a split over yonder, and you hear one of your staff shout out, emergency, biological invasion. One of them presses a button, the other starts turning a crank. You watch as electricity starts powering off of the crank. The emergency process is exploding all around you before you've even had a chance to say anything. Their indoctrination and programming, the work of Sigma and Pashalo over so many years with Binochio's support, showing through in a spark of a moment.
I definitely would run for a mask.
Right on, done. You rush towards it, the keys hanging off of your necklace, which is actually a combination of keys and crystals. Several of the crystals hold people's souls as well as old music that you're quite a fan of. One of them actually has the bard because he's just, he's like an album. He's got whatever collection. But you've also got a bunch of keys on there. Now the keys are actually just rods, okay, about yay long, and they've got various sorts of words carved into them. And as a matter of fact, if you splunk them into a particular little music box, each one plays the theme of each member of the house. In any event, with that said, you rush towards said box, and fumbling for a brief second, instinct takes over. Again, the product of years of indoctrination and, education, as it were, in the house, don't you know? It's a valuable trait, and the key pops into the lock, the box pops open, and when I say a box, a safety box, I mean like it's a yay big box. And as you open it up, you step to the side as racks pop out with you pulling a lever forward, and it just shtunk, and like 25 odd masks hanging off this thing sway up. You grab one of them as the various workers suddenly surround it with themselves and are handing them out behind each other, just machine-like, doing exactly what's necessary as you watch others in the back waiting for you to pass them keys towards armament. As the one who's charging up the coil, like I was saying a moment, sparks flying upwards, you see the one next to him run over and pull a crank down, releasing the spark. And a moment later, you guys hear the sirens start throughout the whole of the iron claw. As it echoes all around, sparks flying off of various speakers as they receive the signal and start going off one after the next. You've got a mask on, and you see guys on the other side awaiting a key. You can do whatever you like at this point. Basically, you've got the authority to throw them a key, run over there and open it for them.
Can I do a medicine check, perhaps, to see if there's anything I can do right now to help this situation that I know of?
Yeah.
Emergency ventilation, something like that.
I was just going to say there is a ventilation system, but that's not going to be a medicine check so much so. You can throw me history at advantage.
Ooh, that's not good. 13?
13. You know that it is not under maintenance currently, thank gods. But more to the point, it's going to require a runner to get in behind a secure panel on the walls. That's also going to require a key. Armament or HVAC, your choice. Or do you separate keys and hand them out to people? Not typical process.
I think I should go for the HVAC. Or not HVAC, obviously, but the ventilation
Yeah,
system.
the emergency ventilation.
The magical ventilation system.
Sorry? You rush
I've
over
got
towards.
access. Right?
So throw me quick perception to actually, you know what? Passive perception being 20 again. You're gonna have no problem figuring the key that you need in this case and get it unlocked. With that said, you open up the panel and you have to select a runner. With your passive investigation of 19, that's not going to be an issue, so never mind again. And with that, you pick somebody out that seems like they'd be an athletically excellent choice. And we can see how you got to your position in this game. But the point being, the runner heads off after a moment of, do you do anything? Do you say anything to the runner? Do you?
Just let the people out of here. Let our co-workers out of here.
Well, he's going to go and start the vent system. That's going to vent the space.
Oh,
You're in charge of letting people out, so that's okay. But the doors do slam shut. It's funny you should say. Typical process at this point is to consider individuals infected if exposure lasts a moment. After that, you gotta consider yourself battery bag fodder, as you might know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Then make my way to the door. Get out.
You do so.
Seems-
Again, your passives will be just fine. You get the right key into the right lock, and before you know it, the hatch opens up. As it does so, you can hear the alarm going all around the keep as it echoes from on the other side of the door now. And you can hear the tromp of boots as soldiers are running to and fro, the militant having leaped into action to solve whatever is the source of the emergency. And as such, as the hatch opens up, you can see several of them standing on the other side with wands at the ready, flames tickling at the ends of these arcane sticks, ready to ignite the whole of anything that comes out infected. To see you with the mask. Several of them lower the wands immediately. Several of them also do not.
How deadly is this threat to them? To my
Well,
knowledge?
It's considered immediate and absolute in all cases.
Is this something that your guy is prepared for?
Yeah.
So on several levels. This place is geared for
It's
it.
specific.
For biological invasions, typically it's like a self-cleaning oven. Get the staff out and turn the flamer on, and it blasts the place with a fireball inside.
So I know number one on the protocol is to get the staff out. So I'm just saying.
That's kind of what you're going for, right?
You
So
I'm lead researcher, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
you're more than that. You're kind of head of research for Pashalo's department ever since his unfortunate departure. So in this case, you have a lot of clout. So you can throw me persuasion. It's not an advantage because doctrine being what it is.
It's an 18.
That'll do.
Man, everybody's cool D20s reminds me of back in the day when I used to play Pogs and everyone had a really cool slammer.
Oh man, fuck yeah, I remember Pogs.
Just saying.
I remember the commercials.
Just looking at like nostalgic-y vibes from playing Pogs.
It was a good fucking hobby. I like that shit.
It was fun.
It
I
was.
got banned
I like
from
going.
my school.
Mine too.
It did.
Really?
I got banned from
Oh,
the
yeah.
elementary school because I was taking all the kids' Pogs. I was like right next door, I guess. But anyhow, the alarm's going. Door opens up. You convince them that it's safe, that it's within necessary constraints and time limits. that the situation is nominal and that they are doing excellent for having showed up. That said, you file as many of the staff out as you can. Looking around, it seems fairly empty as you hear the emergency hatch closing down above you. But in this case, you recognize the brake sound being released and you're making a dex save to get out of its way. Just as you're about to jump, though...
That's a 4. I'm a crooked old man.
That's fine. Just as you're about to jump out of the way, though, you hear the sudden sound of someone stumbling through the laboratory. You're not sure what or who could be in there still, as you're pretty sure the whole of the staff has made their way out. You can choose to jump either way. Sorry, what was your roll?
4.
Oh, okay. So you can still choose to be on either side, but you're getting hit by the door, unfortunately.
Okay. So yeah, I want to be on the outside.
You want to be on the outside?
Yeah.
Okay. As you leap backwards, the door crashes down on one of your feet, managing to snip off one of your toes. You are unfortunately at half movement because of the incredible pain until you have a successful medicine roll.
I'm good at medicine.
I'm so sorry. I'm sure you can relate. Yeah. Hashtag thoughts and toes.
And any damage
Toes and
associated
prayers.
with that, probably.
Sorry, say again?
Probably some damage. Or something.
Yeah, we're getting there. I was just kind of recoiling. How much damage? How many d6 do you think that's worth?
20.
20? Yeah.
Well, I technically would say it's 1d10.
It's currently in the moment with all the adrenaline and everything going to be 3 damage. But as I say, half movement until you have a successful medicine check upon it.
Cast Fireball on it. Cauterize it.
Do what you
Blow
got to
your
do.
foot off at the
Trust me,
same
it's
time.
worth
No,
it.
I've got all kinds of syringes and things that are like, this is my kind of a flesh sculptor.
I want to say,
What kind of
career.
spell directions are you?
It was hard for me to. It's mainly like
Your counterspell,
necromancies, counter
Do
spell.
you have ways of like sapping the moisture out of all the?
Okay, so-
No, nothing like that. No.
just as I got the intro there, as you leap backwards from the lab doorway and it slams down on your foot, you rip your foot away from it because you got to do what you got to do. Aaron Gardens being what they are. But as you do this, and you take 3 damage, by the way, and look about at your staff, they're slowly filing away, and one of them gives you a gesture that kind of goes like this, and a head nod, simply commending you as they make their way away. And from there, you're confronted with the various militant for a brief moment, who stare at you from behind dark goggles and whatever dark eyes, before they suddenly pull back and rush off, with the alarm still going. As you look upon them, and I don't know if you have bated breath, probably not, to be quite honest. Your character's probably just staring at them.
It's pretty calloused.
And like I say, the alarms. Do you tell them anything, or do you just wait for them to fuck off?
No, I don't think I've got anything to tell them.
They look around for a moment, robot-like. Correct. And then, as I say, they machine-like head off in separate directions.
Sorry, that was from the purge.
No, that's fair and appropriate. But that said, as the camera pans against you for a moment, it suddenly crossfades to show yourselves. Now, hang on. Were you guys in separate places, or were you together? Okay, yes.
I immediately headed off to find Tycho.
And you were in the underwalks.
I was. Yeah, I got the fuck out of there.
You
But-
and Nesty fell all the way down to the forest edge, if I recall.
That you did.
Yeah, what are we gonna do with Nesty?
But I think there was like a vent or something you could escape through if you managed to get to the grate. I don't remember.
Great.
There was.
So you weren't
well,
totally SOL.
I never
No.
described anything as such, but I want to say,
Oh, thank you.
as the camera opens up, and
Yeah, I remember falling there.
correcto. And I'm going to say that in the last episode, It shows you falling into like the fog, like Cloud City type shit. But anyway,
He did Featherfall too.
he did.
Yeah.
And it opens up to show the two of you hanging against a balcony edge, one of you pulling the other up. Nesty balks at this for a moment, looks over the edge, gives you a huff of relief, and asks what you're doing, what we should do. And all around you, you can hear the echoing. Brrrr, brrrr.
Well, we obviously need to find the others.
Nesty gives a nod at this. At this point, though, what's more is Nesty looks over and squawks towards, pointing out a bunch of ropes that seem strung up from far below against grappling hooks that now sit suspended, hanging off of various platforms around the lowest levels of the Underwalk as where you've landed. As you look around, you don't recognize the design of these grappling hooks, but they don't seem like they're made well, or made in a traditional forge. They're not machine made. They're handmade, crudely, hurriedly. As you look upon them in the long ropes leading down, you don't see anything around.
How they work?
You're pretty sure you know an Orcan or Goblinoid construct when you see one.
So they come and get the guy?
I just work here, sir.
Yeah.
As you look around and see spores hanging through the air all around you, your passive perception doesn't lend well to anything, but you can throw me an active perception in a moment. As the catwalks up here lead in all directions, literally in all directions. Camera pans against the outskirts of a tower as it spires up into the sky. And then we zoom in through the window to show you walking up the staircase, encircling the tower for many a flight, crossfading back and forth as we show you resolutely, and then it crossfades into contract.
I've done these stairs.
You have, and it
1,000
sucks every
times.
fucking time, and you know Tycho does it on purpose.
Oh, 24.
And it shows you resolutely walking up the
3
stairs
steps
still.
to time.
Right.
Another contract.
Another contract.
Oh my god. 15.
Okay, still resolutely walking up the stairs. Still.
Great for my glutes.
No, every time. Oh yeah, every time. Still going.
I love
Another.
leg day.
Need one more. Need one more contract.
Oh man.
One more contract. Yeah. One more contract.
21.
Okay, still going resolutely. Fuck yeah, still going resolutely. Still doing good. Another contract. Dead serious.
One per foot?
Oh god, no, whatever you take for
8.
That's still okay. You're doing resolutely. Another contract.
18.
You get to the top. Okay. You get to the top, just like every time. Oh yeah, you're okay. You're all right. Here we are. Okay. All right. The guards look upon you. That's her, isn't it? That's the one. What glutes? Look at them. Oh, fantastic glutes. Miss, Tycho's not taking attendance at the moment.
I have that which he seeks most. I will report to him immediately.
What is it
Most
that he seeks
imperative to my
most?
mission.
One of them asks the other. How am I supposed to know? What do you want? What he wants the most?
I returned from a special mission directly from Tycho himself. He will
It's a
want to
special
see me.
mission. You don't look like you're a special missioneer. Is it a missioneer? No. The guard screws up his face trying to think about what word he's thinking of as the other one stares at him and then looks back at you.
I'd like
Whatever
to
word he's
roll
thinking
for
of.
intimidation.
You may. You have
19.
you have like official stuff that you can show off, but you rolled a 19 naturally. How do you intimidate him? Your call.
Well, she is on the taller side for half health, because
How tall is she? Did
Well,
you record it in your notes? Did you
like
put it on your
tall
character
one
sheet?
health.
Is
Like
it on
5'9",
your...
6 foot.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll take that. You're eye to eye with the guards for sure.
Yeah.
At
Just
least.
square shoulders. You know, she has a very regal bearing, and from that certain angle, angle, she kind of like looks like Tycho, but she's like staring them down. And it's like, you will let me report to my father.
That's fair. That said, he immediately backs up as the other one looks at him and gives a smirk, and then tilts up his helmet slightly to show you his gray with dark veins eyes, a symptom of heavy indoctrination for someone who's slightly rebellious. But that said, he gives you a smirk and shoves him gently out of the way as he turns around and takes one giant iron key off, one giant iron rod off of his belt and slotting it deftly into the lock. The lock itself pops open to the outcry of one Tycho Irdengarten on the other side, whose voice echoes, "I am not to be bothered at the moment. I said it as much." From which point, the guard simply, "Your funeral." He steps back.
I stride in without any worry, and I simply proclaim, "Father, I have returned with Uncle Sigma as you have decreed."
So the door behind you kind of just spring-loaded like shuts as the camera pans against. Music's on point, gotta say. As the camera sweeps around and shows the whole of you and Tycho, who's looking upon several crystal balls that are situated on a rack. If you imagine like an upside-down shoe rack on the ceiling that's got crystal balls, 9 of them all laid out, and each of them has something portrayed that's occurring. As suddenly you realize that you can faintly hear something over the sound of your heart beating and your heavy breathing. And it's faint and distant, 50 floors away. You look upon Tycho as he turns to face you, his whole facade illuminated on the one side by all these crystal balls, as the whole of the chamber otherwise is about a, I should say, 30-foot diameter tower, and you're just at the top of it, because of course he fucking lives there. And there's catwalks at like every 10 floors, so to speak, that lead to the shopping center, the zoo, the water slides, stuff like that. Mm-hmm. But for the most part, this is his tower that he lives in. And so it's got stained glass windows around the place. Typically gets a lot of sunlight. Now is no exception, even at the late hours of the day. And the place is basically painted in rainbow colors from all the stained glass around the place. That's various colors: purples, oranges, yellows, dark blues, stuff like that. All across the room. So that's it. Very dramatic scene. Illuminated on the one side, streaks of light coming across the one side. The place is still mostly dark. It's got whatever 18 post bed, I don't know. But as he looks towards you with his gaunt face and spindly self, he looks kind of like Jack Skellington, if you will, but he's an elf. He's totally alive and shit. But point being, he takes goth to an extreme, just naturally. And then he leans into it. So black nail polish, lipstick, the whole thing. But as he turns towards you, and he's got the half cloak. He doesn't even do the full cloak. He's that pretentious, I think. But he sweeps that to the side and looks towards you as he comes away from the crystal balls and says, "Have a look for yourself. I bid you solve this problem, whelp." And he walks back towards it. "You bring me my brother?" he says without looking at you. The light of the windows kind of splashes on mirrors and scintillates off his form as he walks past it. The half cloak, you realize, kind of absorbs the light, glows for a moment, and then goes back to whatever.
Yes, as you have tasked me to do so, the tower unfortunately has fallen. The obelisks have been tampered with, and all the staff of Rothheim has perished.
He takes all this in, and he just kind of stands there. And I want to say he stands like this, and just stares at the balls, and then eventually just looks over towards you. "Come have a look, child." As he steps away from the things and beckons you to have a peer, he steps back at a crossface to show you on the balconies down below. and then it split screens the whole of it to show you as the two of you are running along various halls, catwalks, making your ways wherever you might try to reach. The question is, where are you trying to get to? Your perception was shit, and you see spores going. There's doors everywhere. There's catwalks everywhere. The question is, you know the place. You know this place.
Do you have a rag to cover
You
your
especially know the underwalks. There's ventilation shafts everywhere. You've been through them all. You're just the right size. You did this all as a kid.
Yeah.
You've been around the place. Like,
Oh, yeah.
shit is. You know this place. So
Can you roll to check Nesty's bag of holding for anything that could safely conceal both of your
Well,
pieces?
he would be like, since he's an artificer, would he have anything for
And he has the bag of holding.
any, where I can whip something up for respiratory?
he squawks for a moment, giving some thought to your request, and then responds a moment later, like the speaker giving information to imitate it and say, "We are sorry, your technical difficulties cannot be addressed at this time." At which point he shows you his bag of holding, and you see nothing show up, and he shakes his head, his massive beak. Oh, sorry. His massive beak just waggling back and
That's
forth.
great.
Ah! Anyway,
I feel like I need to send a picture to Riley.
Yeah, we know.
honestly, I gotta hand this out to characters by Kanku, but as it were. I actually have this recursive stride. I've never used it for the were ravens in there.
Alright, take a picture of it.
Shown up by the DM the first time he plays your character. Sorry.
Riley runs ST.
Riley runs ST. He's just away.
Who's Captain Groak?
That would also be Nesty. Or I mean, Riley. I don't actually know players. You are only your character. Kirk plays Olo and Delilah, and then you have Andrew who plays Draxus. With that said, he looks at you and he gives a shrug, and then he, like the speaker would give you a warning, says, "Please proceed to the nearest safety muster point, and you will be handed safety equipment. Thank you, and have a Irongarten day. No, have an Irontastic day or something. I've never thought about what they would actually have for a dog.
So since I've been here lots, would I know where there's like a safety?
You can absolutely roll me history, and being that it's the Underwalks, you can do so at advantage.
Okay.
You look around and are looking for various sigils left behind by the Black Circle, the only thieves network that
16.
can survive in this place. And you do manage to find several, as a matter of fact. From even where you're standing, there's 3 of them. One of them is quite the distance away, but you can pinpoint it. One's actually right there, but it looks like it's locked. And there's one that's across a gap of a bridge that is currently...
Go for the one that's locked because I have all keys.
You watch as tentacles are like slowly
Oh.
eating away that other bridge over there, and yeah, this might be the best way to go.
Yeah.
So that said, though, you can throw me lockpicking of some
Sleight of
sort,
hand.
some sleight of hand action, yes, please. I mean, really, it's just like dex.
Do you still have leftover guidance
Dude,
from
we'll
when I
do.
saw you last?
No.
Or that resets per session, right?
No, I didn't. I used it.
You managed to definitely give it a twist, and with that, it satisfyingly unbolts itself. It pops open a moment later, revealing a bit of a shaft upwards on a ladder, and you can see up top what seems to be a hatch that's half open, and you can see that's right. What was that? Yeah, so the hatch half open, and what you recognize is a bit of an iris hatch, and it's being held open at the moment, from what you can tell, by a statue. At least that's where you recognize it after a moment. The arm of which is leading down through the hole. So from what you can see, it's a statue of someone with their arm either pointing or praying, reaching out. But you just see the arm of some marble sort strutting through an iris-closing hatch at the top of a ladder through a column. So the column area is about, I would say, a 10-foot diameter, so 10 feet across, and then you're looking at about a 15-foot climb to what looks to be like a little safety area. And you can see, like I say, a statue of some sort that's arm propping the hatch open.
Does Nesty have grappling hook ability shit?
I don't think so.
I'm just imagining right next to like what that sounds like. Bang, bang, right next to it.
Oh, no kidding, right?
Shit.
Sorry.
I do the same. Chips are the worst. Like,
Am I on?
I don't know actually. Oh yeah, at least it's best viewers on. Hey, right on, Sigma Official. Right on, thanks. The best viewers you could possibly buy. Cool. It's just what I need to do. You know how you can tell somebody is faking their viewership? They have them when streaming D&D.
I had somebody buy us pizza last
It is true.
Yeah,
I
I heard
have fans. I have fans, and I have some viewership that happens, but I am the golf of Twitch. Like, that's what we are. And golf has its fans, but it's no fucking football, okay? FPS is football, and D&D is golf. Exactly, thank you. This is what it is, you know? Like, straight up golf club all the way. And for those kids who don't know, it's an old 80s movie. Some guy named Emilio, he was in it. Great actor, once upon a time. There you go.
Wait, which movie?
Mighty Ducks.
Hmm?
Mighty Ducks.
That wasn't the first one.
Why do I recognize
I'll leave it
that
alone.
name?
Never mind.
Anyways.
Now I want to answer the trivia, damn it. It's right on my brain. It's like, spit it up. No, I won't. I won't give it away. That's what makes me a good host. Where was I? Sorry. So, that being the case, like I said, you look upwards, you see the statue arm poking through the hatchway, doing what it's doing. Do you climb up, or do you do something else?
Well, we got.
You don't hear anything.
got a
right?
chair.
I am
no?
Sauron.
You haven't found any gear yet. You
Oh.
see that, like I said, you ran through this doorway. There's a ladder. Leads up 15 feet. 10-foot diameter space. It's a clean space.
Okay.
You don't see any spores in there.
now.
I want to say you don't see any spores in here. What you do see is a knocked over statue up at the top. It's holding an iris spring-loaded metal hatch open. Now, I want to mention that that hatch could probably go, and well, not at any moment if the statue wasn't in its place.
Right.
And you're not quite sure what to expect. Like, it could be locked. You're pretty sure this one, it opens from the inside. You're pretty sure. You can roll me history to double check. And that's obscure, but you know the place, so I'll give it to you normally. It's going to be a disadvantage otherwise.
15.
Terrific stuff. You know that there is a lever to open that hatch on the inside, which tells you whoever was trying to close it, something happened, statue got in the way, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
Or maybe they were trying to leave it open because it's broken.
All safety feature.
Whatever. Yeah. I mean, I just work here.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm helping you through.
Okay, well, we know that Kate is gone inside to Tycho.
Yes.
So we got Alicia.
Yeah, I paid all your wages and everything, and then I made sure to stamp with the artisans that you got your upgraded shit, and then I fucked them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The noble gave you your money and left you to die.
Of course.
Well, you didn't have to accompany me. I'm not gonna.
No, exactly.
No.
You don't have to accompany. You don't need any company. You're noble.
So,
You're royal.
it's either
Your
we
mom
go-
rolls with you.
We go to Tycho's place, or we go to town and try to find an inn.
Again, I just work here, sir. This is where you decide. Honestly,
Yeah.
you want to split from the party and fucking travel somewhere? Be my guest. I will
I know.
run that.
No, I can't do that.
Yeah, you can.
I know I can't do it.
We're doing it right now.
I know that.
And on that note, the camera pans as you sit staring up towards that statue to show you, as you're making your way along the halls of the fortress, where are you headed? You know the place at the back of your hand.
So I've gotten out of the laboratory.
You can
I'm
be
still in
anywhere
the
you
fortress.
like. Time has passed. You
Well-
are going places as you wish.
Vartox is very glad that he has the contents of all his research still within his head. The loss of that research facility
It's true.
isn't a total loss.
You are a valuable entity, and your doctrine tells you that you should probably copy your soul and put yourself in a battery bag. Although as you shake that off because you're more valuable than that, and your other doctrine comes in, it's levels of doctrine. You gotta kind of, it's hard being, you do your best. But your other doctrine also tells you that you should copy your soul as many times as you can. That was Sigma's thing.
I'm down with that.
Yeah. Pinocchio would say, you know what, just thunder up, as it were. Yeah.
I'm wondering how I'm going to continue my research. I need to find
That's an excellent question. Yeah.
a new patron to fund. my
Well, do you
research.
know? I mean, your patrons, you're surrounded by your patrons still. It's just, it's a hard
Yes,
time. Emergencies like this, I want to mention, emergencies like this have come and gone during your time.
times.
That's how Posholo died. And you thought that was the end of it. No, here you are. Months later, still going. Here's another one.
Do
Is it
I,
the end? I don't know.
do
You
I
can
have
give
any solid insight as to what exactly happened with the fungus that ruined all the experiments?
So, as you're hearing the cackling, as you're hearing the laughter in your laboratory, the thumping and the whatnot, and then as we catch up here, your memory, it's foggy, but you're not sure if you, and you're not sure if you believe it, but in the brief moment before the door slammed on your toe,
Alright.
Okay, awesome.
something was inside that room. What was it? It was bright light moving for a moment, and you could hear that laughter ever so clearly. As the door had slammed shut a moment later, though, being the safety thing it was, 16 feet of metal, foot and a half of metal, 18 inches thick, blah, 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 slammed shut on your toe. That's why you have to have been that subjective.
Yeah.
I want to say also, actually, passive investigation being what it is, throw me investigation if you want to see your toe healed. You have whatever syringes, but unfortunately,
Yeah.
I'm assuming you don't have like a healing potion or healing syringes or anything like that currently. But if you roll me investigation real brief, we'll find out if you find a song.
14.
The 14 along the way, you found a health box. We'll call it a bio box. Long and the short, though, the thing basically looks like a sculpture of one of the Aaron Garden's patron saints. That would be Ibycus, which is the Aaron Garden patron saint of life, although it's a mutated sort of thing that is like life and death in and of itself. You never really understood the doctrine. It wasn't really your thing. Sigma himself didn't care. Pashalo, he would talk about it now and again, but it wasn't really brought up too much. And the doctrine doesn't cover it. Religion is optional. In any event, Ibycus' chest opens up as he offers whatever medical needs you have. And inside is a variety of stuff. The Insternicate, which you apply and will immediately sever and cauterize the limb that has been infected. There's the Persinerator, which in case you were infected, you can swallow this pill and it will immediately immolate you from the inside out. Very handy. The Sacrificatory, which is actually a fast recall sort of pill that takes you into a battery bag ready to go. And then finally, there's a range of maintenance kind of things in case you want to stay alive. And so you have syringes, capsules, that sort of thing, medical stuff like that. Now you have syringes yourself, and so
Do you have a bag of holding?
No.
I want to say to your character actually,
He has very little.
you have what's I'm going to call the belt of holding, and it's not a magical item, but effectively as a medical professional or artificer or laboratory expert, you have need to carry many things. As a craftsman does, But the point being is that you have like several syringes held by their triggers or their finger holds, guards, etc., off of this belt. And I mean, if you're wearing a robe or a cloak, basically it's like, okay, I'll take this one and kind of like undo it from and the belt has a 2-loop thing to it, so you can, and then undo one belt, undo it off there, and then if you slap it on, you can like quick slide it in and it stays locked. Anyhow, So belt and many things. But you can have a selection of different syringes. Syringes for you have mostly capsules that can be reused or not, as the case might be, depending on what you're administering. But did you ever see Dark City? Really?
No,
My man, my friends, all of you, honestly, all of you, I'm giving you homework. Watch Dark City. It is incredible. Did anybody here see the original The Crow? The original The Crow.
The Crow, yes. Yes.
I know
Alex,
it, but-
Alex Proyas, the director of that movie, was not a one-hit wonder. But Dark City just didn't get much love because it was a little bit of a cult classic. And this cult right here, I'm telling you, you'll get the haircut once you see this one. It's fucking phenomenal. And the syringes that they show in there to imprint folks have a sort of drill, a hydraulic drill that when you go to plunge, drills into the skull if you need to go through bone. It's incredible. It's
That's right,
very,
this
very
guy's
fun.
alley.
Right,
He's
is what I'm saying.
drow. He's used to.
I'm saying though, that's not the normal hypo that you have. You have like all sorts of fucking hypos.
Little scissors.
You tell me what you have, but amidst them, you
What?
also have.
Like a
There
syringe.
you go. That's the one. That's your standard capsule hypo
Okay, cool.
for
It's a memory syringe.
Yeah.
Cool.
fucking cool ass movie like
Yeah,
that.
this model literally has a syringe in his hand.
Yeah. So I'm saying, is it a pistol grip?
Okay, he does have a pistol as well, but my character doesn't.
But I'm saying, is the syringe and pistol?
I can't tell.
Yeah,
No,
fair
it just
Fair enough.
seems like a pistol.
Like a normal hypo. Yeah, that's right. In any event, yeah. So these things are cartridges, and so there's a bunch of hypos, and these are just like general purpose hypos, not like yours, which are like quick release and bonus actions and blah blah blah. These take full actions to administer.
For all intents and purposes, I was thinking like dagger as far as it came to the syringes, like for combat purposes.
That's fine.
Like throw one, be a dagger. Like
That's fine.
throwing a dagger.
Yep,
What is
100%. I'm on board. Yeah. We saw the shape of that thing.
Yeah.
On board. That all said, you can choose at the moment of throwing if it's tell me if it's strength
If
or
I even do
dexterity.
that, I'm a wizard.
The point being,
Yeah.
sorry, I lost track of where were we here. Is where are you in the castle at this point?
Well,
You made your way, found this bio box. It's giving you I wanted to say, sorry, hello, that was the whole point. Capsules, reloadable capsules, and you find 3 of them still in there. Sorry, actually, you know what we're gonna do? You find 5 of them, but 3 of them are going to be. Oh my god, drawing a blank. Superior health potions, effectively.
okay. 2 of them are health potions,
No, all 5 of them are health capsules.
but 2 of them are superior.
2 of them are superior. The rest are going to be the standard, whatever 2d4, as opposed to 44, 84, 64, whatever superior is. I can never remember all the various grades, and I've given up at this point. Besides, I think the health potions actually don't really deliver enough. But at the same time, we'll also argue that players are difficult to kill.
So he's, somewhat hurt with his foot, and he's got his staff, like he's an old man. He's kind of just hobbling down along, thinking about his research, his life's work.
Does he have hoses on him that are keeping him like Darth Vader style alive?
Not necessarily.
No,
maybe,
okay,
no,
no, that's fair.
To some extent, because
That's
that
your call.
is the
It doesn't
craft
have to.
that he's doing.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to. I mean, maybe now he's between experiments. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know,
No, I don't think so. I
the
think
combination dialysis piss jar sort of kind of
Maybe
apparatus.
that,
You
yeah.
know, it went well, and he doesn't carry it currently. But in any event, so
he's
you found the bio box. My point is, where are you headed now?
probably to find one of these brothers of Pachelo. Is that how you say it?
So Pachelo's dead.
Yeah.
You're hearing Sigma in the electrical sparks that are happening around the place. That for a brief moment you saw some light, amorphic as it were, at the side of your laboratory, and you're thinking maybe that was something that shouldn't be, but the laughter makes you wonder. That said, Tycho, is in his tower. He hasn't been taking visitors, but Pinocchio otherwise is traveling at the moment. Apparently, he's out to see the Eris household. The Eris Castle members, basically the rulers of this region, as I mentioned before. So Tycho is really your option, and you are more than able to go see him. As a matter of fact, past investigation, what it is, you can find the Bullevator that takes you up there rather easily.
Yeah.
Being the old man you are shown coming up towards basically a sort of courtyard within the castle, and there's a domed area to this place and several staircases that lead off in different directions. Some of them lead to the rest of the city, some of them lead to other areas of the Iron Claw. But that said, as you come to this area, this massive kind of junction area, as it were, it's spreading away for about 50 feet in either direction, in left and right directions, then 150 feet in front of you. You can see and hear several peoples running in all directions, and you can hear, as I said, all these various peoples kind of shouting out. Amidst them, your eyesight's not quite what it used to be. Maybe you shake your head and one of your lenses pops into position, but the point being is that as you sight upon the crowd rushing off in all directions, it seems pretty clear things are quickly devolving all across the Iron Claw. The whole of the fortress is slowly falling into chaos, and as you look around you, spores falling from caking, coating rivers of mycelium and fungus slowly seeping out of cracks against the mortar as they burrow their ways into the Iron Claw. And the moment you watch the caps, like, they're just coming across the tracks, and then you'll watch them their little hats come open and spores ever so dainty, like poetically, beautifully wafting into the air, ever so benign and passively awaiting the chance to invade upon whomever, whatever, and take over altogether, as they're currently doing slowly across the whole of the fortification. And as you look around, you look towards the one wall. I made you roll there, you rolled well. Can't remember. Sorry, I haven't given so much of a position.
Rolled what?
It
Sorry.
was the emphasis. Oh, no, I said your passive investigation was right. That's right. As you rush into the chamber, you look over towards the one wall, taking another rod perfectly with a perception off of your belt. Holy shit, it's just that easy. And shtunk into the panel, which comes apart just in the center, the seam splitting apart the panel, and you see, as I say, the Bullevator, which is simply a quick express elevator that takes you all the way to Tycho's place. I mean, he's not going to do that long every day. That said,
I'm dedicated to my glutes, okay?
I mean, so is he, but he prefers an elliptical.
You never skip lifting.
It's true, actually. I will admit that. And on that note, everybody 25 experience. Never skip like this.
The whole of
that's
this
your
city.
penation. We rolled it. Oh, yeah. Clever.
And everyone, it comes out
Okay.
from inside of you.
It's apparently called a trepidation trumpet on that sort of hypo.
One might
We
have
have
one
a
here.
viewer. We don't have a fan yet. Maybe one day. What was that though? Is
Who's not a fan? You're not a fan. Why aren't you a fan?
you get on board this hyper elevator that a moment later takes you up towards the top of this tower. As the camera pans against you, do you walk over towards the balls?
Yeah.
And it shows you coming towards, basically just like from, I'm trying to think of like the angle. It'd be like a lower angle looking upwards as you come into view, and he steps out of the way and just beckons, and his arm lowers to the side as it shows you in full form from a low angle where he's seen from the waist down as he's kind of faddling about with something at his belt, and then does what looks to be a small pipe, and he starts loading it up, and you're looking, and it shows your face as it's illuminated by these various balls, and we can see in the balls the silhouettes of people's running about, and we can see them shouting out silently, and we can see suddenly just a coating of something gray or colorful in some fashion that's pastel-y before it goes stoic and gray altogether, and then a whole bunch of glowing little spores puff out and pop in all directions. As you watch across the various globes, the pipe gets loaded, and a moment later he snaps his fingers and his thumb ignites, and he slowly burns the pipe, and then it disappears out of the camera's view. As we watch you just watching the globes and all the horror, the terror, and all that unreeling. And as he exhales and the smoke comes in, as you, do you look over towards him, or do you just keep looking at the screen?
No, she's just very stuck, because as
That's right.
sunshiny and Lathandery and bubbly as she can be, she's still her father's daughter.
And with that said,
And all she's just gonna say in like a very monotone voice is, "Fire heals it."
he, you know what? Actually, if that's what you say, he will exhale with a giggle, a laugh, and cough a little bit at this, as his pipe comes down, and he takes another drag a moment later. Do you say anything else?
Well, I respond after his chuckle, because I'm gonna take that as a nonverbal question.
Yep.
And continue with this. These are the same spores that overtook the spire when we fled.
The exhale that follows is a slow one, looking like, and the cloud stick that comes off that kind of borders the top of the frame, clouding you out for a brief second before it fades off. And as you're looking towards these spheres, and then he says nothing for a good while, at least about 8 seconds, 10 seconds-ish.
Yeah, she's just like watching and tracking everything.
Your
very,
eyes tracking
very
back and-
stoic and logical and calculating.
And so you're seeing basically the chaos at hand between all these 9 various orbs as you're watching various angles around the fortress and the clear takeover. As you watch one of the views from one of the orbs, in fact, get covered completely by the mushrooms growing across it. With that, though, you can see it looks like the militant working their best to try and keep both the mushrooms at bay with flame and artillery and segregation. You watch as doors are slamming and such and so forth, but then you also see a tribe of orcs tearing through everything. A massive tribe of orcs. As you catch sight in this orb and that orb at the same time suddenly. It looked like just a moment ago, maybe the odd spot, the odd interloper, but no. There's a veritable army of them throughout the fortress as you look between the various orbs, and the realization hits you as
They're not affected by the spores.
another exhale follows. No, it seems not. Although that was what Pasha's research was meant to do, and we have Shtukagunk. A door opens up in the back of the rotunda as he simply says, "One of our best working upon the solution." And the pipe comes down and there's a smack as the embers fly out of it, and the camera kind of like rotates slightly to show Tycho's crotch and your crotch, and in the center, as the two of you face in your crotches at a frame, your entrance.
And big, beautiful goals. Big shot.
It's just the front. But you know what? It pulls
It comes
back
from around the back.
and then like slowly just focuses toward no.
Cameraman knew this.
Yeah,
Cameraman.
fan service. So in the back, we see you situated, framed by the elevator doorway and crotch. And boots.
Wrinkly old crotch.
Yeah. I'll walk in, critical man, with my staff.
Terrific. And do what you do.
I'm gonna go up.
Terrific. As you walk in, it cuts to show you climbing up, like you walking in, and then it shows your face, and then it shows your face resolute as it's just like close up, walking into, climbing up into the chamber. And you get to the point where the arm's kind of like in your way. I just need a bit of an acrobatics check to get around this thing.
Alright.
Doesn't take too much. Just don't suck. Literally 8 or better.
How about 18?
Terrific. You expertly grab a hold of the statue and actually use it as leverage to get past the ladder and the hatch easily enough. The hatch, you realize, is a bit sharp at the edges. It's not thin metal. It's just ground to a bevel, so it can pinch. But as you crest above the thing and look around the chamber here is also about 15 feet in diameter and has little holes on the one side. I want to say about a foot in diameter each that you can see lead out through the thick sort of 2 feet of wall to the beyond, to the outside. You can see a bit of bird nesting in 2 of these holes, and looking around, it looks like this chamber's been forgotten a while. You can see that the bile box is still situated there off to the one side, along with an armory closet situated just so. It looks like nobody's had the chance to loot it. And looking around, you see a cot that hasn't seen a body probably ever. Still situated next to you're not sure actually. Serving history. Your character is not a stranger to this place. But
7.
7, you've seen machines like this before, but you're not quite sure what the heck it does.
Right.
It's got hoses off of it, and it's got a bed next to it, and from what you can see, clamps that clamp onto, you assume, somebody.
Ooh.
And other than that, it's got a couple crystals on it, a lever, and what looks to be a large sort of keg like the one the Irdengarten witch took off with.
Blue crystals, green crystals.
Blue crystals, actually.
I've seen this before.
Yes. You notice that it's got a burnt out tar cell down in the base, so it's quite a large translucent crystalline. You can see it's a gray, brittle stuff in there, and you can see stains of tar caked around the edges.
Okay.
It looks like it's been burnt off some time ago. This thing had no power.
So I'm looking for the respirator though, stuff.
Oh, sorry, Biolox, as I mentioned,
Yeah.
is sitting right there, but it does have a lock on it.
I picked it.
Hit it.
19.
Takes absolutely nothing, as usual. The lock almost opens up out of obligation as you stare upon it. A moment later, you're looking over a replete set of supplies. Like I said, there's hypos for the field, disposables, so to speak, as well as reusable capsules. And when I say disposable hypos, I just mean they're not very well made.
I do need a little bit of cure, so.
Yeah, by all means, you can hit yourself up. They're 2d4. Also, I'll do some rolls here. There are 5, and 3 of them are superior.
Okay, I gotta write this in here.
No worries.
I'll do it actually when we shift camera.
Sure.
But okay. So
There doesn't seem to be a way out of here. It looks like if you moved. Oh, sorry. There is a lever that you can see was pulled forward, and the statue, as I mentioned, is a statue of Abichi. Once again, the Irdengarten patron of health, and like I say, it's just fallen over, and whoever shoved it over, or if it fell over because of the quakes, you're not sure what happened. But the lever is also slightly bent, and actually, what's your insight? It's decent. From what you can tell, this thing might have fallen over from the shaking that occurred last session, and as a result, done this to itself.
Yep. Okay. So
I want to say that the lever seems loose.
I'll fuck with it.
It definitely is loose. It looks like the mechanism got broken in the action.
All right.
You're not sure if the door would continue to close if you move the statue.
I don't know if that makes a difference though.
You can leave the statue there, just fine. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, I want to go find Kate's character because I don't like the fact that I see invaders in there and she's in trouble.
You're looking for the boss.
For you?
Yeah.
I'm just looking for you.
That's fine. You don't even have to roll for it, actually. You think about this and kind of look around the room as you walk, and for a moment, the bright light through one of these little windows up top gets blocked as you look up, and you see just the massive steeple sticking up, 50 floors up, 50 odd feet up in the air. Tycho's Tower, with all the little bridges coming off every 10 floors.
Do I know where one of the like escalators are or whatever?
You give me history. I'll take that.
19.
The black circle does happen to know of. It's recommended not to take it because it's looked upon as treason if you're uninvited or not of what's the word I'm looking for? Not writ in, as it were, if you will. So point being, you can thoroughly use it. It's in the main rotunda, which is basically the central network, the central network hub for the whole of Ironclaw, where all of every pathway kind of meets. Like all roads lead to Rome.
Yeah, I'm going for it.
That's fine. So the camera's gonna pan away from the underwalks as it shows you protruding out and like appearing against the mycelium spread.
I'll be in stealth too. I'll
That's fine. That's fine. You can actually roll me stealth, but the point is the mycelium spread is real as you watch it coming across the many pylons, and a moment later you hear all echoing through the place, and you watch as various nozzles pop out of the pylons, and a voice echoes out that says, "Flammable safety regulations in effect. All personnel, please seek inflammable safety cover immediately. Thank you, and have a garden day." I'm still reaching on that. Trying. In any event, with that, you watch as there's a spark that's, and you can hear like flints going off in all directions, and you also hear like 1,000 snakes hissing at once all around you.
We gotta go.
So it would seem. With that said, I'll take an athletics and an acrobatics check, as you have 2 routes, and both of them are going to require it. So you have your choice. There was that broken route I told you about before that was
With the
getting
tentacles?
torn away by the tentacles and everything. Well, it's actually doing pretty good because it looks like the flame safety already went off over there, and so it's just like smoldering, like I say. So currently fairly safe, but there's a massive gap, and then you'll have to climb a bunch of tentacles and shit that's kind of dead, but you know it looks like it could hold you. You're gone.
I'm like,
And then the other
Crazy.
route is that distant one. Now this bridge, it's still there.
no, I'm chaotic. Let's go for the crazy way.
That's cool. This one looks crazy too because it looks
Oh.
like a total gauntlet of like anything that could be biologically problematic for you. Not only is there a bunch of spores floating around it, but it basically looks like the Ninja Warrior course with a bunch of tentacles that are like ka-dunk and like swinging across it, and occasionally something that'll bump it from underneath. As the whole of that bridge is kind of shifting, doing its best as a main support as well.
I'm in a bit of a rush,
failing.
so I'm gonna try to go the fast way.
That's fair.
Yeah.
What
So-
about dead tentacles?
Yeah.
I need an athletics check to leap through it.
Do
Oh.
we assume Nesty
I
just
thought you
glides
said I could
over?
do an acrobatics or athletics.
So before you go, actually, I wanted to say Nesty looks at you and says, "All personnel assume safety regulation." And as you're like, "You're not coming," and he looks at you and says, "All personnel assume safety regulation," and gives one of these and leans back against the cot in the safety room. Catch up with you later.
Well, I'm going to get our friend.
He looks at you, kind of cock-beaked, and then goes to sleep. Because that would suck for the DM to roll his character. It's just balls.
I get it.
That's it?
Can't feel hard to run.
No, it's not that I have trouble running a character. It's that I don't want to run players' character. I won't your character does this or that. You and Riley's.
That's fair.
They're not supposed to be able to come up with creative thought, which makes it hard. Like they only mimic other voices.
Oh,
that they
can't
hear.
hears.
That's hard.
Well, I don't agree with that. I don't want to get into the debate because we don't have a lot of time, but I'll entertain it just to say, like, I don't think, like I know what you're saying, and it's the same way as the Star Trek episode. You know, his arms wide and Tanagra and stuff like that. You know, They speak through example. They speak through mimicry. They speak through whatever. And different people represent it different ways. Kenku, you're not wrong. They're hard to play. If in my opinion, if you overthink it, it's this thing of like, play it how you will. And now they've actually like explained it away that they're like, no, they can just like talk normally. And I've always believed that they can just whistle and talk bird like normally. I don't see why that would be a problem. But the mimicry thing, I believe in hugely. I think cockatoo-wise and sorry, you're just brilliant. Go ahead.
So I was just gonna say, I mean, they have individual creative thought, but it's like Bumblebee when his speakers weren't working correctly and he had to talk through the radio. He still has individual creative thought. He just
But that
can't
was something.
speak directly.
That was something with their god in their lore, is that they slighted God, and took away their flight and their ability to create and speak.
Yeah, so they had to mimic to do that. Yeah. So my point ultimately is they can't generate what you and I would think of as like new ways of expressing yourself. They still have things of their own to express, but they have to do it in the way they do it. And that in and of itself, I think, is more of a curse because you have that creativity,
But you
but
can't
you're
express it.
locked within yourself, right? You have to have somebody else nearby who has that creativity. Like, imagine a Kenku that wants to be creative, so they keep a coterie of bards that are creative to mimic after.
It's a good
And then
idea.
they get frustrated and kill them off because you're not doing what I need you to do. And that's the only thing they can mimic.
Speaking of mimics, I think a really great Christmas one
Anyway.
shot would be, you think all the presents are mimics, but it's the tree. And all the little baubles are baby mimics.
Before we continue, odd bit of trivia. If you look up a mimic, it's only stone and wood objects, organic materials. They are not allowed to mimic metals. Yes, no, that's totally legit. I'm not arguing what you say. I'm stating metal mimics, your DM is an idiot.
Oh, my little health gun thing. What was the thing again?
I mean, the
Right, as it were, you have the syringe, and then 3 of them are superior health potions.
Okay.
And because of the syringe, they are applicable with a bonus action, but it takes a bonus action to load the syringe.
Okay.
So you can load the syringe, have a preloaded syringe, administer it with a bonus, and done. Loading it is a bonus action. That's it.
These are probably the kind of things that I've had a hand in producing in this city.
You have underlings for that, but you know how to do it.
Yeah.
You know.
Part and parcel of the same technology.
Oh, I was just gonna go to. So anyway, with that said, the door opens up as you're rushing in towards the main hub, like I was mentioning. Coming in towards that main hub, you walk into the chamber, and the camera's kind of like doing a cut between all the different situations as we see you running, and then you walking, and then Alyssa staring, and then Tycho smiling at the orbs that are situated just so. And when we look at Tycho, he's still. So I'm going to say Alyssa's standing still, you guys are in motion, and then when we look at Tycho, things are in motion again because of the illumination of all these various pictures from all the various globes that are just being drawn upon him, projected on him. And amidst them, we can see all sorts of horrors and terrible things that are occurring across the whole of the Iron Claw. But that said, you come into view at this point, and I want to say that the whole of the room is still fairly dark. And you cross like scintillating orange and red lights and whatnot coming through the stained glass windows. And it shows you come into view next to them all as he looks over towards you and points towards the orbs. And you can see one of his bastards in the chamber with him. Kind of odd at a time like this, you think to yourself.
Wait, who's in a chamber pod?
Well, the good doctor has arrived upon. You watch as Dr. Mizrin walks in to the chamber.
I lost you after I heard that Tycho was smiling.
No worries. So in short, you guys, situated in this chamber as you are, with Tycho, who greets upon you and does the thing. But then, as the chamber is adorned with the sound of the opening of the elevator, which ka-chunk-ka-chunk, solid metal as it is, opens to reveal Dr. Mizrin, who walks into the chamber and from the darkness comes into the light amidst the three of you now. And no, he's not there yet. I'll do close.
I'm good.
But there's Tycho, Vartok Mizrin, and yourself. And you know Mizrin, you know this guy, although not personally. You knew Pashalo, to the extent that you knew Pashalo. He never bounced you on his knee. He was always busy with his pets, but he let you play with his pets. The point being is that he's the guy who took over after Mizrin died. Or after fucking Pashalo died. Mizrin's the one who took over after Pashalo died.
Yeah.
Who will take over after Mizrin dies? Oh, that's deceptive. But there are so many candidates, unless they end up in a battery pack.
And dealing with this black tar, right? That's
Yes.
kind of the heart of my research. Is
It
Or we
is.
could
dealing
portal
with-
you away to a safe place. Keep
Um,
you sequestered as you're our specialist.
not calm totally as I enter the room as the mushrooms seem to have taken the city.
Yeah, there's an alarm going. It's very faint.
I'll
at this point.
say calmly but almost kind of ironically to Tycho, we have a problem, Tycho.
You come all this way up 50 stories to give me the obvious.
You seem to be the safest person to be with in this instance.
Not for long at the rate that they are traveling. Look now, isn't this fascinating? Ah, but if Sigma were here.
Cast mage armor on myself.
And I kind
He
of
looks
just
over
like
towards
tap
you.
the glass while I stare at him.
Are you trying to say something, dear child?
Sigma, father.
Indeed. I am not your father. How many times I must repeat this? My genetic material does not make me your father. You are my subject, nothing more. A bit of favoritism, certainly, but in any event, it matters not. Tell me more. You show me Sigma, I assume.
And I present him with the battery.
Ah, my brother. And he takes him as he listens up towards it. But you have no voice, brother. Sing for me, cackle. No, he is silent in all this noise. The irony is sickening, is it not, child? Very well then. And he hands him back towards you.
Strap back to my friend like baby Yoda.
And if my brother is back, then why is it that I face emergency as such? And dear Dr. Mizrin, tell me, what news do you have from whence you have come?
Well, unfortunately, our place of study has been overrun by some kind of growing fungus.
Again, 50 story. Simply to give me the obvious that I am delivered from my own spheres. But do tell me, Dr. Mizrin, what news?
Other than that, I suppose we will need a new spot to continue with our investigations.
Have you any insight into what might be causing this spread? The fungus of this swamp has long been curtailed, simply for Sigma's efforts, and now we find it spreading across as wildfire, cancer unto us.
I don't know how to stop it.
That is not what I asked. Do you have any insights? Good doctor. As his black eyes kind of flare, the veins around his white pupils thickening up for a moment, he can be felt as you wriggle a little bit uncontrollably. A reaction that, actually, you know what? Roll me Constitution.
13.
There's a bit of a as you feel him tickling around in your mind, picking at surface thoughts. And you can almost visualize as you feel him picking about in your head, you can visualize him sifting through your folds before he comes up with a bit of something and pulling it, you feel it pulling on, and he can literally be seen in your mind's eye, feeling it as such, as he himself. You watch him kind of doing this sort of thing, but stoically staring over it. Otherwise, he's still doing the lean back thing and just staring towards you. Ah, the cackle. I would recognize that. But there is a twinge to it. You heard this? In your laboratory.
I did.
Sigma in 2 places at once. But my brother is among us once again. Sigma! He shouts out in the hall and just like echoes around like it were a seance almost. With that said, I need an athletics check. You find yourself suddenly leaping through the air out of a complete reaction as the floor gives away underneath you. Vines bursting up through the ground as you roll.
6.
Grabbing a hold of one of these things, you can now throw me a dexterity save, as opposed to just an athletics or acrobatics check, I should say.
9.
As the
Nice.
floor explodes, shrapnel heading off in all directions, and the massive vines and tuberous, thickening, fleshy vegetation starts to carpet out from the hole that's growing as like the floor is crumbling away. You're cleared more or less from the underwalks and heading into the city proper at this point, and you're watching as like streets are being decimated by vines that are coming up, and you're watching as pylons and flame delivery spouts are sprouting out, and a moment later wafting across the whole of the place. You can hear and smell the sounds of these things all around as you're making your way to where you are at this moment, where as I said, the ground explodes out, and you can see your destination, and in fact, see the walls open, like somebody else has already used the passageway recently, in fact. But that said, as the floor explodes out and the tentacles are writhing up through the air, you quickly find yourself a mere 50 feet up in the air. That is to say, from the old ground is quickly crumbling away to reveal the underwalks, of which are many floors made up of catwalks at various levels, several tens of stories down beneath. Falling from here would be terrible. But as you're going up through the sky, the air up here is stale and smells of old socks and sulfur mostly, actually. And you're having trouble seeing, and it's dry against the eyes. And as you're sailing away from the ground, you think to yourself about life choices, the black circle, and almost as if to mock you, you watch as like one of the placards of the black circle's main facade, the front, flies past you, tendrils overhead, smashing through some of the construct, destroying pieces of the city overhead, and causing rubble to fall past. Dexterity save if you could, sir, to dodge past this rubble.
Oh, that's good stuff, hopefully. Nope, 11.
Holy smokes with your rolls. I'm so sorry, sir. Would you like to complain to the management about your rolls?
Come on now, let's go, eh?
3d6 worth of... Oh, gosh. 3d6 worth of debris, clobbers... Oh, Jesus. 7, 9 damage, clobbers against you as the debris roils and rakes against the massive tendrils of this thing.
Sorry, how much?
9 damage.
Okay.
As it rakes against you. And as this happens, and it bashes into you, the camera pans.
Ah! Yay!
Oh god, that was difficult. Where's...
I'm in this video so much. My character's name is character name.
Nice.
Oh, no, I'm not gonna do that.
Oh,
I was having fun. But, being a dick's being a dick.
This is the OG one?
This is the OG one. The best one.
you sent him footage for Scar's bag yet?
I don't know what I can fucking send him. If I can drum playing Goblin.
Just goblin shit.
I wonder if I can take that picture and put it into AI doing things.
Maybe.
What's that?
The picture
I
that
was
I have
wondering
of
if you
Scar's
sent it.
bad, I wonder if I can put it into AI and playing
Oh,
the
yeah.
drum and stuff.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
I do recognize.
I mean, the one there, this one is all AI footage.
Right?
And even Meta
Targeting the company
lets you animate right in
throughout the
the
leg
thing.
and towards the foot.
but still not acting.
The animation?
Not an AI at all.
That's what you did your original portraits of.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
it
guess I
worked.
used it too many times and then it stopped working.
It stopped ringing. It should tell you if you're like throbbing.
Yeah. No, it just says that it doesn't
You've
work.
seen this 1,000 times.
Oh yeah.
You've only seen this the once though, so I'll entertain this. Is that a Skyrim sweater? I just realized that's badass, motherfucker. That's badass as fuck.
Christmas.
That's awesome. I love it. Oh yeah, it is Christmas sweater.
Yeah,
I fucking should have thought about that.
Jordan, the images shift.
Yeah.
Just look up rats.
Yeah, but I love the look of it, and it worked really well. So I ended up doing it for everybody's portrait, and some of them turned out really fucking well. Like that one was the first one I did. I was like, yeah, okay, this is the way I'm going. Gotta hand it to me for finding a fucking frog.
Yeah.
This is your original game, man.
Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah. And oddly enough, that's the first trailer that you guys showed up in from the first season.
Yeah.
How long have you guys been playing with Dooley?
3 years. This is year 3.
Years?
Yeah,
3 years?
This is
Yeah,
my second
not that long.
campaign. But I had like a one shot before.
I've been playing for like 20 years.
Okay.
Yeah, like everyone, or actually no, you're relatively new.
I'm the newest.
Yeah.
Like I've been trying to
No,
play.
I just mean relatively
consistently for
new
like
to
a
the
decade.
game. Like you've still been playing with me for years.
Well, this is my second campaign with you.
Yeah, but you've been playing for years. Every week you play.
Yeah.
Credit where it's due. Most people don't play that often. Like that's the real thing I take a lot of pride in is that, and I think everyone will attest. Like the game's run.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're the only one I've ever had consistency with. Like, the past 10 years, I've been trying, and then it.
But nobody
after,
ever
like,
say
the
a
first
shy from
session.
commitment.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with that said,
Or someone builds their character too well, and the DM doesn't like it, and then it implodes in drama. And
the what? The
And
what now?
everybody
The
stops
what?
one of my old DMs, he like kept restarting the group and the whole campaign, and keeping only like maybe 2 or 3 of us, and then refreshing everyone. And it was always like there was someone who played a little too well and made him felt shown up, and then it just got axed.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. Take it on the chin is what I say. If somebody has shown you better tactics, read a fucking article. You know what I mean? I've been shown up plenty of times for what was that when you guys pulled up the house at the end of season 1? I was like, oh, I guess so.
Is that everything?
Yeah, you remember the boss battle when you guys pulled up the hut?
Yeah.
I was like, I leaned into it, you know? Like, you guys are eating hot dogs and tacos and shit like that. There's a barbecue going. Every so often the thing kind of almost hits you. You guys weren't inside the barbecue. Whatever. It's fun now. Like, if you're not playing D&D to have fun, what the fuck are you doing?
Exactly.
You know, like, honest to God. It's about rolling dice and killing shit. If you're taking it too far, you're taking it too far. I mean, I'm very intense in my stories. Like, you've all seen me shed fucking tears. Like, I'm telling some weird, deep Shakespearean shit when really it's like the most facetious crap.
You're
But-
intense in the right ways.
But yeah, like, you know what? Intensity and being there, blah, 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 aside. The point is, you know. Yeah, have fun.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. Lectures aside. You know, I'm preaching to the choir.
Happy to be.
I know, I'm preaching to the choir. Getting back to it. Sorry, as we're just actually running good on time. So let's wrap this up. Is alarms going, blah, blah, blah. You enter in a pond. You're like however many feet in the air. Fucking do what you gotta do.
Try to make.
As it shows you, like, yeah, it shows your calm, stoic face. A moment later, it cuts to you, and there's no noise, save for that. Off in the distance says, stoic face, grizzled, old, drow that you are, almost invisible. People at home are like, is he there? They're turning up the brightness on their old tube TVs.
He's pale.
And so
He's he thinks that due to its fungal nature, fire should work, at least from in the facility.
Yes, so I am seeing here, Doctor. As you can see there, that fire pylon is currently being covered in total incomplete. Oh, I think I saw a spark. And it's gone. Fascinating.
I just turn to you and say, like, very deadpan, fire heals it. And then I turn back to you.
I don't believe it heals it. If you pay attention well, you'll see it's absorbing, growing from it. It's not just immune, it's engineered. And he gives a slow hiss, has my brother written all over it. Sigma's you in there, isn't it? And anyway, the camera pans against to show you all looking upon him in the moment. If you want to say anything, do anything. You can see everything happening on those orbs, and at any moment you can focus on upon an orb and have it look at somewhere in the fortress. It'll show you any part of the Iron Claw at any time, even the bathrooms.
No, she's in the presence of her father, whether he wants to acknowledge her or not, because she is from a concubine. So she is stoic and ready to serve.
He gives a nod at all this and says, and I suppose we should bring Sigma about. Whatever's going on, there shouldn't be more than one Sigma active, I don't imagine. But then I'm not Sigma. I'm not sure how he intends these things to work. So you must go and find this out then. Prove your worth. He has a laboratory downtown. Or downtown, sorry. Down at the bottom of this tower. Actually, it is downtown. I should say. I was thinking like... Anyway. At the bottom of this tower, you can plug that thing in. He stares at the keg you're holding and see what comes of it. And he looks over towards you. Doctor, if you wish, you may accompany her and see what it is that one of your old masters brings forth. With your insight and expertise and Sigma's power, we should be able to. He looks over towards the orbs. Regale ourselves of this, I should think. And he takes another haul off of his pipe. All regal style, not giving a fuck.
The laboratory, which has been overrun and locked down.
Do not give me excuses, Whelp! I gave you orders, you will prove your worth, or I shall do it myself.
No, she's asking you to confirm it.
At which point he looks towards the orbs. Do you say that? Like, how do you deliver that? How would your character say it? I need confirmation.
Well, it would have been in tone and inflection, you know. It's the laboratory that has been overrun and locked down, sir.
He
Because we have multiple laboratories.
gives a wave of the orbs, and you can see several patches of mushrooms coming out of various cracks, and you can see that it's on the verge of being overrun. And he looks towards it and says, as you see there, well, excuses to reality, there is lots of floor space for you to explore. Clear of any of these spores that line the ceiling. Do avoid those. The bio box is in the corner. Prove your worth. And his eyes kind of like widen, but moreover, the black veins that make up around his iris thicken in and slowly start to fill in his eyes, so he looks like kind of Witcherish, but like half Witcherish, like Witcher light, diet Witcher.
Temu Witcher.
Temu Witcher, thank you. That said, though,
Still flailing around.
yes, you're currently midair, so you have options. There's many vines around. You can leap from this giant vine to another giant vine that looks like it might lead down. There's two of them. One's close and looks slippery. The other is distant, has more leaves. Overhead, there's a bunch of canopy that's hanging off the ceiling. You can make an athletics roll to jump for it, or you can make an acrobatics check, which is harder. At a 16 or better, athletics check is 14 or better. Acrobatics check being 16 or better is to leap off of the vine and grab a hold of it. Athletics check is to run and jump, either to grab the canopy or to grab one of the two vines that I ascribed. Once you grab one of the vines, it'll be another acrobatics check. Your call.
I'll go with the easier one.
Which is that?
The athletics.
Okay,
Well, I mean, you said do the easier DC.
that's right. You rush and leap through the air
15.
like a goblinoid Prince of Persia. You windmill, cycling, dapping as you land upon. Sorry, are you going for the canopy overhead or one of the two vines?
The one that's not.
Oh, Sigma.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
No, it's an athletics check in either case.
Okay.
Well, a copy.
Yes, you could choose either vine. So one of the vines was slippery.
No,
One of the vines was further with more leaves. So you can take the one with more leaves. Or you
Yeah,
can take the
I'll go with that one.
Yeah. As you land amidst the leaves, I need an acrobatics check.
Original still
19.
exists.
The first leaf breaks, but you easily land against the next
There
one,
you go.
grabbing hold of several of them at once, and find yourself easily spidering amidst them. The vine that you're holding on to seems to be stable-ish and leads down towards the main platform that you were headed towards. That is supposed to head towards all kind of the authority and royalty and blah, blah, blah.
Perfect.
With that said, your acrobatics check will be enough that you can use your movement to get to the bottom of this thing. As you do so, I need a Constitution save against the spores in the air.
I'm gonna add mask on.
Oh yeah, you do. That's right. That's right. Yes, you do. That's right. Totally forgot. So yeah, you're gonna descend down. Getting to the bottom, like I said, the hatch is open and you can see the elevator shaft is there, but the car has not come back. There's a ladder inside the shaft that you can use to ascend 50 stories. There's also a lockbox that you can see easily inside the shaft
Should return it.
that you're pretty sure should return it. Your insight tells you as much.
I'm gonna go for that.
Okay. Give me a sleight of hand check. Does it work?
Not 20.
You look at the cable for a second. Yeah. Stunk. And you guys up top hear a scream, and you look back towards the shaft as the car just lets itself go. You watch as the weight goes right up towards where it ought to. Before you watch as the bottom of the car, and at the last second, as it hydraulically lowers itself into position. You stunk and re-engage the weight. With that said,
Yeah, wonderful.
you guys hear it reach a not crashing bottom.
Literally, like as I turn to go and do Tycho's bidding, it goes.
I want to say now, as you're about to head up into this thing, the tubers, the tendrils, the terribleness, it's all crashing around. It's all thrashing and crashing through the building. The whole of the fortress is like wavering where you're standing. Like you said, the floor is torn out. And what's more is you can hear what power! What incredible strength! Vibrating as you watch a tuber go flying past. Just this massive limb of gray flesh, plant-like flesh. It's sprouting caps all over itself as it crashes through an overhead causeway. A bit of ceiling gives out as you look back towards the car leading up the tower. Are you going up?
What?
Are you going up?
Oh, fuck.
I just work your shit.
Sure.
It shows you disappear, like from a side profile. Yeah. You disappear into the doorway, and we hear the elevator shwee make the same noise, but in reverse. With that said, you guys hear that same noise, but Tycho, who has just finished yelling at you, looks over towards Air Doctor and says as he did, he's just finished saying, "You will accompany her?" in a questioning tone.
I'd be honored to, Tycho.
Excellent, but you will need some assistance, I'm certain. And suddenly you pop into view and like a light blinks on. Ah, perfect. Just when we need it the most. You have returned, he says towards you. And you watch as he takes a haul off of his pipe, exhales thickly, as you, I'm assuming, enter upon the rotunda of this chamber that you've never seen before.
Yeah. What the heck? I recognize this one.
You do, as a matter of fact, and you don't recognize a crotchety-looking, blue-skinned drow.
Yeah.
Cobalt as he is not familiar to you. But Tycho looks upon you and says, "Faithful as you are, a contractor all the same, you will be paid handsomely on return. But I give you my guarantee of Tycho Ehrengarten. You shall be treated most cordially ever forth, should you see victory, little goblin."
Meanwhile, I'm just looming over you, like death glaring at you, trying to discern if you're infected or not. And I rolled a 23 for medicine, so you're not. But like for like a couple seconds, it just. Oh hi.
I like. Do you even know that your place is being invaded by orcs right now?
He looks at you and steps to the side like a door to show 9 orbs situated on an angular platform, and he gives a wave. Yes, the tribe come for the leader.
Alright, just checking.
It is a tragic scenario.
Came for her to get the F out.
He looks over towards you. Indeed, you should get the F out. Take the hydraulic lift downwards. The elevator will take you to the lowest level of the main platform, from which the staircases will lead you to the lower laboratories. From there, it will be a simple matter of bringing my brother online to see this infestation quelled. Fail, and it will be the destruction of the world as we know it. Toril will become nothing but a giant fungal focal point for all of the material planes in existence to jeer at, and all of the elemental planes to hawk at their markets. And he looks back towards the orbs. Not saying another fucking word. That's it. He just stares back at the orbs. You have your orders.
Come, let us go.
Go.
We go, and just before she steps into the elevator and like disappears, she kind of just like
Well,
half turns.
he says as you do so. And you can already see as he's turning towards you, he like misty steps across the chamber, and then he misty steps again to clear the distance. And from his cloak, he pulls out a small ornate crossbow made of complete metal all over, and you can see it's got a repeater's clip situated against both sides of the handle, low down, and then it's got the clip emplacement underneath, already loaded. As he spins it out, and he spins it out like a cowboy style. Gives a couple like one of these. Spins it in the air, does one around the back. Then he does one off the feet, starts skipping rope while he does it. Hands it over towards you. And he says, "Take this with you." And you can see on both sides. So I want to mention the one clip on one side. As you look at the tips, they're all kind of they got like a little bit of a crystalline tip that's flaming on the inside. And on the other side, you can see a sort of green gaseous wafting around on the tip.
This isn't me talking to him. This is me asking you. Does it come with any refills on it,
You've
or
got
just the 2?
You've got 3 clips. One that's already loaded,
Right.
and that looks like regulars. And then he's got flaming and what looks like poison on the other side. And he says, "I'm not sure that the poison tips will do much." But he doesn't look at you while he says this. He's like, "Cool guys walk away from my daughter."
Yeah. I'm just gonna take it, and I know the kind of guy he is, so I'm just gonna look him in the eye and say, "May Lathander protect you, father." And then it's like, oh, and then inside, it's like, "My dad loves me."
He doesn't say anything because he's too cool for school, but he walks over to the window and he looks out across the whole of the horizon as brooding, leader/father ought to do. That's what you do. You go to brood out the window. So he does that dutifully, I might add. The director calls cut. The scene's amazing, and in the next scene, you guys are on the elevator, I'm assuming. Okay. With that said,
I'm doing myself too.
Yeah.
okay. I was
we're
wondering if there was
still
anything you
working on
wanted to do. Like, this is the first time the first time you've seen Tycho's tower, and I want to say, Tycho Tower is not like unheard of. It's amazing. Like, it's up there.
Right.
He lives up there, way up there. So that said, though, you guys are back on the elevator. Music's on point as it shows like.
Oh.
I know, right?
Fuck.
It shows like a kind of make. Where are you guys? Do you have any?
Yeah, her resolve is like even more fortified now. Gotta make my dad proud.
So it's doing kind of like the Michael Bay thing. Because you guys are like heading downwards. Oh, you almost fall over. Yeah, it's all dramatic and shit. Oh, I didn't put the camera.
Dr. Mizra is wearing a cloak that's different colors of leather all stitched together.
I like
There's,
it.
blue, and then there's some like flesh tone color. Yeah, he's
So cool.
very into experimenting.
Now, as you guys
We
hit,
run with that shit here.
as you guys hit the lower level, the
The glute shot.
as you guys hit the lower level. The camera's gonna pan to the one side, showing you guys opening up. This point is like this, and we'll do this. Actually, that's for
Don't fall over. Oh. I was overthinking it.
The door opens up to show not much in the general vicinity, save for tubers and limbs in all directions, waving about, presenting a general danger amidst the foliage that is overgrowing around this place. You are situated next to the main base of the tower that struts upwards. There's a whole bunch of cave-in, I should say, that has occurred all along all of this. And as there's other causeways and catwalks leading in all other directions, you guys have a vaunt of different directions available to you, but a specific destination in mind. You want to do this? Yeah, you know what? A little bit of destruction goes that way. main support structures that have fallen, and you know what? We'll do this, like so. So that's fallen down. Oh, I wanted that. And that. So as I was describing, the place is chaos, with a capital K. You guys coming out of the elevator stack, as it were, are confronted as such. Now, the doorway to the stairwell that would lead down is there. See, doorway. So, it's, it would be marked out of order under normal circumstances, but unfortunately the disciples that would be hanging those signs there, well, they're dead. Because of the chaos and the barn and everything. But as you guys disembark and look upon the scene, you can see that the doorway's there, and you can see that you're pretty sure there's a shaft, but it's leaning if you look over the edge. This should be connected, but the superstructure is holding it together, fortunately. Grandeur and Garden design that it is. So everything's kind of like trying to pull itself apart. And the music's going like literally like this as you guys come out, and everything's in slow motion. And you guys are looking at each other as there's bodies all over the place. And you can over in the corner you can see somebody getting themselves into a battery bag. Well, I guess that's it. I'm fucked. May as well make myself useful. So
Simple as that.
Well, yeah, make a copy of your soul, get in the bag.
Okay.
well, some people don't
I-
get a copy.
No.
Some people are just meant to be useful.
Yeah.
And if you can't be useful in any other way, you have the chance to be useful to Tycho at least one way.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's useful. That's the Urban Garden way.
If you die.
Praise BBG. And anyway, sorry, coming back to it. You guys disembarked, as I say. The place is fucked. This is that main place. There was like floor at one point. Mostly everywhere that you would want to walk. There would be like floor. Now there's like no floor. Now there's like jungle way down there. And when I say way down there, I mean like, as I described before, 100 stories down. There's a slope. There's the carpet of the jungle leading away. The place is fucked. And it sounds like it's getting worse all the time.
Mushrooms on the outside. Orcs raiding. I thought I heard you say that.
You do hear an alarm, but I want to mention here, right now, here. Oh, nice. Okay, sure.
Like
Okay.
Tycho said, they're here for their leader. Apparently. You know anything
Who
about
I
that?
believe you were pondering in a tube in the lab.
Getting works in a tube in a lab.
Yeah, you were
I've had all
indoctrinated.
kinds of
Right now, though,
all kinds of patients have come under my knife.
as of right now, any works.
There were orcs, yes.
Fancy looking.
Any that a tribe might siege a fortress for.
Potentially, but that seemed to be the source of all the mushrooms. The fungal growth all over the city. Perhaps they're
And what do
here
you
for
say
that.
we go investigate? Jog your memory.
This isn't my laboratory that we're going to, is it?
I thought it was.
Is this my lab that we're going back
No,
to?
no. You guys are. Oh, no.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
mine
what I
is
was
like
asking.
You guys
overrun.
are going back to your lab.
That's
Tycho.
why I asked when I said the one that was overrun and locked down.
No, Tycho instructed you guys to go to, and you know this actually. He instructed you to go to Genesis, the core of the Iron Claw, Genesis. And so, just to give you background, and you at home, folks, is Genesis is effectively the Irngarten and Pashalos project, and Sigma's to some degree. They're a program for controlling life through genetic means. And so imagine, if you will, like all this, hypodermic stuff that you're doing is all for chemically engineering a way to control various life forms through lightning signal that you guys send out from your central Genesis nervous systems.
Oh, the obelisk, yeah. Chemical
That
mind
said,
control.
the outpost was one successful emplacement amidst a few, but that aside, that's where he's instructed you to go, because down there is where you can plug Sigma in so that he can, well, A, communicate, but B, fabricate a new one of himself.
And solve this mushroom problem that's happening.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was asking because I thought you meant the laboratory he came out of.
No, that one's up there.
Yeah. Well, that's why it didn't make any sense.
That's why I'm explaining all this.
Yeah.
We're all on the same page.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I'm adding context for Trap.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
And with that said,
We go.
where do you go? Where do you go?
Go to the left.
Go to the lab, yeah.
Let us proceed to Genesis.
Right there.
And so where is that Genesis?
You said we have to go down the
I did.
stairwell here that's blocked by debris.
Well, it's not necessarily that blocked, to be honest. It's just got a bunch of debris along the way.
Are there cracks large enough in the floor to see the floors below? You said I could see John
Oh yeah,
over there.
no, like literally, these floors should be together. There should be floor here. This is all broken away, and you can see plant life is sprouting up towards you guys.
Passive
Like fresh growth?
perception 15. Can I see a safe
Climbing.
path? Oh, like through the rubble?
I'm sorry, what are you asking?
Passive perception of 15. Can I see a relatively
rubble to
safe
what?
path through the rubble to get to where we need to go to descend into the lab?
Yeah, the two of you combined can easily see that the route there is relatively walkable. Like what route remains. The superstructure that's holding all this together, it's like rebar and metal framing of a elvish, dwarvish nature. But the point being is it's holding these floors just barely, such that you can thoroughly traverse to the other side. The problem really is these massive tubers that are and ever so intermittently, like it's not all the time, it's just kind of Vesuvian and how randomly it might decide to maybe kill you.
Scar's bag got taken out by the tubers.
Oh shit. But that said,
I'm at half movement.
oh, did you not address your shit at the bio box when you encountered
Hold
I thought
on.
you did.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, sure.
it? No, you thoroughly healed yourself.
Okay. I
Yeah, sorry,
a
I said
minute to-
medicine check. I didn't say if you take a healing potion, it's the same way.
still.
You literally
Okay,
inject
yeah.
it right into your foot.
I have healed.
It's okay. I got a walking stick.
So
Just
you're
a
saying he's
poor
not
old
at
man.
half movement anymore?
No, yeah, you're good. You're good. You've been good for a while.
Nonetheless,
Sorry.
even if I was, I could cast levitate, and that would get me around for the next 10 minutes, which probably would help me in this.
That'd be
Well,
handy.
yeah, if you're like a crotchety old man and you're even at like full speed, you're gonna be hobbling.
Yeah, we need
Then-
to walk her when you can just float around.
Then maybe I can't carry all three.
In any event,
Captain Sigma.
as you're rushing across the way there,
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna cast levitate and be 10 feet off the ground, kind of just
Can
floating around for the next
I?
10 minutes.
that's fine.
Where is it? The rules specifically
You're okay.
that down to like actions, but
Sure.
for now, just float around.
You lift up into the air. Yeah. You're thoroughly hovering.
I don't want to risk a fall.
I'm into it. Sure.
I want to cross as quickly and efficiently as possible while keeping my eye on both of those things.
You can
I'm
make
very
a
conscious.
dex save to acrobatically dodge these deadly, terrible things.
Oh, I was gonna ask if I could roll athletics to like parkour.
Acrobatics is parkour. Actually, they're
I
both
said
parkour.
athletics.
I'm sorry?
I said athletics.
You really want to do athletics?
Parkour.
I'll allow it.
Yeah.
Do I know where this laboratory is? Relative
14.
to like
Yes.
how far much further down we have to go?
So it is literally a mere 20 stories down. Sorry, what'd you roll? 14, terrific. It's a mere 20 stories down following that stairwell. That stairwell should, being as reinforced as it is, get you all the way down to a secure Air Force laboratory / storage chamber / processing center. That said, in the event of total power loss, there should be enough staff and battery bags down there to make sure that you guys can process Sigma. In any event, with a 14, you parkour the fuck off here, run up the thing like Prince of Persia, leap across the way, as this thing, whop, smacks into you, as you're
And
about
propels
to
me forward.
as you're about to fall down and literally throws you ka-dunk against the wall, sending you end over end and like a fucking golf ball at a mini golf tournament right into the hole.
Do I get any kind of protection from having my shield strapped to my back while I'm parkouring?
I will take that and knock off a d6.
Okay.
It's gonna be 5 damage. Oh, actually, sorry, 5 plus 5 for 10 damage. And then it's gonna be another 11 damage. As
So
you
21.
for 21 total.
Okay.
As you, you know what? Actually, before you apply that other damage, so 5 damage off the top. That's the thing hitting you. That's what a d6 knocked off for your shield. But throw me another dex save after that.
So 21 damage.
No.
And then another dex save?
No, like I said, it's, what did I say initially? It's 5 damage? No, how did you get to 21?
Because you gave me 5,
I
and
said
then there was
11.
another 5, and
So
then there
5
was
plus
11.
5.
Oh, yes. That's right. Right. I forgot the thing is a strength bonus. So, right, you take that damage, 10 damage.
Just 10?
Right now, yes. And then we're going to talk about the 11 damage after you make me a dex save. Meanwhile, you guys watch as Alyssa takes off towards the thing, looking fly, expert, and then like a golf ball, and like a pink pachinko disc a moment later, maybe. I don't know. Either way,
16.
sorry?
16.
Terrific stuff. You can take half of 11 damage as you disappear from view, and you make the sounds of the pachinko disc as you ding, 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 down the stairs, managing to kind of get yourself on the shield. You're still on your back and like ducking your head every so often, but it's five damage running down. So there you go, 5 damage. Meanwhile, you guys can watch as she disappears down the hole and hear her, knowing that it's not just a hole. There's a staircase over there.
Yeah, so I'm sliding down on my shield, and I like tuck my chin in, and I'm like,
And I mean, I want you to know, in this moment, such it is that one of Tycho's daughters, one of his bastards, proves being useful.
That's a feat we all strive for.
Well done, child. Anyway, I just with that
I'm
said,
sliding down the stairs.
like literally, oh yes, it's not a hole. Well done. Well done.
Noted.
Being a billboard, yes. Better than you! You almost want to yell at the guy climbing into the battery bag. He actually shouts at you for validation and you ignore him because you're fucking too cool. I mean, really. You take 5 experience just because he asked you for validation. Just, I mean, this kingdom. What a terrible place.
Seems that way.
Nobody loves each other.
Someone entering into it.
Will I be too evil? Or are you evil enough? So,
She has the battery bag.
she does. She has the battery keg, I should say. It's like
Keeping
a,
it well
it's like a
intact
mini
now.
keg. The what?
But
As
that's
you
it.
slide down the stairs, I hope you're keeping it well and safe.
It's
Well,
on
it's
her-
strapped to
it's-
me
yeah,
like Baby
it's
Yoda.
stuck
I'm on
across.
my back. I'm tucked in. I got my knees tucked. I'm like, whoosh. Bobsled.
I'll give you that credit there. Yeah.
Human
But as
bobsled.
it were, like I said, you're giving her the credit instinctually. You know she's fine. Yeah, if you're hearing it, yeah, Sigma's safe.
She bears the last name of this place.
Yep.
She
And
must
then
be
how I
pretty
break, I
She's gotta
spread my
represent.
legs and on the wall.
There's like sparks
flying from my
flying.
boots.
So in this case, what are you doing during this game?
It's like fun. Run, come join with it.
And this is why I never skip leg day.
Which way would you like to go? Is it acrobatics check to get past these guys? Athletics check to leap the gap? Religious check to pray for help? We always
Which
do
one across there?
acrobatics to get past
I'll take that one.
Yeah. It's one acrobatics check.
Oh, that was that thing again. Where it was like 20, but it's a 6. I don't wanna.
You know, I gotta tell you, I've been watching you for a while. A couple campaigns anyhow, and then I inspire you.
Yeah, let's go from someone else. But
No, I got
Oh, you need inspiration?
I got you.
I got
I got you. The massive mushroom mycelium network
Oh,
that is
that
actually.
Can I inspire you?
No, that was it. The mycelium network
yeah,
inspired
yeah, but not.
and it was already unfortunate. With that said, this was to cross over.
Yeah.
Bam! It is going to be a full 7 7 plus 5 for 12 damage as you are nailed and flung into the air. A moment later, actually, you know what? I will give you.
Man, both you guys just get
Ampersand or 20.
I can
Ampersand
take it.
20.
I'm glad I levitated.
Ampersand.
It was on 20 for a while. That was actually insane.
It really has, actually.
Yeah.
It's weird
I
that.
was playing the fucking house.
As you're. Oh, yeah, no, I'm going to land on that mushroom. I'm totally fine. I'm totally. Duck! You managed to. Oh, sorry. Wrong end, actually. It's not your head, it's your toe for 1 damage. Literally just your toe.
Oh.
Dewey has it out for toes.
Apparently, I have to. 1 damage, or I'm going to hit his head.
Poor Jordan.
But on top of the, what did I say? The 7 plus 5? Yeah, so 12, so 13 total damage as you land back on the mushroom cap there. As it comically slowly lowers you towards the opening in the hole and rolls you off, and we hear you kind of no damage, just slow descension into the hole. Meanwhile, you were levitating and you're looking at this.
Can I roll a performance to look at least?
Yes, of course.
Oh, boy.
I'm pretty certain I can calculate a way to get around these flailing things while I'm
You
levitating.
do your best. You do your best to calculate this. And
Yeah, I want to levitate up and around these things and just go over to roughly where these guys got flacked to.
I'll give you acrobatics at advantage.
Okay.
Or actually, you can levitate how high?
I can
Eventually, as high
change
as you
it.
want. Can you do it?
It's
I don't
up
think there's any limit.
It's up to 20 feet when you first cast it, but then you
Yeah,
can change
and then it's
it
however
to-
far you want. So you can just levitate
Every
over
turn
there.
you can go up or down.
It
20
takes you,
feet.
okay, in that case, it takes you a moment
Yeah.
as there's like an awkward delay and it just like watches you walk into frame. Kind of, yeah. And then just like sits there. Kind of waits a while, waits a long while, and then eventually
Just going safely around.
just shows you lowering the distance.
Trail.
And then it watches you goes, no! And then crossfades from there. You guys make your way down into the deep, dark, reinforced column of this stairwell. And before long, find yourselves in an ever expansive chamber, spreading away to darkness in all directions. And you can see the spores decorating the horizon and the air against fungus that is showing off an effervescence in the light that it emits into this darkness. Crystalline sconces dot the distant walls, as well as the nearby stairs that you step upon. But what stands out the most, as I dust off these things, cover your drinks if you can. I mean, you can see it. Can't see these. It'll be. Actually, you know what? I will do this. I will do this. One. And then another lower one here. And good. Well, that's good there. That's good there. Just a couple of these. I don't know what myth says, but that's okay.
Now as we descend down those stairs, you guys seem to be okay.
I'm being very compulsive right now.
Takes a moment to kind of laugh at how funny that was, you guys flying across
See that it'll actually fit?
Yeah.
That's fair.
Okay, intrusive thought.
I mean, whatever.
Really? Here,
Fairly
you know,
okay.
I have something for that as I draw a syringe from my belt.
Oh,
And I'll inject you with the
Yes.
superior healing.
insist.
No,
It might have some effect on the hue and tone of your skin next. It's a minor side effect. Chances are it will come up.
Temporary.
Something I came up with myself in my lab.
Okay, well, it's 8d8 plus 8, so I really need to roll to fill it up.
8d8 for superior healing. Really? Okay. Well, I'll just use a normal one. That's overkill for sure, isn't it? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you might as well save it.
Yeah, there you go.
So normal is 4?
Normal ones are actually 2. So I'm being generous this time around.
Potion of healing, are we talking about?
Normal potions of healing, standard ones, I'm pretty sure are 2.
2d4?
Why don't you just do a greater? Because greater is between normal
And greater is
superior.
4.
There's 4d4 plus anything.
4. It's always 4 or 8 or whatever the number is. That's the modifier.
I'm half down, so I mean I could use 15.
Yeah, I think I have enough of the medical training to know the appropriate amount. So, you know,
Equivalent
15.
of a greater.
I'll use a greater.
Do you want me to roll it?
No, I like to apply my.
Well,
No, you can roll.
Dice roll.
no, I think there's one.
Okay, what is it? So, 4d4? Is that what we're saying here?
It's 4d4, right?
Is that?
Yes, plus 4.
There's 7. And there's 3. So 10 plus 4, 14.
That puts me at top notch. Yeah.
I very routinely inject this syringe into your arm.
You're like a seasoned young nurse.
I'm more of like a kind of like a flesh sculptor. That's
Would it be ICU?
that's my trade that I applied in the Underdark with the Drow.
Flesh sculptor.
Yeah.
Getting down into the depths of this
Kinda.
place.
Can see beyond the
Come back here,
moral
guys.
aspects of like
Is he
experimentation.
the one who
I
created
mean,
the
most
security
of
system
our
with the clay people
Modern
pulls?
medical advances.
He would have been part of deployment, not initial research.
Okay.
He came
Yeah,
after the guy who initially
I'd even
invented
study
that.
gladiators being cut open because the Romans used to
Although
think that,
Rodheim, he was
blood
also
was
on the
just
research
something
team
in
for
our body, and the invisible
But he's fast.
ethers were actually what ran through our veins. And then
but
we
Rodheim's a
studied
little,
Yeah,
gladiators.
yeah, this is exactly what it is.
yeah.
No.
Maybe.
That's like coming from our veins.
Indisclosed.
That's the
It's a
ether.
great one. You guys
Pretty
fucking
weird.
stand.
This, I'm not super comfortable running a character that's this close to evil. I find evil characters are kind of like, it's hard to be bad.
Well,
You know,
Yeah. I can't be rooted in
really-
the
If I thought this was going to be a long-standing character in this campaign, I probably would use it.
Yeah, that's fair.
I wanted to
as
play
you
on
are.
the Black Tar. I think Bartox.
Yeah.
He would have been drawn to the Black Tar studies
100%.
from the Underdark.
Yeah, I think it's a good call.
Well, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
As you guys are situated staring ahead into this place, you immediately see
Rebecca!
walking up towards you. The place around you is surreal, with all sorts of strange oddities sprouting here and there. It is thick in this place, methane, heavy in your lungs and in your sinuses, the smell of which is emanating from all around and surrounding you thickly. You can see movement in the distance.
I also saw it.
The whole of the place has all been erupted with life in all ends. What? You're all free to do as you will.
I was just going to say I probably would have ended my levitate at getting to the end of the stairs. Being an old man, I don't really like stairs, so
I understand that
it's a
completely.
handy way to get down.
You don't have easy access around, so you can have easy access where you go.
But it ended now.
And I skidded myself to a halt by, doing the splits on the walls and going with sparks.
Well,
flying.
no, actually, I want to say you did that a while ago.
Yeah. And then
You've gone up since then. I've
and then I unfurl myself and I
surfing to the bottom.
attack Sigma and never skip one day.
Mizram strokes his long, white,
And then I get up.
scraggly beard. Fascinating how quickly this growth has taken over this tower.
Yeah. So I have my shield is untacked from my back. It's now on my arm, and I am armed with my mace as well.
Okay. You can see pylons around the place twisted in different directions. One over here gives out little burps of flame. It looks like it.
Ents?
Hey?
Really ents? Like,
They look like mini ents or
Myconids?
mushroom people to themselves. They look like the dudes out of straight out of Last of Us, I will say.
Do these look like the regular myconids from the Underdark?
They look like yes and no. I don't know how many myconids
One thing I know
you've met.
about myconids is that they tend to look drastically different from one to the next.
Sure.
While physiologically the same, made of fungi, they tend to
sugar
bloom in,
system down.
this one
Oh, that's
has
a good fucking
tree sprouts coming out of
I
its
thought you were gonna
shoulder,
say
and that one
sugar
has
by,
five.
Oh my god.
Are they
this is
perhaps
amazing.
less? Or so sorry. Are they perhaps more vibrant than these ones?
I don't know.
Like I'm basically trying to figure out if these are our people or something else.
I find it hard to believe that you don't find the resemblance of you.
Hard to say.
Search.
It definitely, I would say,
I kind of do.
feels,
I kind of
I mean,
do.
it's not like prevalent,
But it's like somebody saying,
You
you
have a
Middle
lot of
Eastern guys all look the same.
no, you have a lot of
he
features.
might
I do. I thoroughly do.
Yeah.
Of course I do. You know, I look a little bit like my buddy George too. He's Greek.
see.
You know, so if you're Mediterranean, he's Armenian. Serge
Yeah.
Duncan, he's Armenian. So 100%. He looks like he could be my cousin. Totally, easily. My uncle, 100%. You know?
George Tankian?
Yeah, oh yeah, 1,000%. One guy
It
said,
looks like a little bit.
people have said that before. I'm just saying, like, yeah, he totally looks like I could be related to him. Of course he does. He's
Isn't
Middle
he
Eastern.
Baltic?
He's Armenian.
Oh yeah.
So yes, technically, I guess.
Dr.
I'm not actually
Wisdom's gonna walk up to one of these nearby
That's fair.
super growth plant networks.
As you do,
and take a sample.
I want to say your insight tells you, your insight and your perception upon its movements tell you that it is more than likely aggressive. This thing has definitely evolved in a quick manner. The quick growth has given it, it seems, a weak structure. And altogether, you would expect that it has a weak link to whatever network is driving it. And you can see that as it walks along, your passive perception being fucking crazy, it's causing the ground where there are spores and, sorry, not spores, but fungal matter and moss and whatnot already, to kind of like, the moss will kind of respond and connect even. And as he walks along, these connections, they glow effervescently for a moment. Like they fill the air literally with little sparks and sparkles from the mere friction as they touch one another. And you can see the foot throb against the connection for a moment as this thing's taking quick steps. But in the moment, it's like the Sherlock Holmes movie where he's like quickly talking about all of the visualization and
Yeah.
conceptualization of how he's going to knock the guy out. You're kind of having one of those moments as you're measuring what's going on and seeing everything in slow motion and seeing the pulsation and thinking to yourself about the biological connection and the amount of chemical transaction that might have just occurred between them and seeing the release of spores around you and kind of measuring and calculating the regeneration rate of this thing to see and figure the growth rate and blah, 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 blah. Like I'm not a mushroomatician.
So while he's doing mental magic, can I just step forward and cast Ray of Frost to blast it with some ice?
You may. Also, was there anything specific? Because I was like describing your character, but is there anything specific you wanted to? You can roll your Ray of Frost.
Not these moving beings that appear to be hostile. I
You're
just
walking
wanted
up
to
to
get a
this guy.
sample of the stuff that grew so fast.
That's fair.
No, not that thing.
Oh,
The
this-
tree that's close
the
to
everything,
Scarsback.
yeah.
Like get a sample. What's
like this one over here. Oh, okay, that's fair. You
should,
don't walk.
should yield valuable
Okay, I thought you were
information.
doing like the intrepid doctor thing or the Chris Pratt thing. Okay,
No,
cool.
no. Just something to study in my like. I need to know something
Yeah.
about what's
That's
possible.
fair. That's fair. Everything's happening. You make your
That's just
saves.
a bit.
As you're like, I've had enough of this. It just shows like, ooh, I wonder in the background. And you head off towards that. As you open up and a magical blast flies forward, I'd show you the blue light, but unfortunately my lights are fucked. God damn
It's
it!
okay.
Anyway,
It's just like a
whoosh,
Like a
bam,
whoosh.
zing, ray of frost. So, yeah.
17 to hit for 7 damage.
Sounds good as you fire forward. a massive blast of frosty energy. Yeah.
Its speed is reduced by half now.
Half, and how much damage?
7.
7? And you're hitting this guy?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
Roll for initiative.
So like all these guys are.
The guy doesn't
fire.
actually turn extremely aggressive, but yeah, go ahead. No, you're good.
I was just saying these guys are they propagate the fire, right?
I casted ice.
I know. I'm just reiterating.
Yeah.
Want to use fire?
Yeah, they what normally fire would immolate, but these ones are absorbing it and propagating.
I did mention earlier that you guys had a whole bunch of barbecued mushroom stuff, you remember, from the pylons setting off. Just saying.
What do you mean?
Just what I said. You guys, you specifically, jumped across and climbed up a bunch of burnt plant matter, like a bunch of burnt tubers and vines and mushroom
Right.
shit. And that was, I mean, a bit ago, and shit's happened. Like, I don't know if your character has to recall it, but the point being is he does. And he's like, wait a minute. They do regenerate when you cast fire at them, but they were being burned by the fire pylons.
right?
And you think to yourself, isn't that how it works? And you remember the sound of 1,006 snakes as all of the various pylons opened up, and they were, each of them, think. There was so many of them. But at that same time, you heard that hissing. It was everywhere.
Yeah.
Each of the pylons generating a weird hissing noise
Gas.
as you heard the think going on.
Yeah.
I just work here.
Well, yeah.
Point being.
I just didn't think that had anything to do with it because we all figured out that the fire makes it propagate. So I figured that it was gas and sparks, which makes fire. So it's like that's just gonna make it worse.
That sounds like a great theory.
Yeah,
I'm on board.
that's why I didn't think I had anything to do with the burnt ones. So
Well, no, that's why it has everything to do with the burnt ones. Because those burnt ones were burnt by pylons.
And they didn't regenerate.
That was my point, is that they were burnt on bridges, burnt by pylons that went on.
okay.
Sorry, that didn't even cross, yeah. They were burnt by the pylon nozzles that are lit by the gas in the flank.
I thought it was just fire's fire.
I wonder if it's because it's
Fair
on
point.
the bridge,
But-
it didn't have a direct
And
route
that's
back to the
the-
mycelium network.
That it should introduce to your mind.
Right. So it's
But again, I just work
so
here.
it's something different.
Something's different.
Well, yeah, it was on a bridge. It wasn't directly connected to
Must be the
the
bridge.
mycelium network.
It's true. It's probably the bridge.
Yeah. No, it's probably the gas that's being lit.
You sure it's not the bridge? Might be the bridge.
Well, no, I'm just thinking that it's separated from the bulk of the mycelium network.
Which is fair. I'm just being a dick. I'm having fun because no one's saying anything.
Well, after gathering my sample, we still have to get to the lab.
Yeah, hey,
So
I
let's,
still have to declare rolling initiative, and I'm waiting
Move
on
onward.
the last of you, which was, I believe, that actually. Unless you have anything else to declare for what you're doing during your surprise round. Ish.
Well, okay, I guess I'm gonna ask this. What's your name?
Doctor. Call me Dr. Bartox or Dr. Misery.
Dr. V.
Dr. Misery, I like that.
Actually, your character could roll history to know him. This guy's not exactly not a celebrity. Not that we have celebrity. Or you know what?
15.
You've seen his statue under construction.
Oh, jeez. The statue.
Yeah.
I guess.
So
Yeah.
what's in the gas that used to burn all this stuff? Because that is different than fire.
I suppose I probably would know that. I tend to work more with Pachelo.
A range of different biological inflammatories that, when
Dragon
ignited,
acid.
should basically take care of anything that is living, but more to the point, avoids any sort of arcanic charge. We wouldn't want to complicate things with that mojo, after all. It influences things. So really, the whole point is that it's a very natural gas made of red dragon salivas typically. The whole system actually has like a red dragon's innards hooked up to it. And then Pinocchio and Pashalo set to work to set up like a thing that kind of just put some electrical charge to it to cause it to ignite everything. So it puts out the gas from whatever this system generates, whatever that sludge is, and then ignites it. It's a very natural solution. Very natural red
So
dragon.
it's absorbing dragon fire.
It's literally a dragon's stomach hooked up to this.
No, it absorbs regular fire, but dragon's fire kills it.
So that should handle it.
As he explains this to you, it's a whole of an like you say, a red dragon's innards.
So do we have
hooked up
any
to the
like
system.
portable? Yeah.
Portable flamethrower.
That's an excellent question. Actually, you know what? I will give you the flip. Ampersand or 20, sir? Where's that fucking phone?
20.
I asked him. He's
What does
deciding.
that mean, ampersand?
Ampersand or 20?
Like hazard test.
Okay, let's do 20.
It is a 20! It's under research, and you know exactly where the prototype is kept.
Okay, is it here?
No, it's in your quarters. You were having fun with it during that little escapade you had with that she-devil you met at the bar. Then you met.
I should have known better to bring. I should just bring that thing with me everywhere.
The succubus was like, bring it to the So, that said, it's in your quarters. Where is your quarters, actually? Gosh, you live in a regal tower of your own, don't you, you egomaniacal fucker? This place and their egomaniacs. You know a thing or two about that,
He has
wouldn't
a
you?
whole royal suite.
I mean, really now, it's just a fucking flush right there. So with that said, though, as you think this to yourself, you look to your left and out the window. Ah, yes, that's my bedroom right there. Look at it, beautiful, 50 stories up and completely separate from everywhere that we are. Oh dear.
I'm not going back up those stairs.
Well, no, you have a hypervator for it. You just have to get to the tower, which is across the courtyard. Now, if you jumped out this window, it's a 30-story fall to the courtyard below,
But you have levitate.
where you'd be torn apart by all the servants down there. At least the ones that aren't putting themselves in the battery bags, because they're insane with the spores.
These
I'm tearing
battery
apart the
bags
people
are
with the battery bags.
readily available.
Most basic staff carry them just in case.
They basically dissolve you into goop.
Yeah.
If used.
Usable goop.
Otherwise, it's just, you know what? It's just a dream state. You're just in a dream state unless you're used. If you're used, it's a terrible, horrifying, painful state, apparently. But, if you're never used, it's a nice dream. Many people have said they love these battery bags.
Do I know what kind of things these battery bags are used?
What do you mean about that?
What kinds of things these battery bags would be used for?
Run the power grid.
All
Like,
sorts
So
of
there's a
backup.
power grid in the city.
Oh, yeah.
Totally.
Think like steam.
They're used for backup battery situations.
Okay.
So in case of emergency where a facility is cut off from the main reactors, staff sacrifice themselves by way of indoctrination as power sources to run the facility so that the kingdom can continue to run for the good of the kingdom.
The view for the many.
Be
Knowing this
useful.
full well, Dr. Mizram says we have no time for the flamethrower. We get to the laboratory post haste.
That said, as you come into this chamber, this massive spread, you simply have to pass this fellow and get past the foliage there. And you know that the storage units are glowing from the other side. All of Genesis sits covered in whatever vegetation has caked upon it. Initiative.
Is Genesis directly what I've been working with? Is
Genesis and Pashalo's work within it were until Pashalo perished. And then Genesis kind of came to a halt. Because you were kind of busy with other things like the Gorillion upheaval.
Yeah.
That's right.
Not using you.
22.
Scarsband has a 22.
I want to roll.
I'm not using my dice.
I know, right? Shit, shouldn't have it all.
Wow.
Armand Bartox.
It's 19.
For Bartox. Well, not much better myself. But Skarsbad, you have the initiative. If you would be so bold, sir.
I'm gonna pick up a bunch of rubble off the ground, and I'm gonna cast spray of cards.
I'm into it. Sure, yeah. Okay. Okay.
Dex 14.
For this guy, I'm assuming it's gonna be. Oh shit! He's actually gonna make it. Fuck me.
Okay. Okay, well,
I only say that because he rolled 13 plus 1.
yeah,
gotta
you're
love
gonna
those.
take half of 8, so 4.
Okay. Big Mushroom takes half of 8 for another 4, bringing it to 11 points of damage as he and lets out a bunch of spores all around himself. As he ripples and such, he watches a bunch of shit just sprouts around him, and he continues to stomp forward, a little quicker this time as the camera swings in towards Bartox.
He's at half speed, by the way.
Yeah, yes, actually.
Bartox is gonna ready his staff and cast a
Choo-choo!
level 2 magic missile.
Where's the bathroom?
The bathrooms are there.
No. For Potter. I want to know where he's at. I said, bathroom first. So I'm just gonna stick a porta potty here, I think.
Oh, yeah. Oh, where's it? Where is it? Should be.
The mime one?
Oh, I got a thought. Yeah. I don't know where the normal thing is.
Yeah. I put that right there.
All
really weird.
4 of the darts are gonna be targeted at the same guy.
Okay.
5 from the first, 2 from the second.
Do I have to dodge them, or are you making attack
They're
rolls?
magic missiles.
Oh,
They
magic
just
missiles.
automatically-
Yeah. You do
That
you.
was 7.
Just let me know. Just let me
10 after the third one. 13 damage total.
know. 13. Very nice. Alright. This is all on our main man. As you bid one of your experiments adieu, you blast forth with a twinkle in your eye. Oh, it's terrible. I don't know actually what your character's like. I don't know.
Yeah.
Are you sorry to kill one of your children?
Not
Or
at
do you
all.
not give a shit?
Not
Okay,
at all.
never mind.
He is
You're
very
like, fuck yeah,
insensitive to
yeah.
experimenting on.
Out of my way, child. With that said, you blast forth and are impressed to see. I don't know, maybe you're impressed or annoyed. I didn't your call. But it hasn't died.
Okay. And I, glad those anti-pain toxins I added to the mix are kicking in this instance.
They seem to
Good
be
to
doing
see.
the trick.
Makes a mental note.
Also, what's best is you feel your sperm count is up and your sinuses are clear.
Wow.
With that said, though, the camera pans in upon.
I will advance towards it a little bit.
Oh, you're
just
running over
just
towards-
outside its threat range.
Because
Because we have
like
to make our way
here?
across. Yeah, just
That's where you'll
outside
be?
its immediate
Cool.
Like
I would-
outside of its range.
Well, I mean, that's outside of its. You were already within its range if it wanted to move.
Yeah,
So he's saying, if I understand, outside of its immediate attack range.
yeah, have to move to me to. Yeah.
But that said, I want to say that down below. And of course. This one will. Just kind of like make its way up the wall. Not even so much climbing as literally rivering up the thing.
Cool.
This comes along and spores kind of float out from it, and a moment later it transports itself to where the spores are because fuck it. That's why. rule of cool and then some. And then finally, this guy just comes over to the edge and he throws out some pom poms and starts doing jumping jacks. And this one raises out a sign. You can do it! As they continue to double move towards you. In any event, these guys make their way close. So being within confines of, you can maybe a con check as spores waft out from this one. It's like,
Do I still have my mask from previously?
yes, sorry, fuck me. You guys have masked. Sorry. Good.
If I didn't have it on, I would try to remember.
No, you're good. I keep forgetting.
Contact still?
Okay?
Contact still?
No, you're good.
Okay.
That said, the thing is actually just going to move in. The spores happen, and you're totally fine there. I keep forgetting, sorry. But anyway, he's going to just like take swats towards you. The 13 plus bonus can be 417 versus your AC on the assumed hits. Natural 20 for the second hit. Bam! So it's going to be 3d6 and then plus 8. No, not plus 8. No, it's plus 4. 3d6 plus 4, so jeez. 12 plus 2 for 14 plus 4 for 18 damage.
Wow.
I was like, yeah! Swats into you the first time.
I should not move toward this thing.
One after the next, it smacks into you. It calls you a bitch and tells you that you owe it money or something. Or that you parked in its spot. You can't quite understand. In any event, this one comes rolling over, and as if to insult you, it spores all over you, harmlessly because of your mask. You say relentlessly. At which point it appears on the other side of you, and then it attacks upon you with advantage.
Oh no.
It's going to be 11 plus, what did I say, 4 for 15 versus your AC. And then 19 plus 4 versus your AC, which I'm assuming will hit.
Totally, this is probably going to take me down.
Does 15 hit you?
Yeah,
Oh.
just mage armor.
Alright, fair enough. Oh my god, snake eyes. So, plus 4, so 6 damage. As it takes 2 wild swings upon you, but knowing what to expect, you manage to Trinity step out of the way, dodging the one side then the other. In the time it has taken me to exposit this round of combat, you've rolled and lit and smoked half a check. Right?
That happens.
It does. With that said, that is my turn
That takes me to
against
3
you
hit
there.
Yeah.
Nice.
And it is over to Alyssa. You watch as your companion is swatted. Spores are flown down all around you.
Well,
He gets swatted as such, and you watch as his face is getting a bit disheveled. The mask is holding secure.
Well, I need him, so I'm gonna move. Use my action. Hold on. Where? I'm gonna use my mace to hit the guy behind him.
No! Why did he kill my god?
Which does have sap.
So you're moving up.
Okay, yeah, do your thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
thank
think
you.
you have advantage.
Yes.
This is right.
So 19 to hit.
19 hits.
Did you roll
For
again?
9 damage.
Did you roll again?
Yeah.
Okay, just making
Yeah, it
sure.
was a 17 and a 19.
Just making sure.
Yeah. And then for my bonus action, I'm going to cast first level Shield of Faith on him. That gives him +2 to his armor class.
I can get like status rings from these at some point. Little like colored things you can put on there. as
So you have a
reminders.
+2
Those are always
to
good.
AC.
Ever seen those?
No.
You get ones that
Mr.
actually have the status written on them.
Appreciate
And then you
that.
put them in the end.
I need him. He's valuable to my spirit.
Don't worry about it, buddy. Remember, I don't stream to get like fucking internet famous.
We are famous.
We're streaming
Yeah, you
for
had someone come up to
posterity.
you at a fucking show,
We're
man.
streaming for posterity. You were famous before this fucking stream. You're right.
Yes.
As famous as you're gonna get off this fucking stream. Let's be honest.
Yeah. 9 damage.
So, how much?
9 damage.
9.
Plus sap, so it is at disadvantage. Until my next turn.
Yeah. Okay. So you take another 9, bring them up to a nice 33 at this point. As you smack him with your what are you swinging?
Mace.
As you smack him with this mace of yours, spores erupt out, swatting and wafting across the ground. And as they do hit the ground and the stairs, you just a whole carpet of foliage begins to erupt out of the pavement where the spores land. As he to the one side, and a big chunk of his fungus comes out, and he looks up towards you. And he doesn't have eyes, but there's like a sort of a mouth that gels open, and kind of fangs-ish appear. And it's kind of comical in that they're not really fangs because they're made of plant matter, but they're sure trying, and it's cute. But at which point, it's over to Scar's back once again.
Okay. He's got disadvantage right now, this guy?
Mm-hmm.
That one, yeah. The unpainted.
They're all unpainted.
Yeah.
Well, that one's kind of woody looking.
Oh, it is. Okay. Popping that here.
Yeah. Andrew's asking how to watch on Twitch.
Twitch.tv/DungeonMasterCA.
There you go.
I don't know the brand name. It's my
Andrew.
website. Yeah, Andrew.
Yeah.
I know who Andrew is.
I thought you said Brandon.
No, what I just said was my website address because I don't have a brand name.
Oh, yeah, DungeonMaster.ca, right?
That's right. And what you heard is Brandon is Brandon.
I'm gonna go in and use my scimitar.
Okay, sounds good. With a little bit of a nick action as it
That's
were.
what I'm going for.
Funny story. Since I started running my channel, all of the names that I've come up with way back when are now channels. Like all the names that I came up with, like all of them. Hits.
Like, which one is
Second hit.
I'm trying to think actually.
Dungeon
So
Master
2 hits.
No, not that sort of shit. Like, I don't know. There's dungeons and stuff, and I can't. Drinks and dungeons and all that sort of jazz. It's a couple of them.
And
Sorry, how much was first damage?
10.
10.
And plus 7.
17 total?
Yeah.
Very nice. Right now, you rush it upon this guy right here, delivering him with 17. Oh, wait a minute. You're telling me the previous 7 damage was on the unpainted guy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case.
And now he
And
has
it wasn't
disadvantage.
7 damage. It
At
was,
this point, he is actually. Yeah, that guy.
It was 9 damage.
No. With your strike. But at 7 damage, no.
I was like,
With your strike in there, he's fucking cleaved in half. Turns into naught but spores. As you come out the other side, the spores splash off your face.
I have my
And
shield
roll
up.
me a
That's
constitution check.
I'm wearing a mask.
I know you are. Now things get real.
I'll take a.
An inspiration. Use
Got
it,
it.
lose it at this point. We're down to the last like 10, 20 minutes.
6.
Shit.
I mean,
As
you are
you-
near me.
That would do it.
Should I tell my wife
6.
9:30?
Yeah, you know
I don't
what?
work,
Thank you
so-
for reading my mind. Actually, yeah. On that one.
I don't work tomorrow.
Do
so
so.
I'm good.
Wait, what time do you work?
No.
You don't? Perfect. Okay, terrific. You can keep going late?
Reasonably.
Reasonably, like how late?
Reasonably. I have to be
What's reasonable for Jordan? I mean, you know I know you.
probably more reasonable than that.
Okay, terrific. So,
I told wife 9:30. Is that
all right.
time?
9:30.
Yeah.
What's your limit?
I don't know. She's got to work tomorrow. I don't. So.
Well, I mean, we can always rip you off. That's not an issue. Whoever it be, you Kate or myself. Or, I mean, basically, he's the limit at this point.
No, no limit.
All right, good talk. With that said, where was I here? Where was I here?
My turn. I failed my con save.
He died.
Oh yeah. You feel the concept. So as you carve through and splash against, there's like a slow motion moment where and one of the spores goes in your eye. That's all.
Okay.
You feel an itchiness almost immediately,
Okay.
and start rubbing it, and it won't go away, and it's gonna bug the shit out of you. But that's all
For now.
for now. With that said, tell the wife not to worry about it then. Yes. I mean, I don't want to have you like updating her every half hour on the hour.
I just told her 9:30, and I guess I'll just have to go at that time.
I mean, we can always. Do you have to go at that point?
Not really.
Well, I mean, let her know. I mean, just drive you home. Like literally, I
It's a
can just rip you.
ways.
Where do you live?
Live over by the hospital.
That's not that bad.
That's like my way.
That's not that bad at all. It's fine. Legit.
Literally on Richter.
Legit.
Really?
You're fine. Yeah, you're legitimately fine. I've ripped people home all over the place, like, and it's not a regular thing. It's
Yeah.
like,
What
more
time
than
do you
that.
think we'll be done?
Brady and
I
Riley
have
come
no
up
idea.
with nose up.
At this point, it's like we'll go until a boss battle is finished because you guys gotta at least get across the ring. Maybe an hour, maybe half an hour, might be 5 minutes for all I know. It's deep.
That was apt. Yeah.
But that
Somebody else
said,
will
it is
get you
it is
some.
most likely like the last game of the year, so really
Yeah.
not too worried about when we finish.
We'll finish this year.
That's true, and I have another intro to run even, which is gonna be the end credits. That one you're in several times, as you know.
Oh.
And I love the intro. Like, you gotta admit, come on, it's tight. Like, it's just so. When I finish it, it's gonna be so.
Okay.
I need to figure out how to animate my picture. So,
Leave that to me. What you do is you make pictures that you think are keyframes. Like, I want to be doing this and this and this, and then you send them to me, and I go to like AIs and I make that happen. What I need from everybody is like those scenes, and then I can turn that into footage easily enough. I know the tools to do it. I just need you to make the pictures, the initial photos that you want as you. And footage too. Like if you can find a character that works for you, and you know, like I can look too, but I'm actually really good at it for whatever reason. I find like foreign films and shit. That's where that frog's from, for example.
I am so bad at finding stuff, which is why I'm
I've
really.
had a lot of experience, is all it is. And you gotta look through like foreign films and translate from Google to English and look for a thing, and you'll find something because randomly there are foreign films that do everything. Where are we then? Sorry. So getting back to it, there was yourself who was wrapping up there. Fuck me. Damage being what it is over to Vortak.
Okay, I am going to. That one went down, or it moved.
Alright. Yeah, that one died. He exploded in his spores. You got one in your eye. It's itchy. It sucks, but you're otherwise okay for now.
I'm going to. Are these healing things bonus action for me? Syringes?
They are a bonus action for you.
I'm going to use a minor one.
You do so.
I might as well use the superior. I can roll for it after. Otherwise, I
Fine.
want to use the shocking grasp.
Sorry. Basically, the way these things work, you like punch them into the subject, and the moment that it's empty, it ejects the cartridge.
Okay.
You don't have to eject the cartridge. You can actually plunge a little further, and it'll keep the cartridge. But if you eject the cartridge, you can slap in a new one as another bonus action, which actually in that case takes your action.
Okay.
But that's just on you, if you wish to do that.
So I'm going to shock and grasp this mushroom that's near me.
Probably a good idea.
It's touch.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Do the spell attack. It's an 18 plus bonus.
Oh yeah. That'll hit.
Okay.
Wait, I thought I meant no. That's right. It's targeted.
And it is 2d8. That's 8 lightning damage.
Hey, lightning.
And it can't make opportunity attacks until the start of its next turn.
Zapped up.
And with that, I'm going to take my 30 feet of movement and move back towards the stairs. And get
I'm
away
gonna
from
need a
these
USB
things.
key.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. This is one of the rare times where I'm not.
That's okay.
Not
I am always prepared for my players. There you go. I am always prepared.
Quick charge too. Nice.
Oh yeah, very much so. You'll be full in an hour. As you, sorry,
And move back towards the stairs.
as you reach out and touch someone in a very strong manner, you blast against this thing as you rush backwards. This thing roasts. That's it. Yeah, I know, right? Listen to me. With that said, it's slimy and terrible. And listen, acting's hard, okay? Acting is hard. That's what they tell you in Hollywood. Acting's hard.
Better than Diddy.
That's right. I mean, this would make me $1 million if I was in fucking Hollywood. So, as it like zaps and fucking starts doing kind of rubber chicken back and forth, zapping away as Teslas fly off it, arcing back and forth. It ignites here
It
and there.
has lightning?
When it's getting fucking lightning, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It has lightning power thanks to, you know, you're so proud of your child. Look at it. It's just glowing, literally. Anyway, it's glowing from the inside out. You guys can see almost like this thing's X-rayed for a moment, and then it ignites from the inside out. It's not dead, but it certainly looks like it should be, as it's ignited from the inside at this point. As it's desperately making its way forth. Mushroom cap and all, its massive head, just like with this huge umbrella that's ignited at the edges where spores are spilling unceremoniously out the edges. And it's over to you. Is that you? Anything else in
That's
question?
all for me, yeah.
As it rushes forth.
And I did heal as well.
That fucking that die, bro. Oh my god, that die. If you could have picked a better one, I don't know how. Anyway, this guy rushes forward, and first off, he nat 20s the fuck into Alyssa, and then he hits with a 16 plus bonus into you, with a math 20 there. So 1, 2, and then he turns towards this guy. 9.9. And this was like, he's got him on the rocks. And then this guy oozes off the edge, lands right there. This guy does the same, lands there. This guy oozes up on the counter and then rushes over, double moving there. This guy double moves there, oozing up on the ledge. And finally, that guy's damage is going to be 2d6 plus 4 is going to be 5 plus 4 for now. Oh, hang on a second. No, that was what I was doing. That was that 20. All right, well, anything else? 5 plus 4. No, 5 plus 2. That was my whole thing.
Just this.
So,
So I can see.
7 points of damage in my nat 20, which is a terrible roll.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be 3 plus 2 for another 5 points of damage on you, sir. As he does his thing. That's that guy. And that guy double moved.
Oh
And
wait,
that's-
he attacked him?
attacked you and yes.
Okay, he's
So you
within
get your
5 feet
attack.
of me, so I can attack.
Yes, you do.
Also, don't forget, he has sap, the gray one. So
Yeah, that's fine.
he is at
He hasn't
disadvantage.
attacked. He's
Okay.
just closed the distance.
25 to hit.
Wait, the one that died, you mean?
Oh, never mind. Sorry, I was thinking of
Yeah,
someone else.
alright.
Okay, the big woody looking one.
You did him.
Fuck, what was it? Yeah, it was 25 to hit for 7 damage, and he has sap now, so he's at disadvantage.
How much damage did you give this guy?
7?
7?
7.
You put him out of my misery. With that said, as he smacks into your companion, you smack into him, trading blow for blow. He severs apart and falls to pieces on the ground. With that, camera pans in upon Skarsgård once again. Anything else to declare?
No, it was just a reaction.
Oh yeah, that's right. Actually,
Sentinel, yeah.
in that case, it's your turn.
Oh, sick. Okay. I'm going to use my bonus action to take the coif from my cloak because it's kind of bunched up and layered, and I'm going to, Spores can't get me.
No, you're not. It's a fucking chainmail tunic. Have you ever
No, I
worn
have
one?
I have my cloak, and it's
Oh,
layered.
your cloak. Okay, I
Yeah.
misheard something there.
Yeah, if you look, it comes around the front, and it's layered. So she's going to,
Are you referring to the miniature?
yes.
Okay. All right.
So in
And
case
this
my-
is what you're putting in front of your face, like you're protecting yourself from
Yeah, and
darts?
she also has her shield up to below her eyes, so any like a spore spray could probably force its way through the fabric, but this will hit the shield and any scintillating effects.
You know what?
will
I
hurt
will
her.
buy the robe fabric for $1. Honestly, there's enough fabric there. But what
So that's my
I'm going to do is make you make rolls at disadvantage because you're like struggling to keep this thing in front of your face. Is the problem. There's enough fabric that it'll protect you. It's just a matter of keeping it from your collar in front of your face. And it's a cloak. Actually, no. I'll shut my face.
Yeah, because it's
Nope,
filled with-
nope. Actually, yeah, it's got a cameo or it's got a cameo that's gonna hold it together. So bottom line being, it's a quick cinch and done. I'll buy that for $1. Alright, done. So you can throw that in front of your face. Any heavy movement, and it'll come out from in front of your face. That's the rule.
Any heavy movement?
Any heavy movement, double move in a turn, for example.
Okay.
Acrobatics or athletics check.
Yeah, that checks. So that's my bonus action. I'm gonna go ahead and hit that guy
All right.
right there.
I just believe, but let's see what you do.
You're coming to this guy?
16 to hit.
That is.
Okay.
I was foolish to doubt you.
6 damage, but he's also affected by staff now.
I don't think he's taken any damage, so 6 damage being the first that he's taken.
Is that where you want me to move
Thank you.
it? Alright.
And he's now at disadvantage.
Scars back. Tell me if Harry was
I will.
Tell me a follow up.
Not yet. I will hold action until these guys get closer. Then I will show you what's up.
Holding your action, very good. From there,
Is it Thunderwave?
Yes.
Doctor
Uh,
and Professor.
Yes.
having well learned his lesson from being hit by this thing once before, or these things once or twice before, he's gonna again.
There's like various memories that they
And you're
have.
in like encased in soft
A montage.
very glow.
Yeah, I do have increase in that. Yeah.
I fucking love that. Every time I say montage, it plays through my head that fucking scene. Just the
So-
whole of that song.
Again, I'm going to reach out and shot and grasp this thing, preventing it from striking me as I run away from it.
Fine. Let's hear of this.
17 plus, no hit.
Combat doctrine takes over, and you expertly grasp a hold of your opposition as if they were standing still.
Or 13 damage.
With that said, you deliver a quick and decisive before rushing away, leaving your opponent flaming. Sorry, how much did you say?
13 damage.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
And no opportunity for this until
So
the stun
shocking
range.
grasp goes. Where do you go?
Back towards the stairwell,
Sounds good. See you later, bitches! That
where
is
a wizard belongs.
30-ish
In the
feet-ish.
valley?
Backwards.
Ish-ish.
Oh yeah.
Not
Oh yeah, so that brings us down to 19. Oh, he's a gray. Fuck, he's
Those
toast.
guys are supposed to be down.
He bursts. This guy explodes. Fuck. Never mind. They've got 15. As soon as you cross that. So yeah, literally, you rush forward. You watch as his fingers like dig into the flesh of this poor fucking Mike. You've never felt bad for something like this before, but somehow, as this old drow rushes forward and plunges his fingers into this thing's flesh, it's just a plant, man. It's just a plant with the grin on your face, the knowing look in your eye, as a moment later, once again, you thrust amperage after amperage after vault after wonderful, calculated on parchment by quill, ink, and sleepless night vault goes into this thing, and a moment later, explodes.
Then,
At which
finding
point, of
himself
course,
with
you
a
compose yourself.
brief moment and realizing I have more of these healing things, I'm gonna do that again.
Kill
Just a
yourself
minor-
again?
Yeah, bonus
That's fine.
action with a second syringe.
It happens.
I
That's
think
tough.
in this situation, being hurt so badly, you'd be ejecting them every time.
That's fine. With that said, you are using them. The point of ejecting them is you destroy them because they hit the floor,
Yeah.
as opposed to reusing them. With that said, it is over to, once again,
Move both your guys in. So
I shall. Oozing up the ledge. This guy closes distance. This guy does as well.
okay, here I go.
The first one says, I want to tell you about Avon. At which point you open fire.
I will.
Plug your ears, bitch.
Con 14.
I shall do so. I will fail.
Both of them?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Why'd
Yes.
you have to do it next to me?
Because I can.
Where have I heard this before?
Yeah.
Brady? Is that you?
No, it ain't Brady. I do it obviously this way here. So it's like,
Obviously.
I don't pull a B. Brady. So, full damage, and they, I believe, get bust backwards.
They do on the
10
third
feet
way.
away.
Mm-hmm. Which direction are you sending them?
Just backwards.
They're also prone, actually, because they failed.
Oh, it's not our favorite square.
It was. I was just measuring the 10 feet. He was just pointing the directions.
Oh, okay.
There's nothing else that needs to be in the template, so we weren't really getting specifics.
They each take 17.
Thank you. Oh, they're both dead.
Oh.
As you explode them apart,
Pull out my old trusty goblin-sized drum. Underway.
they pop as soon as the strike turns into a massive explosion that wafts across the whole of the place, leaving a trail of destruction, smeared spores and whatnot, as the spores kind of go off over here, and there's a massive cloud of them that wafts down into the plant life, foliage, and whatnot. As that happens, the whole of this place falls to a weird moment of silence.
Do you have lesser restoration? Or can you at least mend my eye?
I can heal you.
You too? Maybe take a peek at this?
I do have a high medicine skill.
I can roll for medicine and
Oh,
like
it's-
spread your eye open
it's
and
up
take a look
to-
in there. And...
It's a medicine check.
Okay. I'll get the doctor to do it.
1,000%.
Yeah.
I mean, I have +5 to medicine.
Doctor probably has an 8.
Yeesh.
Yeah, mine's 8.
That's a good guess.
He has the observant feat, so that's where he gets his high passives from.
Let's just take a
That's
peek.
good.
Peek.
So it's 20 total.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. 100%. You literally just like, There you go.
Thank you.
With that,
Spin your eye and
you
slap
literally
me in the
can
face.
see the spore fly off over there.
No more.
With your long fingernails, you catch it, look at it, study it for a moment, and then flick it away.
Any chance I could capture it for
1,000%.
study
That's fine.
amongst my vials and things on my belt?
Like literally in one fluid motion, you catch it, and then looking away, you slot it into one of the many vials that are just awaiting a new sample upon the belt of many things.
Cool.
Belt of holding. With that said, though, it is back over to. Sorry, whose turn was that on there? That was on
Theirs, but I
On
used
mine.
mine on theirs.
Oh yeah. That's right.
No, I think
They rushed in. You exploded them. They're done. The whole of the place sits vacant at the moment. You can see things throbbing here and there around the chamber. Various vines writhe, sprout leaves, and wither and die. Within moments, as the whole of the place, the vegetation continues to just evolve at an accelerated rate all around. But as it carpets and coils and sort of rivers along its constant evolution, you can see some clear platforms ahead. There's the sidelong platform, another route to somewhere, some distance away. It looks like a one-way trek unless you had a way to bridge it. Yonder, you can see the glow of Genesis.
I head straight.
When you say straight, are you talking like Zank from the D&D movie?
Yeah.
No or yes?
I take the most direct route.
Okay.
Without like
Like a
walking
straight
directly.
line or?
No, like down the stairs,
Okay.
go
Stairs.
across, up.
Help man with the stairs.
Yourself? What are you doing? And you're going with
I'll
him?
follow around, yeah.
You all? Yeah.
Might as well.
This
Making
is the
your way over? This is the way.
I have been tasked by my father, and we have very little time.
Alright, fully understand, child. Making your way to the other side, upon that platform, you see the vegetation spreading out in either direction. You can see it clinging to the ceilings, hanging like icicles, thick and threatening, foreboding as the dank of the space ahead of you yawns open in its darkness. A maw of teeth of vines hanging down from the ceiling simply yawns open, welcoming you. The methane spilling forth from it, fog thick at your feet.
I'd like to cast Scorching Ray.
Very well, by all means.
14 to hit.
Hits.
That'll be for 9 damage.
Very good. You watch as mushrooms explode against the vines. Everywhere it explodes into flames. The conflagrations soon and being almost milled into new coiling vines of grapes, peaches, apples, and suddenly a roast turkey. No. It looks like a whole barbecue, and I'm not shitting you, a picnic that spills out of the vinery as a bunch of pheasants come out of it, and a few people spill out, their corpses, confused expressions on their faces, sitting next to a full picnic.
What kind of really wonky vine is this?
As you look upon it all and hear a cackling all around you, mushrooms sprouting from the spots where you zap once again and again. Or was that the first
That's
shot?
just one.
That's the one? You hear cackling coming off of the bodies as one of them. And with that, it is over to Skarsvad once again.
Well, because like it sounded
Robert.
like the opening was blocked, right?
It wasn't blocked, but there's a lot of shit everywhere.
Yeah, I don't trust it.
It was literally like you're walking towards this, and the vegetation is constantly rivering and growing and dying and evolving and like super fast pace.
Yeah, and then it was full of like gas, right?
There's methane, yeah, just like from all the plants.
Yeah, so with circling of blasting, that would have ignited it and made it explode.
Well, here's what happened: is it blasted it, and there's like a carpet that ignites along the bottom, but it wasn't thick enough that it exploded like a backdraft. It wasn't like compressed anymore. So it dissipates away, and because of the moisture in the place, nothing really is left. Like there's an odd leaf or something that has a little bit of a lit spot. Yeah.
Okay, so after your circlet of
So,
blasting,
quick
can
thing.
I
You guys watch as this does occur. Like
Yeah.
you guys watch, it all burns away, but it
And-
just spills forth again, and it's not under any pressure. You yourself feel the heat for about a moment, and feel like you could be flash fried if only it had been contained in any way.
Can I? No,
But in this-
it won't do anything now.
Yeah, Dollars. Huh?
I was gonna say, could I have casted like Scorching Ray in quick succession, followed by Ray of Frost, to like stop it from regrowing and freeze it in place, just so we have like a window of time to get through?
So you're asking if, like, after you burn it, you could freeze it?
Yeah, so it doesn't.
Okay, so I
regenerate.
want to explain that there's actually no burning away in this case. What you're doing is when you hit it with the scorching ray,
Mhm.
you cause it to grow. There's nothing burning away and then it's a regrowth. It's not that. It's you're causing it to grow as soon as you hit it with the scorching ray.
Okay.
Hmm.
I mean, if I hit it with dissonant whispers, well, fuck off.
There's no way of understanding.
Yeah, fair.
And it's not undead, so I can't really do that.
No.
Now I want to say, again, there's an open maw. Sorry, I should illustrate this. It's like this.
Okay. But it's flexing with funds.
It's growing and dying, moment to moment.
Right.
So what's an opening there might not be an opening in a few moments as it convulses and grows. And...
You literally watch as it turns into a wall and then opens again. It's all of but maybe a foot thick, but it seems a bit treacherous all the same. So you have a couple of options here, I would say. You can try jumping through it, simple enough. You can try burning it away with something other than a magical flame.
Is there any of those gas that would really
There is, in fact, security pylons, and you even see ones that haven't deployed for whatever reason that it might have failed. In this chamber, there's in fact a pillar situated. You know what? We'll say it's right here.
Okay.
That hasn't deployed, and I'm using it there. There's one here that has deployed.
Should we maybe try to set this guy off and then, or should we just try to go through?
Oh, goodbye.
What do you think?
Mizram has reason to believe that these fungal growths react negatively to electricity. She has an idea.
Yeah, electricity, yes. These things too. The pillars.
Pillars?
Yeah, they shoot off the gas, which they don't like.
Right.
They look pretty good. Yeah. Yeah.
I could, oops.
It's the by pistachio filler.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So you know what I'm talking about? In fact, you got the class looks like weed.
I'm going to try it out.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Oh, goodness.
Crunchy.
You want another pencil?
No, it's all good, man.
So yeah,
You know I don't know how to read.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna cast a lightning bolt
Good?
upon this shifting wall of possible passage
Yeah, pretty much.
towards Genesis.
Okay, that's fair.
Should we all be
just an
prepared
effort.
to run through?
Yeah.
Or
That's I'm proposing this plan to you guys.
That's fair.
you
Yeah,
get a
yeah,
head start since you walked.
You go first.
Yeah,
My
you-
My studies lead me to believe that this will work.
I have thorough faith. You go first. Sorry, I just work here.
Do you have a normal base speed, or do you have like
It's
a
30.
Oh, that's not
Yeah,
bad.
it's-
Okay, so you are normal.
It's just an elf. I'm an elf. I'm just an old elf. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a DC 15 dex saving throw that the wall has to take, I guess, or take 8d6 lightning damage.
Roll it.
8d6?
Yeah. The wall chooses to fail.
Just try to make an opening long enough for us to slip through. 8. So that's a pretty good roll so far.
I mean, you guys are gonna watch as he opens up.
That's 21, 26, 32 lightning damage. Let's go! We must get to Genesis.
He watches. The hole actually starts on fire. So, you know what?
Oh shit. It's Christmas after all.
I really do.
Oh boy.
What are you here for otherwise? Don't ask me.
Get some live pyro in this building.
Sweet. I've heard
Yeah,
rumors of that from Andrew.
it's happening.
It's been a while.
Been a while. Holy shit.
Oh, that wasn't supposed to go that far.
Some of the black shit.
Right?
Throw it at me.
Power's not supposed to be there.
We put some colors up there.
Hey, you know.
Nice.
You know.
Move this.
Oh yeah.
I'm a professional, sir. I have standards. So your companion unloads into the plant life wall, as it were. The whole of it explodes as it bursts into flames. A massive river of this terrible orange destruction erupts in front of you before quickly dousing itself out amidst all the moisture and methane that regrows to fill in where the destruction leaves the void. And before you is a simple path been towards Genesis proper. I'm assuming you proceed.
Not one
Yes.
to run. Let's go.
And then this. I should know. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna go that. I'll make this. Boom. And then ha boom da boom da.
This better not be like never ending story. It's too like
No.
I was gonna say,
If I was gonna do 2 snake statues, I would hit up every valuable inn from here to God knows where to get those snake statues. I would have sphinx
They're not
statues.
snake statues. They're like
Sphinx statues.
oh Sphinx. I thought you said snake.
No, no, no.
No.
Yeah,
They're like
the chocolate.
Sphinx Oracle on a combo.
They are thoroughly. I love them. Those are my favorite fucking of all the various tests and bullshit that you could come across. Although I'd be tempted to throw that in there just because.
Oh yeah, it's
Right there you go, buddy.
pretty close.
Right?
Pretty damn close.
You know what's funny?
Just missing the sexy lady faces.
I mean, really. My first encounter with beautiful titties. Oh yeah. Yeah, sorry. Had him over there. Oh, goodbye. We don't need that, but I will do it. You, no, I will do it.
I mean, they're not exact. It doesn't
Ah!
make sense, but
Hey, those are slick, yo. Not gonna lie. I'm not sure how long it'll last, if at all, to be quite frank. But, oh, shoot, I forgot. should have bottle caps that I keep for doing trays, but I'll have to do that with a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And the reason for it actually is because the sand soaks it up really well.
A little too well sometimes if you leave it too long.
No, I've actually tested this and watched it just to see how long it'll go. And as long as you give it a proper wick, it'll just sit there and smolder pretty easily. The problem with this shit specifically is that it smokes really bad. We don't get that. There you go. There you go.
Oh yeah.
No? That was dried it out.
Oh.
There you go. That's all I wanted.
That one's
As I was
pretty
saying, guys. Sorry for that delay there. As you guys entered upon the chamber, thoroughly worth it.
Again, it's very what's the word I'm looking for?
Hit or miss,
Stank in here. There's a lot of moisture in the air.
right? That's gonna be intense in a moment, but not right now. As you guys enter upon the place, you can see a simple, what looks to be altar with a pair of pillars that have a pair of crystals atop them, and each of these crystals has a whole galaxy of strands of light reflecting in all directions overhead, and then each of them receiving whatever strand, and you can see it looks to be like the world's moving and the light is changing where it's coming from. It'll slightly change it. Suddenly everything about that whole web changes, but it still hits the crystal. And then a moment later, it'll come through a different hole, and a different hole, and a different hole. But the strands of light, no matter where they're coming from overhead, are always hitting one of the crystals. And you can see each of them has a little pyre of flames erupting at the bottom. For dramatic effect, you imagine, mostly. But otherwise, you can't discern any functional reason for it. And in the center of this all, you can see the odd imagery that pops in. You're not quite sure what to make of it all, as it fizzles in and out of existence in front of you. But you can see a socket amidst several others in the floor ahead that presents itself as a sconce in which to place the very thing that you hold as a baby upon your belly. I used to bounce you on my knee. How endearing. Anyhow, so what do you do?
I proceed forward beautifully.
How very nice.
On high alert though, because I don't trust anything right now in my environment.
What is there to trust, really? This is the Iron Gardens. The Iron Garden. That place, it's the pits. Sorrow and tar. That's what the place is known for. Alright, let's see if it spreads on its own. With that said, you make your way across.
Mizram looks upon this place with awe. He's probably seen it before.
You have heard of it, actually. You've never had reason to visit here.
The intricacies of these strings of light hitting the crystals at different angles. He's captivated by it.
A sudden eruption in front of you of flame takes effect as the light from both of the crystals hits each other for just a brief moment. And everything goes up in absolute fury and flame. And then dies down just a second later, and you can see what looks to be like the aftermath of a war in front of you. Before it fizzles and turns into something else, an image silhouetting something out of history, you're sure. as it plays out and the sconces continue to burn and the crystals continue to brightly display whatever image between them for the moment, and you approach and you see the sconces on the floor, like I say once again. There's nothing else in them, but each of them looks the same, and off to the one side, as you can plainly see, if anybody's interested, large chunks of the crystallized dar. Large, to scale, boulders of crystallized tar. And at the base of each of these, what looks to be a capsulized sort of furnace, metal and framed, exquisitely designed and built, that you can see illuminated against the flames that are venting out the back of the pillars as they conduct their business, illuminated by the energies of the sunlight.
So with 15 passive insight, would I be able to inspect if I load the fuel into the furnaces now? Will it block me from crossing so I can slot Sigma?
It doesn't actually look like there's any tar fuel in there. And as you stare upon these well-fashioned pillars and their well-fashioned ovens, you note that they have controls upon them, each of the pillars.
Great time for our art to start off.
As you walk towards it, you all realize that you remember something about this room, as it was told to you by Rotheim, in fact, at one point. The legendary room, in fact, whereupon Sigma hoped to be taken, he surmised. And you remember him mentioning something about pressures, too much fuel, and Sigma's advisements that Rotheim be there to help out with the exacting measurements of fuel. But that if should worse come to worse, it should be noted that it's a difficult measurement and that you're probably screwed.
Can I roll for history?
You may.
The power of these.
Anyone want to inspire me?
Sure.
Yay!
Sorry, any question?
That was worse. Never mind.
Dr. Mizram is in awe again.
Of course, and an expert in many things.
Crystallized tar blocks that he knows how powerful they are when they're utilized to their full potential.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen some utilization of them before.
Can I investigate the controls on the slot to fit Sigma into?
So the sockets on the ground present themselves easily as the places that you could socket it into. Any of them seem to fit. There's 5 of them. So literally there's like 1, 2, 3, or 5. So there's a central one.
I put him in the middle.
As you rush in towards it, you can throw me a...
How am I gonna run?
I mean, okay. Do you want to walk casually? Do you want to
Carefully.
sidle?
Strut.
Carefully.
It's your authoritatively? Oh, carefully. Oh, I see. Does that say stealthily?
Well, I'm not sneaking, but I'm also not gonna be like, oh, we're here. I can put my guard down. No, I'm very.
You can roll me past. You can roll me perception.
Okay.
I mean, that's really what you're saying, I think.
Well, I have a 15 passive.
You do.
Okay.
And you haven't seen anything on the approach. You're running forth. You don't detect any immediate danger, or if anything, this is your window.
13.
With a 13, you don't detect any immediate danger. Once again, you feel like this is your window.
I slot him in the middle.
You rush in towards, and then you come to a. Do you slide into base, or do you run up to it and kneel down? How emergency is this? How dramatic is this? Is this careful? Like?
Very, very
careful,
careful, but a very authoritative walk at the same time.
That's
Like
fair.
she's got to cover ground, but.
As you walk in towards, you can see at the back wall.
Like it's a march, basically.
Yeah, that's fair. Your jackboots slam into the floor as you proudly cross the distance in with your authority at the ready. But my point being is that as you close the distance upon, the imagery that is showing at this point, the Urengarten control over the fish people Boy, that was a great time you learned about in history. They never stood a chance. As you see them lined up, fish heads all in baskets over there. What a great picture. God, memories, as So Sigma said once upon a time. But the back wall is covered in mushrooms, and that's not a good sign. But what you see also is that they're like popping in, and then, or they're igniting from the flames that are around the base of the pillars. So every so often, like a full Tesla arc fires off the back of the pillar and destroys one mushroom. Otherwise, the mushrooms that it doesn't hit ignite into flames as they hit the base where all of that flame is. You'll just have to use your imagination. Unless, if anybody wants to keep it. But that said, do you guys watch as she rushes towards this, or are you accompanying her?
Mizram probably is being drawn over to these raw stones over here for, just a little bit of a closer
You
look.
immediately insight the purpose of these to fuel the pillars' ovens.
Yeah.
But what the ovens specifically do, well, you incite, no, actually, come to think of it, insight's your weak point.
It is.
Anyway, the point is, as you look towards, you're not quite sure how these ovens are supposed to work. There seems to be power enough coming from the crystals. What do the ovens do, you wonder? Well, they must power the sconches. But then what does the crystal structure do, you think to yourself, as you watch them? Anybody else? I mean, you are here as well.
Yeah, I know. This is kind of out of my element at the moment.
Is it though?
Well, I mean, I don't have the whole.
You're a smart goblin.
I have this. Well, we can put this in here. I know. But,
And you see her heading towards doing it.
yeah.
The point being, though, you slot him. Stunk. It goes in.
How long have you been carrying this thing around?
Clamps, grasp the edges of the
like at
barrel.
least this solid week.
As it does so, it sucks the whole of the canister down. I used to bounce you on my knee. And it's like the Wizard of Oz, just the massive face appearing and stares down at you from within the two pillars as the light kind of just like brightens between them. And you watch as the strands suddenly and the crystals move slightly and the face, oh shit, and it disappears. And a moment later, they shift slightly again as the light emitting blasts down. No, hang on, bad reception. Oh gosh. Oh no. I told Pasha about that time. It's a cheap crystals. I said, sit at the live bar, had better. And then finally his face steadies as the crystals focus anew. And he says, there we are. I remember you. One of Tycho's bastards. One of so many, but you. And it shows like this massive from the side long angle as it shows you standing aside, kind of like in awe of everything happening as there's this just member of the Tycho Irrengarten bastardization family, blah, 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 and the massive face comes down. You have value. And from there, you in the background, sir, where would you like to be? What do you do? The world is your oyster.
Do you guys want to put these in here?
Well, I was gonna ask him. I'm gonna be like, uncles, should we put these in the oh my god, I can't English. Wow. Uncle, should we put these in the furnace? I was unsure, and the measurements are exact. I did not want to ruin your machinations.
As the face kind of raises its eyebrows, both of these massive things, and its eyes kind of focus in upon you, and then it looks over towards the things, and then looks back towards you. That's right. You were missed by most of the indoctrination. Another one of Parshalow's little tests. Yes. Do so. It says simply, before Migma comes and takes us all.
Enigma?
The mycelium me, sweetie. The mycelium sigma.
The measurements, Uncle. Quickly, please. So I
He looks upon you, and then he looks left and right. I don't know. I didn't build it. Parshalo did.
I can probably offer some rough estimations.
Roll me history at disadvantage. You're not familiar with the place, but you fucking remember it at the moment. And you know what? You can have it at a normal roll then.
Normal?
No, not inspiration. Sorry, guidance. Sorry, I heard that wrong.
Guidance?
D4.
Unless anybody has it. No, that's it for
You
inspiration.
might not need the D4 yet, so don't waste it.
Well, I can still give it to him right
That's a
away.
nat 20.
Nice. Can I have my dice?
Sometimes the table rolls the story.
Yeah.
With that said, though, as you step forward and you suddenly remember exactly the measurements, and you look over towards the wall here, and amidst all the foliage that's slowly encroaching upon it, see the tools to actually shave these things into the exact sorts of measurements for specific purposes even. All of it comes flooding back. But you realize you have to take the tools from the back wall and get the fuel just so for these pillars.
And of course, a small sample for myself in one of my vials as well.
I just work here, sir. You do
Sleight of hand, it maybe.
I just work here.
The giant face doesn't see me stealing a little bit of this stuff.
I mean, if the giant face of Sigma Erengard saw you taking samples, it'd probably ask you to grab one for it.
Okay.
Like, that's really...
It'll
Yeah.
take a little bit.
Yeah.
Future use.
That said, though, yeah.
Yeah, grab the tools, yeah. And figure out how
You
much
move it
exactly I'm
upon
gonna need.
as you watch the mushrooms and foliage sprouting against the back wall and the tools thereby. You rush in upon, and how are you gonna beat back the infestation?
Don't these do it already?
Oh no, these are doing it over here on like the pillars and everything. But there's over here a bunch of tools at the back wall,
Gotcha.
and there's a bunch of foliage growing out of the walls. So the question is, how do you uncover the tools or separate that without risking yourself? Because I want to mention, the moment you move in upon, you watch as like there's tentacles and tendrils that are like, oh, come on over, yeah, by all means, tell me all about yourself. What do you taste like? That's really nice. Yeah, you taste great.
Can I do an
Not the way you want it.
Can I do an experiment
I just work here, man.
on the mushrooms in an inconsequential area over yonder? I would like to cast Sacred Flame, which it can't avoid. It'll be like 9 damage, but I want to see what radiant damage does.
That's fair. You do so. You watch as it crispifies, barbecued in the moment, and ceases to move.
And it doesn't pop back up.
It doesn't bother.
I cast Sacred Flame again on the workbench to get rid of the foliage so we can access the tools.
You do so. The bench also ignites on fire and slowly crumbles away.
And the tools.
The tools are mostly okay. One of them
I have
snags,
mending.
but the rest are alright.
I have mending as well.
Excellent.
The two of you and your mending combined a moment later, awkwardly. But that said, that happens and it works. You watch as they separate the tools from. What are you doing during this time? Do you have anything specific?
Pretty much just waiting. We don't want to touch the stuff with our hands either. So.
No.
No, you do not. With that said, tools fall free from their work.
But I do have thick gauntleted hands. So
Oh, I should say, do you remember I described before there's like arm length fucking leather gloves and such?
Yep.
So there's all sorts of safety gear that you find around this place, as you mentioned.
PPE.
Yes, of course. The Aaron Gardens are nothing if not conscientious of. If nothing else, put yourself in a battery bag. Be useful. That said, though,
They're OSHA certified.
no, they're battery bag certified. That said, though, folks, that's their OSHA, really.
Yeah.
Oh, are you hurt?
Bag.
Shh.
Okay, so I'm able to get what I calculate to be
Mhm.
the proper amount of this substance.
Yes, you
Assumedly, one would split this amount into two
Mhm.
and insert it equally into both furnaces on either side.
That's a great idea. So as you grab those tools and you set to work shaving down the one piece, getting it just so measured. This thing walks in and points towards you. I want life, fucker! And if you name that reference, you get 500 experience.
I want life, fucker.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I gotta go piss. Sorry, we're back. Initiative once again.
That was great.
Mission time.
Don't disappoint me again, guys.
Oh, look at that. Nat
Fucking
20
hate
twice in a
you.
row on that dice.
I fucking hate you. I'm done with these guys, honestly.
What's Scar's bad story?
Goblin. He's a rabble rouser, so he just causes shit. Got kicked out of his group because his music was
Annoying.
fucking people up.
Go fuck him up.
Yeah, just spells and stuff.
Yeah. Full hard.
Mostly bard, one rogue.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's got sticky fingers.
Sticky.
As I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Alessandra's just like one of many Tycho's bastards by way of his harem of concubines. You know, propagate as many warriors as possible to fight the dark and all that.
And you're a cleric of Lathandar?
Lathander, yeah.
Is Tycho a follower of Lathandar's?
She's actually a twin sister, so the funny part is the other one is a cleric of Sebune. And the whole reason that Iron Gardens even exist is to fight the dark. That's why they're there to keep it back. And then they started using Natar to their advantage to help fight the dark. And that's like a slow corruption type of thing. Sort of dark fantasy now. And then they've incorporated it into like technology and shit. So yeah, they're from one of Tycho's human concubines, Sorcha. And she just went with Lathander because to Alessandra, serving the people, you have to be directly helping the people. To Melisandre, her sister, it would be more of leading them spiritually, but they're both like two different types of like light to steer through the dark, and that was kind of the whole thought behind that. Also, Lathander is kind of like, you know, the love and dad she never had.
Andrew's watching
They're not
us.
very affectionate in the Iron Garden.
I can see that.
Yeah. And especially when you're one of many bastards. It's hard.
That's why,
I want more life, fucker. Gregor, yeah. As he stumbles in, syringes dropping off him, hose connections falling away. As I'm not sure what you called this particular experiment. What was your name for this experiment?
Like
So this is one of my creations?
Yeah.
Kind of, sort of.
Okay.
Oh yeah, no. But
was that?
no. I'm trying to think. It was not a Sam Raimi. No. Definitely not a Sam Raimi. But it was a well-known director, I will say that.
It's called the Alpha 12. It's got parts from orcs. Also has the torso of a dwarf.
Right on. That's
Orc arms,
intense.
dwarf torso?
All right. It tells you that you are currently 400 feet off of the ground, and that if you were underground, by 400 feet that there would be X number of pounds worth of pressure overhead if it were a particular form of stone. And with that initiative,
Because of its torso.
meanwhile, I want to say there's a cutaway as you guys are rolling initiative, whereupon you guys see a capsule, and it shows it cracked and empty and familiar. And a moment later, it shows it completely shattered. And a moment after that, it shows a white toy mask upon a small boy. And then a moment later, it shows an Orcan face looking down upon, and then two side profile expressions as a snake is met up with an Orcan snout and a smiling figure who follows in after the snake as
Black
it
and gold.
coils out to the left. And it cuts back to you guys. And what does Alyssa have for initiative?
20 for the
Black.
doctor.
And
Okay.
rolled like shit again.
I mean, if I mention a snake,
Yeah.
typically.
Yeah.
Sorry, Alyssa had a 10. And then Vartox had a
20.
13?
17.
20.
20. Oh, shit. And a 17. Very good. Oh, music's on point for the moment, eh?
It's probably my favorite book of filters. Yeah.
Hey, you're welcome. I think Kenny actually gave me those ages ago.
Tight.
That was like
It's just handy.
3 years ago.
Perfect. Most filters I find are
Uh,
too wide.
that's fair. And then you get like uneven and whatnot.
Nobody actually wants that much filter.
Vartox, you got the initiative, sir. Tell me of heroism
Okay.
in all its forms that the good doctor would portray on behalf of the ill-gotten family. Especially with the representative close by.
Realizing the threat of one of my creations, which is a machine, a biological machine made for war.
And it was going so well in tests, actually. You had high hopes for this one, didn't you? Or maybe it was the other one. I'm not sure. I just worked.
Still progress, though.
That's fair.
So knowing the danger, he's going to cast mirror image on himself, and 3 duplicates that look and appear to be him appear all around him.
That's fair. Done.
That's his action, and I think aside from that, he's going to kind of get behind the armored one
That's fair.
as a
Smart.
wizard. Gonna put him other side.
Oh, other side.
Oh, so
This
you're
side.
in front of me. Okay.
Put an eye on that thing.
Less risky with Sigma's head on the.
Maybe. He's
That is terrific. Ah, yes, come closer, Doctor. I have many things to discuss with you. Closer still, if you could. Having trouble focusing? Ah, there you are. I see. You changed up your fashion. That's not normal. You look different now. Why have you decided on that color? You look terrible. Have you been getting enough sleep? It's been a while. Pashalo would be disappointed in you. All this, like literally, that's Sigma coming out of this massive fucking
I
head.
was kind of like bark, uncle, at him over my shoulder, you know, kind of like, yeah.
Welp! He looks
Manners.
over towards you. Matters nothing, bastard. Don't you be speaking to your betters. In any event, how is it going with the materials? I want to be real within the moment. And what the hell is that? As he looks towards this thing, and it is over to Vartox. I mean, you are.
Didn't I just go?
Did you just go?
I did the mirror image.
Oh, yes, that is true. You did just duplicate yourself and move over there. From there, Scarsbad, sir. Tell me of heroism.
Oh, shit.
Or cowardice. I don't really care.
Cowardice?
I'm open to whatever right now. Isn't it?
I'm also open to it right now.
I mean, I could cast heroism on you.
That is the fate of everything.
Is there a space or anything that I could use to stealth with?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Actually, you know what? There's a little bit of a... Oh, also, I should say, amidst the debris, a statue of Tycho and Pinocchio staring towards destiny. So you can take cover wherever. From the scatter, TV news reporter.
And what's the spores and tentacle situations?
Minimal right now, actually. Quite literally non-existent. You are good. This is very much a dramatic sort of boss battle situation with a lack of random bullshit tentacles. God damn it, Dooley.
I'm gonna take shots at him with my shark bow.
Sorry, this isn't open, eh?
It's not.
No, sorry, this isn't. I gotta put up some walls.
I might redo it. I just decided.
You can absolutely redo, as I'm gonna just fix that. It is more like this. There. It is more than meets the eye.
You could shoot negative.
You can't. Yeah. And it's still legal.
I'm gonna do that. I'll shoot and then move. Just keep it simple.
Done. Dead.
11 plus guidance.
Roll it. If you get a 4, no. Yeah. If you get a 4, 15 will hit.
Whatever. Good. I got a 3.
As you fire towards, you watch as one of the syringes twink.
No, that is a +1. Doesn't add it, so it is 14.
Woo! What?
Or 15.
It is okay. I was gonna say I don't want to disappoint this man. Shit.
No, because the +1 doesn't get added to that.
That's fine. That's fine. You're good. With a 15, you hit dead on, like I say.
Don't forget you both still have guidance.
Not anymore.
No, you rolled it. Yeah.
Oh, you used it.
Point being, though, you hit dead on. Roll damage.
Yeah. 8.
Very nice. 8 damage explodes against the thing as it it's like swaying on its arms. It rips out one of its syringes in a legendary action, fires it out. It's going to be a 16, and it's going to be a 9, but the 9 is +7. 16 versus your AC.
That's it.
Wait, where are
The
you?
wall?
Oh, actually, no, you're running. Oh, it's our reaction, so he's supposed to be out here when he's shooting, right?
Yes.
As I was saying, though, the syringe hits you for 1 point of damage and a DC 16 Constitution save. As I pick up the other 2 D6s. Trying to think what.
2.
It's giving me another 5 points of damage as the poison courses out of the syringe, and you now have AIDS.
Positive?
You may, yeah, I'm sorry. You may be able to get it taken out by a restoration spell, but for now, I'm sorry.
Son of a dilly.
So with thoughts and prayers in hand, is over to.
Do I not move or am I toast?
Actually, do you want to move?
No.
I guess you want
Yeah.
to move over there.
Yeah.
I guess I'll allow that.
We're gonna do a
You did say that was where you're in it.
Yeah.
No, you break line of sight. You're okay. Actually, no. Go ahead. Roll your stealth on that, and I'll have something to compare it to if it matters. Basically, it's like passive.
28.
That's fine. Passive is well and secure. It is from there over to Alyssa. If you can regale us with destruction, heroism, amazingness, awesomeness,
Rah, rah, rah.
or if you want to open a shoe store, I guess that's okay too.
Let me check.
Can you imagine that though? Like I joke about that, but really, like, what do you guys do for your D&D game? Well, I run a shop. Like I want to do that. And I've done like people own a shop, and you own a shop, and you have a bar. Like epic shit happens in your shop, but like
There's so many games.
customer comes in, they buy stuff and go.
Yeah, like there's so many idle games you can
They're
play. That's
thoroughly,
literally
right?
you, like as a shopkeeper in a fantasy game.
I kind of want to run like a a game where there's a bunch of shopkeepers that are all kind of against each other.
Oh my god, okay, so Dragon Age in Antiva, there's the monarchy, but it's actually run by the merchant princes.
Are we talking about the first Dragon Age?
Yes.
That game has so much ridiculous shit in it. And like so much shit.
Origins?
Yeah. I never even scratched the surface. I tried. That is the only game that
Well, I'm just thinking of like Thetis in general before Veilguard, because Veilguard isn't even a real game.
Stop. I have no idea. You lost me. I haven't played the game in an age, and when it came down to
Well, there's
it,
books.
I didn't read the books. I didn't know you were so into it. Wow, that's actually pretty impressive. I didn't know you were so into Dragon Age.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's literally like David Gator.
No, I know. It was good. It was good material. Actually, BioWare doesn't skimp. Like they have good writers. They do good work. Sorry, not to get.
I was thinking,
it's
you know,
Alyssa's
like
turn,
merchant
apparently.
princes. You could do something like that.
Oh yeah. No, yeah, for sure. Like I said, I thoroughly want to get to that and do a session like that.
Sorry, anyways, my turn.
As you were saying, yeah. I was just joking. Like it would be neat to do like the shoe store kind of thing.
Yeah.
Just selling stuff, magic items and shit.
Boots of Misty Step. Here you go. I
Well,
don't tell
'cause
them there's a catch.
The original concept of D&D
Only the Boots Misty Step.
was that it was a war game, right? But Chainmail being this tactical war game where you had armies fighting whatever armies, the idea of D&D came from you had a party that would go and search for magic items to improve this army. That was literally the idea. You were spelunking, and it would be random encounters to fight shit, to win against the fight, to get the magic item. It was literally fucking Munchkin as an ancillary to Warhammer. This is what it was. That's where D&D comes from. Just in case anyone's wondering. Literally, they kick in the door, get the treasure, give the treasure to your army kills shit. That's it. That's what this game was about. But here we are. Anyway, terrible stuff. Awesome mini, by the way.
Scorching Ray, 22 to hit.
Cool, eh?
28 hits, yeah.
22.
22 misses by 18.
There's two other ones under there.
That was so fucking good.
How much damage am I gonna do? 6 damage.
I just believe.
Super Warhammer?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
On the chocolate thing.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I was doing this wrong the whole time. It shoots out 3 rays. I've only
It
been
does.
rolling for like 1.
Well, that's why I was asking. You said earlier you were only shooting the one.
Okay. Well, I thought it only shot 1 because I was thinking similar to like Ray of Frost, but it's Scorching Ray, so it's 3.
It is.
Oh my god, what?
These guys are cool.
Fuck, what did I roll? Okay, so 6.
This guy's got the weird grill on his stomach there. I'm not sure what to make of that.
So
Like,
it
are you
was,
seeing his abs or?
6, 8.
it was Warhammer Fantasy model that was
Yeah.
meant to be the ogres have shields on their bellies.
It is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
setting.
Okay, yeah.
Like, removed the shield and just made some like fake guts in there. So they
Nice.
could do,
Oh.
like experiments.
I mean, whatever.
22 points of damage.
I still want to say it's a shield, actually, all Japanese signature stuff. Sorry, 22?
Yeah.
I'll allow that. Yeah. And that's on this guy right here. And what'd you hit him with? Your Scorching Ray?
Yeah.
One after that. That's 3 hits, right? Yeah. So one after the next, it's as this thing shrieks out, one after the next shot.
Right at it.
As this happens for, sorry, you said 18 damage?
22.
22 damage. Fine, 22 damage. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I
he
did.
has
It was
taken-
22 to hit and 22 damage.
He took the 9 so far, was it? Yes, 22 raises him to 31. Very nice. Not dead. He screams out once again. It's like I say, like I'm portraying the howl of a wild animal as he shrieks out and points at you with 2 of his 6 arms, or 2 of his 4 arms, I should say. Just had to double check that. It is over to me at this point as this thing, and you guys can hear it from out here, and another one one comes tromping. There you are. From over here, as this one comes rushing in, and as this one closes the distance on you guys, this one drops from the ceiling.
Whoa.
Could use the full party.
So Sigma shouts out, the darlings are so cute. You've done an excellent job, Doctor. Pashala would be proud of you.
I get some sort of sick gratification out of that.
I mean, why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Especially looking at these fucking things. They're incredible. Such amazing. Oh, that's 2 8s. This one closes the distance on you as you step to the one side and then step to the next. Your hair. And you think to yourself, wow, one of those bangs carved anyway. That's perfect. From there, these ones close the distance, and that's my turn, actually. It's going to be
They
back
just
over.
Feather so
Oh, yes.
perfectly over my circle of blasting.
Vortex. Once again. Sigma actually says this. It's your turn! He shouts out.
I am going to.
It's like it writes itself, I swear to God. Eh? It's so good.
For all intents and purposes, it's false.
Intense purposes? Yes.
Yes, for all intents and purposes, it's
Right.
false life, but it's going to be some sort of syringe he pulls out from his belt and injects himself, and kind of muscle or mass grows on him a little bit. As
Again,
he gets.
It's like a gray matter amidst his purpleness. You know, it's like it should be pink-ish, maybe even.
It's just false life. Yeah. Okay.
But that said, you buff yourself out a little bit, preparing for the impending death that may come. And from there, anything else to declare, sir?
I have these pieces on me, correct? These pieces of the tar. Put into the furnaces.
So they're big. They're to scale.
I chipped some off, didn't I?
He's been chipping them.
Ah, I see.
What?
You've been fashioning these,
I have.
haven't you?
No.
Did
Somebody
I
else
make
was.
shit up?
Somebody else was. It wasn't me.
Okay,
What
so
did what?
in that case, you're going over there and doing it now. Is that what I'm
I
understanding?
thought you already calculated them.
I did. I guess I
Yeah.
didn't actually chip
I
them
thought
off though.
he was doing it before.
But
You
there
were?
we blasted back.
We're gonna have to go over the stream here. We're just gonna have to sit down.
Well, one of us was, but it
We
wasn't.
blasted back.
I
and
thought it
broke
was
over
you,
the
actually.
tools. I
But
guess
yeah, I remember all that. No, yeah, that's why I thought somebody was working on them. But if that wasn't him, then it must have been you.
Okay.
So you've been over here the whole time,
Yeah.
prepping one of these,
And I'm
it's-
casting false life on myself.
and that's fine. You buff yourself out. Is that a bonus action?
No, it's an action.
Okay. So these things take about 10 minutes to carve into a shape. So there's no necessary way that you're just gonna do it right now. And you realize that,
Okay, yeah.
you know, in as much as you'd like to be a careful craftsman, an exacting Urungarten, a proud, complying, useful member of society, shit is real.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time to throw some caution to the
10
wind.
minutes is like
Yeah. Not gonna do that.
850 turns.
Yeah.
About that, yeah, approximately. Carry the two.
Not gonna do that.
Did you carry
So
the
deciding
you carried
against it.
Carry the two.
Casting false life.
That sounds like a good plan. Yeah. Solid King Son. But then what?
That's all.
But that's a bonus action. Is it not?
No, I cast false life as my action.
Oh, that is the action. Okay, very good. I thought it was a bonus action for some reason. Sorry, my apologies. Okay, very good. What? Really? Okay. It really did move around. It wasn't just role playing after all. So in any event, as the camera pans against for the scene in which Vortex buffs out a little bit and scars that, takes the scene.
Okay.
Oh shit! Actually, you know what? Keep going. You're good. Nothing special happening. I'm just doing this for dramatic effect.
Let's try.
Did it? Yeah, really. Not out of focus. Not bad. Not bad.
You know, I'm hidden right now. I'm gonna cast Witch Bolt.
Okay.
Not count here. 21.
Yeah, that'll hit.
And
Just barely.
Takes 12 points of damage.
Quench Bolt will give everybody advantage as it slams into you, causing a massive Tesla arc that grows out towards where you are. And as you kind of lasso yourself with it, and maybe even chuckle, I don't know what your character's about, but in the moment, everybody has a lighthouse pinpoint pinnacle right fucking advantage upon their target. That is your target. If they choose to hit the guy with the witch bolts, they can see a Tesla arc going from you right over towards where it's illuminating.
That's the central one.
Which one was it?
This guy right in front of you.
central guy. I think.
Say, don't run with scissors. You can run with blades.
As it like zooms in right on your face.
That was a reference to Give Me Life Fucker. This is from Blade Runner.
What? Say that
I
again?
want life fucker?
Yes. That line was from Blade Runner. You get 5 minutes. Everyone
No,
gets
I cheated. But
Never mind. No one gets 5 minutes.
Yeah, but I wanted to.
But what are you talking about? That's
Why
a
would you
reference
tell
from
him
that line is from?
You said I want life fucker.
Yes, it is. But
Yeah.
you said what?
I said don't run with scissors when you can run with blades.
Oh, okay. All right.
Blade
It's
Runner.
cute. I like it. Everyone can take 50 experience.
Alright.
I'll give you that. With that said, you rush in upon and Jutating. Sorry, that was you? You?
Me.
Very good.
Well, yeah.
Snap.
How much damage am I calculating here?
Well,
12 on this central guy.
this guy right here.
Just want to make sure.
Front guy. So that guy who's been hitting the whole time.
Yeah, no, I already got it actually. Yeah, I can see it.
He did.
Okay, he's up to 31. He's not quite dead, but he's wavering already as you smash into him with. Wait, hang on a second. Alyssa, you hit him, didn't you?
With Scorching Ray.
Yeah, you did. So never mind. I have
Before
not
they
added
moved up.
your damage.
Okay.
And so, sorry, that was 11?
12.
12. So that brings him to almost. He's wavering, and in the distance you can hear the words "finish him." But
No, we don't know. It's finished that.
that's true. From there, go to Alyssa.
Does 16 hit?
It does. Yes. Yes, it does.
For 8 damage, and it's also gonna make him. It's also gonna put him at disadvantage.
And then with the.
My mace.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Right, fair enough. Simple as that. 8 damage on the central guy here.
Yeah.
You cave in his face, and as he stumbles back and it starts to regrow, he leaves himself open such that you kick him in the nuts. And as he doubles over, you bring the mace around into his guts, where you hear a shatter. And as the shatter hits, the whole of him and he immolates in the moment. But when he immolates, it's a green flame that pierces from the back, consumes along the spine, busts out around where the cerebellum is. The head explodes, and then the whole of him just got burns away a moment later.
So activates through the spinal fluid?
Something.
That's interesting.
I just worked
So
through.
they all have.
They do.
And then I'm also going to cast Shield of Faith.
It's an
on myself.
efficient delivery
Shatter.
system.
Nice.
And as you see this happen, your passive investigation of God knows amount, 19, says to you, Oh yes, that glitch that you were meant to address about the fuel rail that happens in upon the agility acceleration system. It's a tragic one, that one. The emissions are okay though. I mean, one does appreciate their own brand after all.
And for my remaining bonus action, I cast Shield of Faith on myself.
Sounds like a solid plan for yourself. And from there, we're gonna transfer over to myself. Wherein upon I will murder some players. Hey, look at you there. This guy rushes in, and as he does, the first thing he does is
He's waiting and ready.
well, he's legendary actioning on your turn before his turn, and he's throwing one of these blades out of himself. He's like, this one, and he throws it at you with a crit fail. And as he pulls it out, he's like, ow! That one really hurt. And it's gonna do like,
Himself.
you know what? Literally, it's gonna do him 2 damage. Where are you, buddy? There you go. 2 damage. But then he closes the distance on you on his turn, at which point he gets 2 hits with his flagellator. It's an automatic flagellator, so he kind of like holds it out and like, me, does a thing. And he yawns while it's like, me, just slapping you. At least it would, except he rolled a 7. Plus
And
bonus.
my AC is 21.
Hang on a second. 7 plus bonus is going to be not 21. He rolls again with an 18 this time plus 7, which is 25. So that one will hit you. And that's going to be 3d6. 1 for each. Oh, hang on. 4d6 as per the mini. I want to get it mini accurate.
Flailing fingers there.
That's right. Woo! Could have been better. 17 plus 3 for 20 points of damage, and I need a DC 16 Constitution save in this case. As it slaps against you.
Oh, 23 for fun.
Terrific stuff. You manage to resist, you're not sure what, but there's a strange tingling sensation against your face. But it wafts away a moment later. In this terrible, violent, and rather abstract moment, as the fellow slaps you, it's over to...
Reginald put me through more artist training than that.
That's fair. This guy who comes in, as he does so, he's going to whip a blade off himself at you. It's going to be a 5 plus... Did you hide?
I told you.
Oh, you did roll for that. That is true. I made you roll for that. So it is passable, catch it. So you're the lucky contestant.
Sorry.
But it's going to be a 5 plus bonus, and it's going to basically, like, as you're carving, dunk, and leave a dent in your perfectly shaped freaking carving. That sucks. I'm sorry. At which point, this thing says something about dead mothers and fish. You can't quit. The mask and everything. It makes it hard to understand them. Your children, you do your best. From there, the camera pans against to show. Oh, sorry. He only moved it once.
One's down, one swap.
That's me. That's fine. As it transfers over to Vortex. Vartox.
Okay.
Sorry, Vartox. Vortex.
They were lined up so nicely for me to run a lightning bolt right in between them, but they're not anymore.
Depends on
I
the
don't think I
angle,
can get
really.
over here.
You know what? We can measure.
movement.
What's your movement?
30 says no. You just
Could I go over there by
Or go
the...
this way and zap that way.
I could, yes.
And you would
Yes,
just
you
narrowly
could.
miss me.
Okay. Yep.
You can roll me athletics. Just don't suck. It's gotta be 8 or better, that's all.
I'm pretty sure this is going to be a -1. Oh, it's a 19.
As you leap heroically in the moment,
Surprisingly,
over
you're such
everything.
an old man.
there's like the $6 million man sound.
And it's just him stepping over something.
You know it, right? Shows you like landing, dropping your cane, checking yourself. In any event, you make your way over towards. I'm just having a moment. Sorry. You make your way over towards, and Oh my
Lightning
God.
bolt.
Lightning bolt from the other side as you were, so hence I'm making 2
Dex
I mean,
saves,
that's not advantage, is
15 DC.
Straight line.
I have to make dexterities, is what it is. So I'm gonna make one and fail the other miserably.
Half damage or
So just give me the full damage.
8, 10, 12, 16, 22, 24 is the full.
Jesus Christmas. 24. This one gets a bit rocked. 24 brings him to 26. The other one's got the 24. And Flash. We'll call him Flash. So Flashlator, the Flashlator 9000, he's hanging out there getting zapped. He's smoldering at the ass end, not really appreciating it. He looks over towards, and this one's just like trying to receive it on his little shield there. He kind of tries to reverse Care Bear stare you, and you can see like tendrils flying off him and slapping into this guy. He's like, oh, yeah, what's going on? Looking back towards you as all these Tesla arcs are burning off his hair. He checks himself. He's like, my taint is so clean. In any event, he looks over towards you and says, I'll kill you for that, but I appreciate it. At which point it's over to anything else to declare?
He just Dr. Mizram doesn't really feel any empathy or sympathy for these
Fuck your
monstrosities.
taint, asshole.
They're just experiments.
I made that taint. And it's over to Skarsbad, if you could.
He's just.
I'm going to.
They're not even a living thing.
No, I noticed that the
Wait,
last
That's not
one
even a living taint.
Where he lived in
Blast
Melbourne,
exploded.
like
had
evil
lots of
feels
like
like
destructiveness, so I'm gonna cast Shatter on this guy's
I
mind.
mean,
That sounds good.
compared to the drow when
It's
they're
a con 14.
involved with golf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woo! That actually rolled well. 19.
Yeah.
Plus,
Yeah.
he'll make that.
Good.
Miraculously. Doesn't
Or like
happen
my
often.
family, we liquefy gin. What do you consider a person?
That would be 14.
Oh, I don't know.
Half
Do you
of.
consider elementals
No, that-
people?
That is
I rolled
split.
14.
Or are they
Yeah.
simply pure
Take half
expression
of
of
that.
raw element?
This guy's going to be up to from 24 to, what is that? 30. Why am I retarded?
Yeah, like
32,
you can
yeah.
really blur the lines.
32
I'm
in that
really
case.
enjoying her character because
No,
she's starting
we're
to
good.
like
31.
a little more naive, very Lithuanian,
24?
you know, spend most of her time in stuff.
7 plus 4 is
And
11.
then just slowly getting darker
So,
and darker.
Dark side.
35.
What's
No.
the two numbers?
Oh my god.
I mean, I normally play good aligned characters, and I thought, this is a perfect opportunity for a dark
24
fix.
plus 7 is
Yeah,
31.
hold on, hold on, have a moment.
Kinda-
29. That's all. Good time. From 22 plus 7, I went to 32. I was like,
that's-
wait a minute.
That's, yep. Math checks out
I had
there.
to have a moment there. Alright, we're good. Thank you. Alzheimer's sets in early among men of.
Yeah. I'm just going to maintain hiding.
That's fair. Do you have a bonus? You have a bonus action throw in there, yeah?
Sure.
That's fine. You can break line of sight. That's as good as it gets.
No, I'm good.
Yep.
Just leave it at that.
Realizing that Dr. Mizram doesn't really have anything to do as bonus actions.
Well, you have healing as bonus actions, and you can do that as a throw. As a ranged, you can do as a bonus.
No.
So that means you can do 2 in a turn. What a hobby. What do you do, Dr. Mizram? Sometimes I go home and I throw syringes. They're quite good, actually, but the portraits are taking quite a beating.
Actually, I can use my bonus action. I can.
I'm surprised you haven't pulled out a weird voice for the guy, actually.
I'm not great at voices.
Oh, you did say that. You did say that, actually.
I tried.
Well, I mean, push it, whatever. If you feel like it, don't do it on my for my benefit. But if you feel like it, don't hold back.
I'm going to cast Bardic Inspiration on Kate's character.
Oh shit!
That's that.
In the land of the morning. Actually,
So now you
I have
have
a
a-
soundboard.
You're at D6 instead of Bardic Inspiration. It's like your little pumpkin.
I'm a hardwired.
Okay, so
fucker.
instead of
I am
D4, it's a D6.
hardwired. I had it. I'm hardwired that. Fuck Bluetooth. Fuck Bluetooth. I don't know what the fuck this thing's problem is. Fuck Bluetooth. I'm not doing this.
So that's used on whatever skill check I want.
Anything. Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Not attack rolls though, I don't think, right? You have to be in a
Bardic
certain
Inspiration
college.
is not attack rolls?
I don't think so. If you're in the College of Valor, then it can be.
Really?
But otherwise, I think
It's just
a
for when it
checks.
fails a D20 test.
Any D20 test?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
last
stand
I checked, I
corrected.
thought it was.
Yeah, okay.
I would be surprised. Yeah, the specificities like that is what to avoid when it comes to the rules.
Yeah, for sure.
That said, though, it is over to Alyssa once again.
What did I?
Oh, sorry. Actually, this guy takes a legendary action upon our good friend the Doctor. With a 6+ bonus, he takes a swipe with his massive hook, at which point you manage to simply catch it, give him a caress on the cheek, and he's, "I'm sorry, father!" At which point another limb is already coming in over top, but you avoid that hit.
Narrowly.
6+ bonus. And it is over to Alyssa now.
I cast Cure Wounds on myself and I healed 21 points.
Okay. After which, the legendary action of the guy taking another swing. As you step to the one side and give him another, I don't know, caress on the cheek. It's fine, my son, type thing.
It's time for sleep now, my son.
Right? Exactly. It is over to the other guy as well.
What
sorry.
HP are you at?
Actually, this guy's going to get his full action.
26 hit points and 11 attack.
He's going to take 2 swings. The first one with an 11 plus bonus, which is going to bring him to an 18 to hit, and then the other one's a 19 plus bonus. So both are going to hit, and then that guy over there is doing his thing on Alyssa, so... Nope, that's not the guy. Actually, you know what? He is not going to do any damage on the first hit, as he doesn't use his blade, but he uses a grab. So he'll snatch you up, and you can make me a DC 16 con check, and we'll see where that goes.
Added 2 to your AC.
Still? Didn't you cast that on yourself?
Oh yeah, that's right. And yours is gonna run out because it's 10 minutes.
I'm
Never
back down to
mind.
13.
Sorry.
Sorry.
DC 16 con save, sir.
Ooh, a 19 I rolled.
Nicely done, nicely done. The figure grabs you up by the collar, pulls you. I love you, father. As it grabs you and slams a blade against you. And by slams it against you, I mean it would pierce you if you didn't just catch it.
Okay.
Just like that time when you were about 13 years old, way back anyway. And then that time that you were 26. And then there was that time when you were 103. And that other time when you were 157. And that other time when you were 200. And then there was that time. Anyway.
It's over, Enzo.
So, yes, memories. Point being that you take half of,
It's dangerous to me, first of all.
bear with me here, half of 15 rounded down. Oh, sorry. Half of 15 plus bonus is going to be 9 total damage.
9 total damage. Okay.
From 18. 9 total damage, and I will consume that.
My falsely bolstered flesh soaks up most of that damage.
I love you. It says. From there, the camera pans into Bartox once again as your child tells you of his undying love for you.
Still somewhat in its grasp.
Oh yeah, you're yes, you're thoroughly in its grasp.
Reach out with a crackling hand and shock the grasp.
That'll do.
Alright. To 17.
That'll hit.
It'll
hit hard. No, fun!
9 lightning damage, and it can't make an opportunity attack as I slip from its grasp, hopefully. Kind of check and roll.
7?
9.
9 damage. Brings it back up to. Very good.
and I will try to move away, I guess, back towards this giant face.
That's fine. Except it had you grabbed and you have to spend an action to escape.
To escape it? Okay. Okay.
That said, though, you are still within its grasp. I have a tough time with this, I'll be honest. I house rule escapes as move equivalent. So that said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to stick to my version of it. Roll for your escape as you shock it, and you can have that escape at advantage.
Okay, and this is a strength or dex?
It's the same escape rules. So basically, you can take acrobatics or athletics, your choice.
Both are poor. Acrobatics is not a negative though, so that is a 6 total.
Unfortunately, you don't manage to wriggle free.
Okay.
Do I have an inspiration left, or did I use it? I can't
You
recall.
used it.
Don't make me get the pumpkins.
I can't remember.
I'll allow it.
I already had advantage.
Oh, that's true.
I rolled a 6 and 2.
I'm so sorry.
So I can't inspire that.
Unfortunately not, sir. But I'll let you keep your inspiration that we've given you in this moment because it's Christmas after all. The spirit of...
Yeah,
Is that Sleigh Bells I hear?
inspiration.
No, it's me and Gas, actually. It's just
You,
just
my-
Gas.
Yeah, and I think I gave.
In any event, it is over to you.
What did I give?
You.
I don't remember.
Wow.
And the spirit of giving.
Wow. All right.
That had no business being that funny, but I'm gonna laugh like that.
You know, I own Wilson's nose. It's so fucked up. He broke it.
I heard you say, do you know I own Wilson's nose? It's fucked up. That's what I heard. And I was like, you own Owen Wilson's nose?
No, do you know
Like, did you
why
get
his
it
nose
from
is so
eBay?
fucked up? It's because he broke it playing football in high school.
Okay.
Square, please.
Do you know why mine is? Because I sleep that way. Sorry, you're after what?
Square.
Oh, yes, of course, that.
Oh, it's right here, right?
Yes, that is where it is. That is absolutely what I pointed to.
How does that work?
I knew it was there the whole time. The same way my dick leans. Yeah. Like, literally. I'm not even joking. One titty bigger than the other is because of the way you sleep typically. Same difference. Your dick leans to the left or the right. Which way do you sleep?
Thunderwave cube. Pow.
Thank you for saving me from myself. That sounds good. You need some saving throws? I can do those.
Yeah, you will.
Right on.
14.
I'll do that. I'm so sorry. With a 17 and 18 plus bonus of -1. They both make it.
Yeah, so they will take 4 damage.
I'll do that like a
Cannot be
champion.
moved by
It's
force.
it's 4.
Big.
4 damage. Sorry, it is 4.
4. Yeah, I did the math for you. So
Thank
you're having hard. You're having a hard time.
I am having a hard time, just in general,
So I'd
in
help
my
you out with
older age. Up to 30 on the one hand, and up to 33 on the other. With that said, it is once again back over to Alyssa, the damage bringer. She the paladin. She who rules it all when it comes to the sword, the board, and no, she doesn't have a dragon currently. Okay, well, all right.
You got an AoE you can just blast them both with?
My circlet of blasting can only be cast once per dog. I think, or no, it had 3. Never mind. But I rolled a 20 to hit with my mace.
This is my 40.
Damage?
7. And he's sapped, so he's at
Oh,
disadvantage.
he's damage good?
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry, this is this guy?
The one closest to me, yeah.
This guy right here? Okay.
Yeah.
So he.
Modulator 9000.
Yeah, right? You hear a voice echo out, finish him. If you have anything else to pour on,
I
otherwise.
only have 1 attack.
Otherwise, it is over to. At which point? Oh shit, I haven't been taking my legendaries. God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna play catch up. So he's gonna take an action before his action. Because I'm a dick. But he's gonna roll a nat 1 right on! So he goes to pull out a blade. He's like, yeah! And it flies into the guy behind him. I was like, stunk!
This is why they're failing.
Really? He just looks over towards the one as he takes take con check. He makes the con check. He'll take 9 damage plus 2. Fuck my life. He's almost dead. Fuck my life. So in any event, that guy now will unleash his second attack of Fury, which is 16 plus bonus. Fear that shit. And it's gonna be. He's flagellating the shit out of you. What am I kidding?
What's the 16 plus bonus?
Because you're
What's
AC
the bonus?
21 right now?
Mm-hmm.
7 plus 16, so I'll do it.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. And then
Just makes it.
what did I do? It was 46. Yeah. I had to think about that. No, this was a dex save on your part, wasn't it?
Is it?
Last turn it was. Yes. That's right. My apologies. That's why I was confused. I was like, wait a minute, what's going on with my bonus? He has a +7. That's not what I was using for this.
I wouldn't
He
make
holds
it as a
out
6.
and runs it. And would you roll?
A 6.
Terrific.
So I wouldn't have made it anyways.
It's going to be a 16 plus 2 for 18 points of damage as each of his flagellators hits
wait.
you.
Can I use this? I forgot I had that.
Part of conspiracy.
On your save,
12.
you
so
may
would make it.
take the same amount of damage.
Okay. I rolled the 6.
With that said, my apologies.
That's okay.
You guys watch as this guy just holds his arm out and his flagellator smacks into you, delivering a whole schwackload of galactical damage as it sends stars all around. And that's both my. Oh, no, actually.
Could you imagine if it was
That
actually,
was
like,
his
hitting my
pre
shield
and then
and
his
then
action,
just,
and then this guy
jackhammered in
rushes
my
in
head?
upon, and he will do his
Holding
2.
on to me.
He loves his daddy.
Oh, look at that
Daddy
roll.
doesn't love him.
Did the sap one have disadvantage too?
Oh god, he does. Wait a minute. Was this one sapped or that one was sapped?
The closest.
Oh, the one closest to me is Sap.
Yeah.
Okay, the one closest to you is still legal.
Oh, so wait. Did he roll a disadvantage when he hit
He
me?
just did, yes. Just did that. That's legal. This guy runs in upon you. He doesn't have disadvantage. I don't think. No, he doesn't
No,
have
I haven't
disadvantage.
hit him.
But he runs in upon you. He's going to roll 1 hit and then 1 crit fail. So he's going to smack you. And then a DC, what did I say, 16 Constitution save. It's going to be 1 point of stabby
I
damage.
failed it.
Did you? Oh, good. Now I can actually do some. Oh, thankfully. Okay, so
Points total.
3 plus 5 for 8 total damage as it rakes upon you and sears upon you. That's going to be
So he did
his turn.
that.
At which point, you tell him, "How dare you strike a button!" and throw authority at him. At which point, he cows down and literally detaches his own arm and throws it to the side out of disgust for himself as confusing doctrine takes effect. So that's crit fail, as it were. He crit failed on one of them.
Okay.
That's going to be me. It's going to be over to you.
So wait, was it the 12 or the 17 you re-rolled? For disadvantage?
So I rolled a 19 and a 17.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I hit you on that one.
Okay, no, I was really confused because I saw the 12. I'm like, which one?
No, the first one missed outright, and I didn't bother rolling again. And the second one, I forgot that I had disadvantage, so I rolled twice for 2
Yeah.
attacks. The first one missed, the second one hit, and then I forgot to roll disadvantage. I rolled disadvantage for it afterwards, and then resolved that as a result.
Okay.
So,
So this thing has released me.
it did not.
Ripped its arm
And
off.
technically, I should have rolled an advantage. No, I did not need to, because when you're grappling something, you don't typically.
Okay, so it's still got me in its grasp.
It does. It just doesn't have advantage on you.
Okay, well, being that I'm in such close contact, I think I'm just going to continue to shove and grasp it. I know that this thing will succumb to that. I know that well enough.
That's fair enough. You are a doctor, a professional. And Sigma shouts out, hit it again!
Okay.
You're a professional!
Ooh, that's a 14.
It is. Oh, you hit it.
Hit
Oh
it?
no, actually, it's one shy. It is one shy. As you go to,
Do you have any bonuses you can add to that?
I don't think so.
have you used guidance at all this turn or this
Alright,
session?
how long is that now?
1d4?
Just the whole time. It's there. It's there. You have it. If you haven't
It
used
is.
it, you have it.
So that goes up to a 16.
That'll.
Alright.
With that said, roll damage.
Shit. I should have put these away.
You make me proud, Doctor.
There we go. 7 lightning damage. And it can't make opportunity attacks.
No, it cannot. As you grasp a hold of its flesh, and once again, the whole of it, yeah, and you see like the skeleton ignite from the inside out as it turns into a light bulb for a moment. Sigma chortles and then guffaws and then outright laughs out loud at the whole of the sight. The whole massive illusionary head doing what it does. And you had slotted the thing now going on nearly 30 seconds ago. It's going well so far. Going well so far. In any event, he says this, almost 30 seconds! And it's at this point that you, specifically, insightfully and passive perceptionally, hear a slow whining noise. And you're sure that means good things. Why would you think otherwise, after all? It surely means excellent things. In any event, where are we then?
It was
So
just my turn.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still grappled.
And what are you doing, sorry?
I'm done. I shot.
Oh, that was, okay.
Shot
No
and
worries.
grasped. That's it.
You don't want to try and run away?
My action is shot and grasp.
Remember what I said last turn. My house rule has always been, and I keep jumping back and forth, but I really need to shut that cat off the pot.
It's a 6.
Terrific stuff. You wriggle and do your best, but cannot escape from despite. Oh, you have advantage because you stunned him.
Okay. It's 12
12 total?
total. Yeah.
Oh, unfortunately that won't do. He still has you at, what was it, 18. So,
Rail.
holding you nice and tightly in his grasp. Sigma watches you wriggle. You look adorable, like something I would have at the end of my chopsticks. And at which point, the camera pans over to... I always loved the decorum in this place. It was most satisfying. So regal! Tycho's got no taste, I have to say. Have you seen his bedroom at the top of the tower? It's just terrible. A throw rug! What would a throw rug do for you, Tycho? You complained to us?
I'm gonna use another Thunder Wave. Ball.
I love this spell! Do it! He shouts out as you...
Con 14.
Thank you very much. 2 of them or 1 of them?
I got them both.
You did. They're fucking fail. They're not just gonna fail, they're going to fucking fail.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I house rule double damage if it's really dramatic. You know what? Fuck it. I'll house rule double damage in the 1. That's fine.
Okay, so one gets 18, the other one, or do I roll twice?
No, you just roll the 1s. It's fine.
So 18 for one and 9 for another.
Okay, terrific. He was almost dead anyway. Where are you?
There.
Okay, very good. Actually, come to think of it. Syringes and body parts fly away, clattering against the black shit, all dusted and carved in the corner of this place. What are you doing over there?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm running the PlayStation for fall.
Oh,
Because he was worried about interrupting your
you
game.
just come and get the shit.
He was worried about interrupting your game.
That's why he came down and went upstairs?
He forgot grab it. He went to grab it, and he grabbed his water bottle. And he was worried about the
I love my son.
And I told him, it's
I wish he
fine.
knew
But
that.
he's like, "You
Oh yeah.
it's fine."
What did I do to my kid? Shit's sake. In any event, my friends are like, you know what you did.
What I missed?
Whatever we did last
Nothing. Everyone knows me. In any event, where was I in all this? Sorry. Long and short, as you explode away, your children, Sigma stares at you in the silence of the moment as the music once again is on point. It's so good.
I would like to quickly rush over to put the measured amount of crystallized tar into the towers.
His
Now is
eyes,
not a time to be idle.
his eyes follow you like the Mona Lisa. You do your due diligence, as do you, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Air Doctor. And yourself, what are you up to?
Strumming on my drums.
Like, I still got battle adrenaline going. I'm
They're
looking.
doing hard work.
Throw me performance.
They're doing the hard work.
That's fine. Throw me performance.
You guys are about to check this out. $60.
The head stoically stares at the two of you conducting yourselves before it eventually begins to rock back and forth and slowly rotate towards you, working away on the drum ever so calmly, doing the thing that you do. And as you do the thing that you do, the head in fact grows and stretches out towards you from the crystals, them doing what they do, just portraying the image of as the two of you shonk and you skank bring down the gate on the first oven. And you have the second piece carved and drag it over towards the stove and shank a moment later close the hatch upon it. And you watch as the face staring upon you gives a smile and says, "When I'm back, I'm going to have requests. I'll see you soon." And it's just this like tiny goblin who's just drumming away, and it like cuts to show your face, and it's like from a little kind of 3/4 angle, about a couple feet above you, just nice quaint, your full frame, and then it cuts to show again you, massive head, and this long shadow clawing off from the bright light of this massive Sigma head that's just watching you drum away, and then it cuts to you again, satisfied in the moment. And it cuts to the two of you as you shonk, and then pans back as we see the massive head looking at you, and then it peers over towards where you guys are situated as the camera pulls around to show from the central view. I wish I had like a holographic thing, or just some mirrors set up, but Houdini, I am not. As you guys situate yourselves here,
I mean, this has a face.
it is what it is. That'll do. And as you position yourselves, waiting upon, now that you've set everything in motion, is there anything that you do afterwards? As Sigma says, "Well done! Well, it is true what they say. Pure blood means nothing." And as he disappears, you watch everything charge up. The gems go inert, despite the light flashing upon them. While a moment ago everything was kind of receiving, now the light is just flashing against the gems, and there's kind of rainbows coming off in all directions, but they're not going anywhere. It's like something closed on the pillars, and instead something else opens up. A moment later you hear, as you feel a vibration underneath you, and from there you see the glow emit from around the capsule. And the floor begins to emit another glow. And that glow encircles the first. The first being a column, which encircles your offering. The keg that was the battery that was Sigma's copy. And now another encircles, and that is a column of incredible force that, once again,
Back away a couple steps to give it some space.
you can all, in fact, throw a dexterity check.
3.
You can now throw a wisdom save.
14.
17.
You're good? You're good?
Oh, that's a 23 for the wisdom save.
Very good. I would almost say that the good doctor knows what is coming and, in fact, welcomes it. As the two of you are like, you might be like, and bathing in this light as it comes upon you and tests your mettle. And Sigma himself comes into your very mind, grabbing you by your head and flying in throughout the stratosphere of your consciousness, suspending you by it, and you welcome it as you soar with him for the moment, and then, grasping him by his, propel yourselves further into the cosmos of your thoughts. And with a momentary meld, he separates a second later to see yourself in consciousness with a mere, well done. The whole of the place shakes with a force and energy as you see all the spores start to slowly seep in about the chamber. Mushrooms start to sprout through the cracks, and you start to hear that sound, that sort of gibbering from before, that cackling. And the face, the illusionary wall portraying Sigma's head a moment ago, still there for the moment as the column of light that you placed on it is forming and forming around your offering, if you recall. The face looks out and says, but it is time. It is time to push back. A true adversary have I found in my side. At which point it solidifies and then disappears a second later. And you see a single body situated on the ground beyond, laying out, laying out flat, as if we were dead on arrival. Very legs, simple
Oh no, I don't want him to be a one.
and awaiting.
Here, right here.
I mean, he is.
I mean, I want to say yes. I'm honestly not thoroughly against it, but there he is. Ah, Sigma, I've waited for you for a while. As he sits there, or lays there, staring at the sky. What sky there might be in this desolate place. And his face, you can see slowly just like, it freezes and then it slowly just and fizzles and disappears in like kind of staticky sparks of magical energy.
I run up to the body, ready and fully intending to protect him from whatever the fuck is coming at us.
As you run in towards him, you can throw me a dexterity save. I'm sorry. As you run in towards the last of the sparkling energies out of these things, hits you, lucky you, for, what is that, 7, oh my god, 11, 14 damage. Lightning damage, as it were, as they spark off and then a moment later go completely inert. And as this all happens, I want to say, you get a blast of memories that just wash across you one after the next. As if a river of life had just crashed across you, held back for however long, and suddenly released. You shake your head and throw me a constitution check to not splay on the ground as the both of you stand 18, terrific stuff. As you stand amidst your uncle, as you hold your hand up and he stands up, I know you. I bounced you on my knee.
I hold him steady with one arm and I have my shield ready with the other.
What is that one of my bastard children doing? And he looks at you, and then he looks at you all.
Alessandra, uncle, born of Sorcha.
Sigma Irrengarten. And he looks over towards you, and then he looks towards you and you. It's a pleasure to be back. It's been a while. Ah, yes. We have much work to do. And then he looks down at the capsule at his feet. We have much work indeed. At which point he reaches down and you guys watch as around you, something's happening. And as he's looking around, he's like, that's better. Well done. Well done. As you look towards the spores that are floating down, you realize there's no more. As you look towards the fungus and vegetation that have spread out of the cracks, you realize they're already rotting. And as you look towards the doorways, the ceiling, as you look towards the windows, you see it as a bright, beautiful day. A bright, beautiful day in the far seas. As Sigma Irrengarten, it, whatever Sigma chooses to be, is amongst you. And the camera cuts to black. It's good to be back home. Where's Tycho? I want to get a taco. I don't know.
He's in his tower, uncle. Let me take you.
Credits begin to roll, and Jordan, would you like what you get? Was your first ceased? And also, by the way, thank you for sticking through on a late time, actually. This is a great pleasure.
If I don't have to do anything first thing.
I know. I know. Thoroughly. I'm glad everyone could make it through this. I hope it wasn't a big deal. Like, I could go for days on end. Like, I've done multi-day TV.
I've
But,
done
I mean, man.
18-hour session.
one of these days we'll do a charity run, and I'll know who to recruit, but that's not today.
Yeah, no, I had fun. I like all the different layers of it all. I like the big build up to the Wizard of Oz coming back. Yes, exactly that.
Fair enough. It's been a while since I've actually been able to run him, so it's been fun.
We ran him last season, that's a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah.
It was more for the other side though. You guys were fighting him more. You guys encountered him more in the last season. Yes, I love some pierogies.
Yeah, well,
You should
everyone comes home and get a
Fry them well. But that's it.
No, it was good.
What stood out the most?
What's that?
What stood out the most?
Well, obviously Sigma.
Fair.
Uncle Siggy? Oh,
Yeah, he's fun. He's only 9, so it's fun.
That's fair. Yeah. But you know, you say that, but I'm glad that he comes across as more maniacal specifically than the other members of the family. Like Tycho has his tendencies. Pinocchio, you actually haven't met Pinocchio. You've only known him through the things he's done. And then Pashlo's dead. So.
Pashlo is like the ooze master.
Yeah, he is.
Ooze master guy.
Very much.
Who's master?
Yeah, like imps.
Uncle Pachi was fun.
He
He
was
had
the
so
one that I
many
was-
animals for me to play with.
That's who you were apprenticed to.
I was
Yeah.
working with him once upon a time.
Yeah.
Well, you started as an apprentice to him and have become effectively his head of research, and him in his death, have replaced him, but nobody could replace Pasha Love. You are valuable and family all to yourself. We love you and what you do.
Dr. Mizram is just looking for a means to continue his works. Somewhere where he's protected from prying eyes, and so
Dr. Mizram is at home in a place where they tell you they love you as they stab you.
yeah, very much so, yeah.
And as they stab you,
Stab you in the front, though.
it's
Yeah.
because they love
Or the
you.
back.
Whatever they choose, but at least you know where that's coming.
I mean, really, if you're infected, it's the battery bag or. In any event.
Oh, the battery bag.
Taylor, thank you for being a guest star on tonight's show. It has honestly been my pleasure to have you along again. Honestly, it was great to have you along for the Christmas session and to have you along for this. It was a great deal of fun. And tell me about what you like, what you hate, what you were like. It was.
I liked, same as the previous session, I really like how major things are happening, like all the mushrooms are encompassing the whole city. You have a way of the main powerful characters just seem to be very nonchalant about it. And to me, that's really eerie.
Yeah, that's
Like-
the Aaron Gardens, though. I want to say.
Yeah, just
You
shit.
should see, like when it's the previous season, these guys are seeing it's very much like what you saw in the Christmas season where John Harris is like, no, it can't be Ellen. And then his brother would be like, but John, you have to, you gotta buck up, pal. No, can't, all that stuff.
Thunder up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I like that. And also my character felt very implicit in this session, which was great.
That was
I
great.
liked that a
Honestly,
lot.
very well engineered. I'm glad that worked out.
Yeah, I enjoyed it all around.
What was the hallmark for you,
The hallmark.
if you would?
Mizram felt very much like he knew how to handle this situation. Like he was very at home here. So
That's fair. All right.
the lightning thing, I wasn't really sure what his thing was going to be, but lightning seemed to fit into the setting. So yeah, that was blowing up my own creations with magical lightning was that's the hallmark.
Father!
Yeah.
That's a pleasure. Honestly, that's a great deal of fun. Fair enough. Kate, would you like to hate? What was your preference at least?
I think the part I enjoyed the most is receiving a crossbow from Tycho, because in our family that is the equivalent of getting down on his knees and professing his love for me. Here's a weapon, don't die.
I mean, I don't know about getting down on his knees.
That's a little excessive, but yes. That's the equivalent of him saying, I love you, don't die. I would be sad if you died.
That little segment right there is so defining of your character. I love it. Honestly, it's so proof to Melissa. The confusion, especially that hearing the kingdom would impose upon every person.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I love everything. Wait, is that the programming? So I love that facet of this. I like the pacing of this. I'm glad everyone had fun. Everyone had fun?
Yeah.
I like
Always.
the sort of like slow burn boss battle. There was a 2-stage boss battle. I don't know if that made sense, but there was like 2 combats to it. It took a while to get there, but I think the slow burn's always kind of worth it.
Yeah.
Especially if you take your time. Like I find, and this has always been my weakness, in as much as it's been my benefit, is you take the time to build up to why people are in the position they are. And I likened it to a joke actually that Seinfeld put on. Jerry Seinfeld had a joke there. He goes, what is it with boxers? They always come out and they fight. Shouldn't there be some context to it? Wouldn't it be nice if they came out in little like clown cars and then like slammed into each other and then got out and then had a fight? It's funny, right? But it's like, yeah, what if there was a reason for the fight? And it's like there's always such a slow burn leading up to that fight, right? And so each fight, you always know, they always have to have meaning. And I actually got into an argument, and I'll get into this for a moment. I got into a debate with another dungeon master about the idea of what D&D is and how to present it. And he wouldn't see it as so deep. He defined it as just like how D&D should or could be, and how how he does it and how he feels is like the right way, and everyone else is just kind of doing it the wrong way. The point being, though, is in the vein of D&D's about picking indoors and killing shit, rolling dice and killing shit. And when it comes to the gameplay, don't worry about the exposition. Don't worry about the story. Don't worry about the build-up. Just give the explanation of what happened from everybody, like democratically, like, oh, this is what you're doing, this is what you're doing. Cool. This is what happens, and this is why you're all fighting now. Good. Let's go. Roll initiative.
Yeah.
Also, I forgot to do the everybody goes at the same time thing this session, so I'm sorry for that. Nobody brought it up to me either.
No
It
Red
was like-
Robin.
Not Red Robin. No, well, it's not even Red Robin. You guys roll for initiative, and then we go down the list, right? But it was supposed to be you guys go, and then I'll go.
Oh, yeah.
So
Which it is to some degree, I suppose. There's only one
after a
lead
fashion,
going,
yeah. Well, it's the old thing of like, I have however many dudes, but if I have like one dude, then legendary actions are where they prevent players from ruling the initiative.
Yeah.
Because if you rule the initiative, then it's really hard for me to get a thing in. But
Yeah.
in any event, as it stands, I felt really good about this, and this was to serve as a bit of a crescendo for bringing back a character that was supposed to be thought long and gone as a BBG, and I'm liking the way the stage is building up. And in an after credits scene, I want to say that you and Sigma and all of you are walking away, and for a moment there's like a young boy's giggle, and the whole of the crystals spark a light and illuminate, and you look towards the Lord Sigma, and Sigma Aaron looks over towards and says, Osrin. As you guys see the whole of the frame area bordered by a giant skeletal snake that as it's sprouting across and starts eating its tail in an eternal loop, starts out skeletal and then slowly skins itself as it starts out black and white and then illuminates the whole room in a golden hue, illuminating itself, of course, with the black and golden skin that it has. And as it makes a simple hiss noise, swallowing itself, you watch as from the portal is depicted, from the whole of the screen, if you will, is depicted the large, massive, wooden, squarish mass. And the boy looks out from between the massive pillars. We just wanted peace. But I was too young. I didn't know. We just wanted peace. What are you doing? The mask focuses its eyesight in upon you all. And amidst your companions, it looks down upon you specifically. What do you say up at the visage, this massive visage? It looks to be a young humanoid boy, maybe 11, 12, 14 years old, with a white toy mask upon his face. He seems placid.
I would say I trust that my works can continue unimpeded.
The kid giggles, and Sigma, looking up at him, his whole body still like kind of congealing and building itself, having been fresh out of the oven. It's like, you know when you pull cupcakes out of the oven and they're still kind of rubbing, rising?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's fresh out of the oven and still rising, as it were. Oh yeah, a little bit, and he's still like hair is growing and shit. And as he looks up towards the visage of this boy, the boy giggles. And I want to say, like, the snake continues to do the thing, the Ouroboros, like I said, continues to be in a golden hue as the boy walks out of his own mouth from the screen and appears amidst you all as Sigma now kind of stares across at him, who stands there. And the boy just stands there, staring across at you as if he's waiting, and sure enough, the snake that's bordering this illusionary screen slowly slithers off and coils around him and sits there, coiling around him slowly until he's lifting the boy as a snake, skin golden black throne, even taking the form of such to depict as such. In the moment, the boy then gives a simple, huh. Do you understand? Peace? And I want to say, like, he's completely placid. You don't see him mouth. Like, I wish I had a mask before this, but I gotta make one actually. It's weird as just painted white and shit. But it's just a square mask. You see it in the trailer, right? The kid with the mask? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where you're seeing it. The mask doesn't move. But the eyes kind of do. But they don't. Whereas you see emotion for a moment, or maybe you're feeling you're not sure. The mouth definitely doesn't move. But every so often, it's like you can see the skeletal form of a kid. Or just his head talking to you. I said no. Standing before you, I wish I had his mini handy actually.
The what?
I had his mini handy. And then,
Don't worry about it. Credits and I grow.
oh man, yeah. There's an after credit scene. He stands there looking upon you guys. And as I say, he says to you, do you understand? We just wanted peace. But, and you guys got a flash of like a rose as it's bleeding and in flames and a scream. And it's a scream of a man dying. And there's a brief flash of like from an overhead view of what looks to be, you're not sure, but you see your shadow on the ground. You're an eagle. How nice. You're pretty sure you're an eagle. Maybe you're an albatross. I don't know. But the point being is you see, like I say, a bunch of ruckus, a skirmish, a battle on the ground down below, a man dying in the streets, in the roadways as he looks up towards you, shouting out as he bleeds from the many wounds incurred upon him. And his last words are, stop! At which point the credits fade back in and we continue to roll. And actually, I want to ask, I used to ask this in the old, in last year's campaign from the Monday crew, but what'd you guys pick up out of this? What'd you learn? What'd you figure? I know this is your first encounter with the story, so I don't expect it. But
I mean,
It's a bit overwhelming.
there's a lot,
A
eh?
3-year story. There's
I know,
no way
it's
I
a
don't know.
lot going on.
Yeah.
I don't understand the blocky wooden building he was referring to. Because the Osborne Mansion wasn't just a cube. Eagle, same as the vision that Draxus had. You know, the eagle diving down, scooping up a fish, and then thinking.
Actually, it's true. Yeah, it matches up with that. Well, fair enough. What stands out, actually, just coming into it, what stood out the most out of this whole story?
The black tar research to me was the first thing that I kind of latched onto.
Yeah, cool. I'm glad to hear that because that is the focal point of this whole thing. At this point in this session, or rather in this season, not session, this season. Cool. All right. Anyhow, I think I dragged it out long enough. Credits roll. Everyone had fun. Everyone takes 1,800 experience for the session. And
How does that work?
Plus the extra 50, or is that all together?
plus the extra 50. Yeah. Well, that's added on.
You want to do it?
I don't know.
There's
So
a
it's
little
18.
cog.
Okay.
Yeah. Middle, edge. And you go 5 XP.
We
On the
almost
right,
like
blue.
this.
Nice.
I'm at like 3 HP.
I'm stoked, actually. The way I plan this, if everyone continues to progress on kind of the scale, you guys should be like level 12, 13-ish when you finish up the campaign. Should be a good boss battle. And then next season, build everybody up to like level 16.
There it is.
Next season, finally maybe up to like, probably like 18, 19, and then finally 20, 25-ish.
But it only goes up to 20.
It does not actually. What happens is you get into boot
Oh, like ghost levels. Okay.
Sort of.
Are you
So you gain a level, and instead of
you have it on mouse
the
mode?
normal
No, you
curve,
don't.
whatever it might be, you get a thing, you get a feat, you get an ability. You just get a
Oh,
god.
I see.
So you get a
I see.
chart.
Okay.
You get to pick something off
It's
it.
not really that big of a deal.
So technically, you go like level 99, and you just like take the same thing over and over. You know. So if the chart can be like have +1 to an attribute, have an attribute to your deck, so whatever you like. So by level 99, you can have a really big deck, like at least this long. At least as long as my gun,
It's a little freakish.
right? Like wow.
Way above average.
At least as big as my doobie. Watch me smoke it. Anyway, so, no, this has been a lot of fun, honestly. Like I was saying to you, there's, like I said, Taylor, is I ran this story 3 times prior to it really taking off Jordan's group, where it was a recurring group. And because it was a recurring group, I could develop that story and feel like it was going somewhere. But then when I expanded it in the second season, I had the opportunity to have it from 2 sides. So like I say, there was all that world building, which kind of amped it up. The thing was that when I ran the second season for Jordan and all the crew there, it was so open-ended in being this Civil War environment, and there was so many things going on that it suffered the plight of so many times I've said, if you run a signboard campaign, you run the risk of losing your pedigree. And so what I call pedigree is, you remember when I said my 2 rules for characters is no orphans and no evil up front. And so the reason for no evil up front is because when you give people evil up front, then like, whoa, mustache twirling and shit. But if you tell people, no, you're not evil up front, you gotta portray it. You just play evil. Be evil in the game, and I'll make you evil. That's fine. Like, it's not an issue.
Yeah.
You have to actually be a sadist.
You actually have to be willing to role play the.
Go do it. Yeah, go on.
Like, yeah.
Go on.
Everyone else is
It's
trying to
okay.
save the princess, and you're like, why don't we just fucking kill it?
And that's the thing about it. But see, that's the thing about it. And it's not like I don't necessarily want to create like some crazy moral dilemma. But the point is like to create that moral dilemma. Like it's not a complicated situation. It's as simple as not everyone's nuts, you included. Guess what? It emplaces people. It emplaces people in a sort of realistic situation, despite it being a super fantasy environment. That little bit of realism sticks, and that's the whole point. And that's why I say, like, when it comes to being an orphan, fuck that. I don't do reboots. I don't do edgelords. But more to the point is that if I tell you have to have somebody somewhere that wants you home for the holidays, you're gonna think about why that is, and that's the reality. That's the psychology of it is kind of funny. While I instill rules, if they're very specific ones, you can get a lot out of a player that way. And whether you want them to role play it, whether you expect them to role play it or not, I found 9 times out of 10, the fact is seeding people is the most successful way of getting things out of them, right?
Yep.
Simple sociopathy. Like that's what I'm saying. That's how you dungeon master successfully.
Character development.
Simple psychopathy, sociopathy, lunacy like that. Just take advantage of people and manipulate them. That's how you're better dungeon master. That's what I'm saying. That's why I do this. It gets those tendencies out of me.
Put it to use, damn it.
That's right. You gotta be of use. Otherwise, get in a battery bag. Fuck good are you otherwise? Man.
That's like literally the best thing
Oh, yeah,
we've
yeah.
probably ever heard in our life. Second only to receiving the
Oh, shit.
crossbow from Tycho
So
is being told
Thank you very much.
by none other than Simba that she is useless.
At the end of the day, I think that, for all the I think I'm fulfilling the promises I made. I wonder if I'm fulfilling the promises I made. That this was going to be a bit of a gonzo campaign.
I want to go
shit.
back for Rohan.
What now?
I want to go back for Rohan.
Oh, jam juices! Yeah!
Hey,
Oh, Andrew says hey. Dion says hey.
who else?
We're talking
Wait,
and I think
That was those.
and it's like
That was like hours ago.
mechanical
Oh.
like blade spider-like things, which is perfect.
That's the thing about it. I never pay attention. I apologize regularly. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next D&D time. Same D&D